Chapter 12:26. Zhao Liangzi held Bai Shuang tightly in his arms and pressed his face against her forehead, as if he wanted to warm her cold forehead. But no matter how hard he tried, Bai Shuang could no longer feel warmth. Hua Xiaoheng stepped hard on the accelerator and sped all the way until he finally drove into the parking lot of the Huaxiao Empire's consulate in Cape Town. He made several phone calls along the way and contacted the consul, the military officer, and the first secretary. He asked them to quickly prepare a stretcher and medicine. He also asked the doctors and nurses to be in place and immediately start resuscitation as soon as they got out of the car. Therefore, when they arrived, there were already a few people in white coats standing in the parking lot of the consulate. They were carrying stretchers, carrying medicine boxes, and holding braces, waiting anxiously. The car screeched to a stop in front of the men in white coats. Hua Xiaoheng pushed the door open and jumped out. He walked to the back door and opened it. He frowned and said, "Little Zhe, ask the doctor to save Bai Shuang." Zhao Liangzi looked up at Hua Xiaoheng, his lips trembling violently. After a while, he finally said, "I'll carry her in." He carried Bai Shuang out of the car. The tuxedo that Bai Shuang was wearing fell to the ground. The red dress flowed down Zhao Liangzi's arms like a waterfall. Zhao Liangzi carried Bai Shuang horizontally, as if holding a bouquet of gorgeous red spider lilies, and solemnly placed her on the stretcher. Gun Yinji got out of the car and glanced at Bai Shuang. The lights in the parking lot were bright, and she caught a glimpse of the red at the waist of Bai Shuang's dress. Zhao Liangzi's dark gray camouflage uniform had been dyed red. The corners of Gun Yinji's eyes twitched uncontrollably. The doctors and nurses in white coats quickly carried the stretcher into the consulate's operating room. Zhao Liangzi didn't say a word and immediately followed them to the operating room door. He sat on the bench and stared motionlessly at the door. Hua Xiaoheng took Gun Yinji's hand and followed her to the operating room. He glanced at Zhao Liangzi and asked, "Is your shoulder okay?" Zhao Liangzi shook his head. He couldn't feel his shoulder at all. At this time, the bright red "surgery in progress" light at the top of the operating theater's entrance lit up. Gun Yinji asked worriedly, "Will Sister Bai get better?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He held her hand and turned to look at the night sky outside the window. He could tell that Bai Shuang should have died a long time ago. In the operating room, a doctor in a white coat bent down with a stethoscope and placed it on Bai Shuang's chest. There was no heartbeat. The doctor froze for a moment and then looked at Bai Shuang's eyelids again. Shaking his head, he said regretfully, "It's too late. He has already passed away." As he said that, he cut open Bai Shuang's red dress and saw a dark red bullet hole in her waist. This must be the cause of death. In less than 5 minutes, the in-surgery red light above the door of the operating theater went off. The doors to the operating room opened, and Zhao Liangzi's heart raced. With the severity of Bai Shuang's injury, it was definitely not a good sign that the surgery was over in such a short time. Hua Xiaoheng walked over and asked the first doctor who came out, "How was the lady's injury?" "Injuries?" The gunshot wound was too serious, and he was already on the road. "My condolences." The doctor shook his head and did not ask how Bai Shuang had been injured. He was now a doctor at the consulate, and the person who came to deliver the patient was under the banner of the Special Operations Forces. The doctor was wise enough not to ask any questions. "Passed away. Are you blind? You didn't even examine her. You just looked at her eyes, and you said she passed away. I think you don't want to live anymore." Zhao Liangzi was furious when he heard the doctor's words. He stood up abruptly and asked the question in the doctor's face. Although the doctor sympathized with them, he was still unhappy to be questioned about his professional ability. With a cold face, he took Bai Shuang's hand and said to Zhao Liangzi, "Her symptoms are typical of excessive blood loss. You were with her all the way. Don't you know that she lost a lot of blood?" "How would I know?" Zhao Liangzi was furious. "We came out of the basement, and it was so cold there." "Little Zhe," Hua Xiaoheng yelled. His face darkened as he stopped him from continuing. "Since it's already like this, then prepare the coffin. We will take her back to the Huaxiao Empire." "Coffin?" The word was like a sledgehammer that hit Zhao Liangzi hard in the chest. His vision darkened, and the injury on his shoulder rushed over like a flood. He finally couldn't stand it anymore. The double blow to his body and spirit caused him to faint in front of the operating room. Several doctors and nurses rushed Zhao Liangzi into the operating room again. Outside the operating room, Gunyinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who had a serious expression on his face, and said softly, "Hua Xiao, you must be well." Seeing by Shuang's death and Hua Xiaoheng's daily combat routine, Gunyinji began to worry. In the past, she knew that Hua Xiaoheng's work was secretive and dangerous, but she didn't have an intuitive impression of it because she had never really seen it. Moreover, she blindly worshipped and trusted Hua Xiaoheng. She firmly believed that no one and nothing could defeat him. Although she had also thought that he might sacrifice himself, that kind of anticipation was completely different from directly facing the sacrifice of others. She found that she actually couldn't face the day that he would die on the battlefield with his comrades, with Bai Shuang, or even with Yishou Wang. As written in her grandfather Gu Hao's letter, she hugged Hua Xiaoheng's waist tightly, buried her head in his chest, and suppressed the choking sobs that rushed out of her mouth. Hua Xiaoheng understood her feelings, but he had seen this kind of situation many times. Although he was sad, it wasn't to the point of no return, nor was he on the verge of collapse like Zhao Liangzi. He had always been a strong, calm, an invincible war machine, and he was proud of it. He understood Gunyinji's concerns, but he didn't care. As a soldier's family, this should be her self-awareness. Hua Xiaoheng kissed the top of her head. "I will be careful." After that, Hua Xiaoheng connected the Bluetooth headset and began to assign follow-up tasks. Not long after, Zhao Liangzi was also pushed out of the operating room. His shoulder injury was more serious. It was already bruised badly after being hit by a bullet, and he had hugged Bai Shuang all the way, so his shoulder joint was swollen. Fortunately, there was no bone injury, only muscle damage. After bandaging, he would be fine after a few days of rest. "Are you okay? If there's nothing else, let's go." Hua Xiaoheng couldn't stay for a moment. "I have contacted the Navy and the Air Force. The Navy will take us to the nearest military base, and from there we will take the Air Force's special plane back home immediately." Zhao Liangzi looked at Hua Xiaoheng expressionlessly. "What about Bai Shuang? You said you would take her back with you." "Of course we will go back together." Hua Xiaoheng nodded solemnly at him. "I will keep my word." 24 hours later, a military plane from the Southern Hemisphere slowly landed at the T3 terminal of the Imperial Capital International Airport. It was already 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sun was about to rise. Although in the Northern Hemisphere, the weather in early May was moving towards summer, the weather in the morning was still a little cold. The tarmac of the airport was filled with people. Almost all the senior officials of the imperial capital were gathered here, giving the martyr Bai Shuang the highest honor reception. Prime Minister Bai Jiansheng, the leader of the Supreme Military Council, General Ji, and Speaker Long of the Senate, all wore black formal attire with white flowers pinned to their chests. They stood solemnly at the front of the line. "Attention! Salute!" The honor guard on the tarmac gave the order, and the tall honor guard looked in the direction of the cabin in unison. The cabin door slowly opened, and 4 soldiers in Special Operations Forces military uniforms slowly walked down from the plane, carrying a cherrywood coffin. The coffin was covered with a bright red flag. This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 12:16, The Highest Honor. Chapter 12:27. Bai Shuang's mother died early, and her father was dead. Among her relatives in the country, only her uncle Bai Jiansheng and uncle Bai Changwei were the closest. Her cousin Bai Yueran walked over with a bouquet of lilies on behalf of the family, and gently placed the lilies on the coffin. Lowering her head to kiss the coffin, Bai Yueran sobbed, "Sister, I'll take you home." The military music suddenly began to play, and a majestic military song resounded over the Imperial Capital International Airport. The world was solemn, the years were long, the clouds were white, and the world was impermanent. At that moment, a red sun broke through the sky, and the golden sunlight shone on the cherry coffin, giving the bouquet of lilies and the bright red flag a golden edge. It was dazzling. The solemn atmosphere at the scene was lifted. Although there were sacrifices, it was precisely because of these sacrifices that they brought us true hope. Bai Yueran sighed softly and saw Zhao Liangzi standing on the right front carrying the coffin. She didn't know where he had been on a mission in the past few months, but his face looked darker than usual, but also bloodless and pale. He just stared straight ahead, completely ignoring Bai Yueran, who had come to offer flowers. Bai Yueran thought of what had happened between Bai Shuang and Zhao Liangzi and could only sigh. She silently stepped aside and watched the 4 tall and burly soldiers of the Special Operations Forces carry the coffin farther and farther away. Just like Zhao Liangzi's heart, it was also getting farther and farther away from her. She knew that they could never go back. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng only got off the plane after all the people at the airport had left. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't show his face, and Gun Yinji didn't want to show her face. Today was Bai Shuang's big day, and no one could steal her limelight. Gun Yinji leaned her head on Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder and murmured, "Hua Xiao, Bai Shuang, she almost committed suicide. If she had said earlier that she had been shot, if she hadn't worn that eye-catching, fiery red dress, the outcome might have been different, right?" The gunshot wound wasn't immediately fatal, but excessive bleeding killed her in a short period of time. Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak, and the lines of his jaw tightened like a fully drawn bow. He touched her head, turned around, and kissed her on the forehead. His warm lips touched Gun Yinji's slightly cold skin, and Hua Xiaoheng paused. It felt so good that he couldn't bear to let it go. Thus, his lips slid down from her forehead, past her straight and exquisite nose, to her playful and cute lips, and he kissed them heavily. Gun Yinji's lips were numb from the kiss. She felt dizzy, and her heart was pounding. It was just a kiss. How could she feel suffocated? It must be because the weather is too hot and the plane is too stuffy. It was 8 o'clock in the morning when he got off the plane. The sun hung high in the sky, stretching for thousands of miles. Hua Xiaoheng's driver took him straight to the compound where the Supreme Military Council was located. Gun Yinji also went with him because General Ji specifically asked her to go with him. Gun Yinji followed Hua Xiaoheng into the conference room with the highest level of security in the military compound. There were 7 people in the conference room, including 5 standing committee members, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai Jiancheng. This was definitely the highest level of leadership in the empire. To be honest, if a shell were to hit this room at this time, it could wipe out all the elites of the Huaxia Empire. The Huaxia Empire would immediately fall behind by at least 50 years. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji walked in, holding the letter for Gun Yinji's grandfather, Gu Haoze. Hua Xiaoheng walked to the podium in the conference room first and said with a serious expression, "Chiefs, I am Hua Xiaoheng, the commander of the Special Operations Forces and also the Deputy Secretary General of the Supreme Military Council. This time, our forces carried out a secret operation codenamed Fox Hunt. The briefing has already been sent to you." He had already reported the entire situation to General Ji. The CIA's famous underground czar, Li Dashi, had died at the hands of Bai Shuang. There is also a brief description of the genome data of the Huaxia Empire. Of course, the latter was top-secret information, so it was only briefly mentioned in the briefing. What I want to say is that in this operation, Comrade Bai Shuang made the greatest contribution single-handedly. In the end, in order to save all of us, she perished together with Li Dashi. For such a person, I request that her name be recorded in the annals of history and be admired by tens of thousands of people. The conference room was quiet. General Ji looked at Gun Yinji, who was standing silently on the side. He raised his hand and said, "Yinji, that letter is for your family. Read it to everyone." "Yes, Chief." Gun Yinji walked to the podium, and Hua Xiaoheng stood to the side with a straight military posture. Gun Yinji opened the letter and began to read her grandfather, Gu Haoze's last words. "At this point, my days are numbered. Before I die, I want to record this forgotten battle and record the names of the Huaxia Empire's sons and daughters who rose up to resist in the concentration camp. I hope that future generations will remember their names. Every individual who sacrificed for the good of the whole is worthy of respect and memory. Their names are He Shouwang, Zhang Aliang, Zhao Tongxin, Wang Qi, Yang Yiqin, Duan Yongbua, Qian Man, Xu Huan, Wei Shangyun. I hope that the people who read this letter can proudly tell them that our country's mountains and rivers still exist and the people are at peace. Her still crisp voice was a little gloomy because of her low mood, but it better reflected the mood of the person who wrote the letter. The words mountains and rivers still exist, and the people are at peace greatly shocked the already hardened hearts of these big shots. The 5 grizzled, standing members of the Supreme Military Council all stood up together. Attention, salute. They saluted in Gun Yinji's direction. Hua Xiaoheng also saluted beside Gun Yinji. Bai Jiansheng and Speaker Long were not soldiers, but they also stood up and bowed deeply in Gun Yinji's direction. Of course, they were not saluting and bowing to Gun Yinji. They were saluting the Huaxia Empire's sons and daughters who rose up to resist, mentioned in the letter in Gun Yinji's hand. General Ji said in a low voice, "This list must be preserved in our museum so that our future generations will remember it." Gun Yinji nodded solemnly and said, "Although this is my family's letter, the information it carries has long exceeded the scope of my family. There's also a page of data that belongs to the entire Huaxia Empire. I dedicate this letter to the country, and I hope you can keep it well and not let the martyrs in the letter down." As she spoke, Gun Yinji put the letter back into the envelope and held it with both hands. She walked down from the podium and handed it to General Ji. General Ji felt that this thin letter was extremely heavy. They all knew about the concentration camp in the Northeast, but they did not expect that there would actually be such a piece of data that could shake the foundation of the entire nation's existence in the world. "Don't worry, I will let Xiaoheng keep this piece of data. The Special Operations Forces have the highest level of security, so it is the most appropriate." As General Ji spoke, he handed the letter to Hua Xiaoheng and reminded him, "The page of data must be kept well and given the highest level of security. Scientists who can access this data must go through the most stringent political review in your department." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand to take it and replied in a low voice, "Yes, sir." After the meeting, Hua Xiaoheng was going to leave for the International Special Forces competition to show his face. That was actually not his main duty. He had led the team there previously as a cover. After he left, there was already an official Special Forces coach in the military to take over the management. He was only going now to wrap up his own operation. He would return after taking a photo with everyone at the opening ceremony. However, Gun Yinji was very reluctant to leave. She hugged his waist and refused to let him leave. Hua Xiaoheng was a little helpless. He knew that because of Bai Shuang, Gun Yinji was depressed and needed someone to comfort her. However, he still had a mission to complete, so he couldn't delay too much. However, seeing how sad Gun Yinji was, he couldn't bear to leave immediately. "Why don't you come with me?" Hua Xiaoheng had an idea. "I'll call Speaker Long from the Senate and ask for a leave of absence for you." "Really?" Gun Yinji's eyes lit up, and she smiled. "Call quickly. I'll go with you." Gun Yinji couldn't ask for more than anything to be able to continue to be with Hua Xiaoheng. This was the 3rd update of the day. Chapter 12:17, I'll go with you. Good night, my dears. Begging for a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 12:28. Gun Yinji's lively black eyes sparkled as she looked at Hua Xiaoheng, her face full of longing. It had been a long time since he had seen Gun Yinji so happy. Hua Xiaoheng's cold and hard heart felt another part to crumble. With a smile, he connected the Bluetooth headset and called Speaker Long. At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji came out of the military compound and had just returned to his official residence at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. The ticket that his personal secretary, In Xixiang, had booked for him would take off in 2 hours. It was Aeroflot's first-class flight to Moscow. According to usual practice, he should return to the official residence, change his suitcase, and then immediately board the plane. But this time, his routine had changed. When Speaker Long received Hua Xiaoheng's call, he was still in the car on his way back to the Senate building. "Xiaoheng? What is it? Is Yinji at your place?" Speaker Long answered the phone, and the first thing he asked was when Gun Yinji would be returning to work at the Senate. He instinctively glanced at Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji's pupils were like two pieces of top-grade obsidian. The sunlight reflected in her eyes and sparkled like the most precious spots of rainbow light on top-grade obsidian. She obviously wanted to go to Moscow with him. Xiaoheng smiled and immediately changed his mind. He didn't mention the word leave and said calmly, "Speaker Long, we are still on a mission, and Yinji will be coming with us to finish up the work. Give it another 2 weeks, and it should be fine." Xiaoheng didn't say anything definite. After all, there were many things that he couldn't control when he was away from home. He didn't have much to do on this trip to Moscow. The most important task was to attend the opening ceremony with the military's Special Forces delegation and show that he had been in Moscow. It was just a cover-up. Outsiders didn't know that he was not in Moscow during this time. The foreigners who knew that he was not in Moscow during this time, such as the elites of the Japanese Secret Service, as well as the Gestapo and their mercenaries led by Li Dashi, were all dead. The rest of them were his own people, comrades who had gone through thick and thin with him. Speaker Long was slightly disappointed, but he still expressed his understanding. "All right, you have to protect her well. It's really not easy for a girl like her to run around with a group of men. Don't let her encounter any danger." She was still unhappy and warned Xiaoheng with a stern face, "I'm telling you, it's not easy for me to find a successor. If anything happens to Yinji, I won't forgive you." What a joke. Would anything happen to Yinji while she was by his side? Xiaoheng didn't comment. He smiled perfunctorily and said, "We're leaving now. Take care, Speaker Long. I'll treat you to a meal later." "Okay." Speaker Long agreed and hung up the phone. Gun Yinji listened to the call with a smile and gave Xiaoheng a thumbs up. "Xiao, you're amazing. I just realized that you can lie without batting an eyelid. It's more convincing than the truth." Xiaoheng looked at her calmly. "I never lie." Gun Yinji said, "Where's your shame?" "I just don't tell the truth sometimes." Xiaoheng smiled and reached out to pinch Gun Yinji's little face. "Your face is here. Go wash your face. I'll book you a plane ticket." Gun Yinji looked up at the sky, speechlessly. Making up a few lies without batting an eyelid was probably a special communication technique that the leaders of the Special Operations Forces had. Gun Yinji hurriedly ran back to the bedroom and took a few facial masks from the dresser. She put them in her small bag and dragged them out again without even opening her suitcase. This time, Xiaoheng's orderly, Fan Jian, and his personal secretary, In Shixiang, drove them to the airport. In Shixiang was reluctant to let Gun Yinji go. He took Gun Yinji's arm and winked. "Yinji, Brother Xiong hasn't seen you in a long time. I really miss you. How about it? Can you sit with Brother Xiong on the way to the airport? Brother Xiong has a lot of intimate things to say to you." The sunny and handsome In Shixiang suddenly threw a few flirtatious looks at her. Gun Yinji had goosebumps. She couldn't stand it and shrank to the side. "Brother Xiong, speak properly. Don't you know I'm scared when you're like this?" Xiaoheng glanced at them. Coincidentally, General Ji called. He still had some work to report, so he raised his chin at Fan Jian. "You drive the car in the back. I'll sit with you. Yinji, you sit with Big Xiong. I'll see you at the airport." Okay. The chief is so understanding and observant. It's our blessing." In Shixiang quickly bowed to Xiaoheng and pulled Gun Yinji into the car. Gun Yinji glanced at Xiaoheng and saw him waving at her nonchalantly. She nodded. "Then I'll go with Brother Xiong." She could stay for 2 weeks with Xiaoheng anyway. She didn't mind the time spent on the road. Gun Yinji smiled as she sat in the passenger seat of In Shixiang's car. After the car started, Gun Yinji tilted her head and asked In Shixiang, "Brother Xiong, what's the matter? You're looking for me so urgently that you can't even tell Xiao?" It was obvious from In Shixiang's expression that he had something to ask her. After In Shixiang got in the car, the mischievous smile on his face disappeared. He focused on driving and waited until the car was on the highway before asking Gun Yinji in a low voice, "By Shuang. And little Zay, what's going on?" "What do you mean what's going on? Didn't Xiao already say it?" Gun Yinji pretended to be confused and smiled. "Don't bullshit with me. In Shixiang reached out a hand and turned Gun Yinji's head to face him. Tell me honestly, what happened outside? Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows. It's confidential. I can't tell you. Forget it. In Shixiang curled his lips in disdain. The relationship between Little Zay and Bai Shuang isn't confidential. You won't tell me, right? If you don't tell me, I won't tell you what happened after Bai Shuang's coffin was taken away by the Bai family. Bai Shuang's coffin was taken back with the highest honor at the Imperial Capital International Airport, but Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng didn't get off the plane at the time. The two of them waited for everyone to leave before quietly leaving the airport and going to the military compound for a meeting. Another 3 or 4 hours passed, and Gun Yinji really didn't know what happened in the meantime. She looked at In Shixiang suspiciously. What could have happened? Wasn't it just a memorial service, a funeral, that sort of thing, right? Yes, that's right. In Shixiang patted the steering wheel and nodded. And Little Zay also went back with the Bai family. Gun Yinji's eyes widened. Brother Zay went to the Bai family. What did he go to the Bai family for? Could it be that he saw Bai Yueran after coming back and then fell in love with someone else? Why did she say the word again? The corners of Gun Yinji's lips twitched. She was amazed by Zhao Liang's ability to flirt. What did you think he was going to do? In Shixiang glanced at her in amusement. Don't think so badly of our Little Zay. He's a little confused when it comes to relationships, but who knows who they really like on their first date? Didn't I also? Suddenly feeling that something was wrong, In Shixiang snorted and swallowed the words he hadn't finished speaking. Gun Yinji narrowed her eyes unkindly and drawled. Brother Xiong, what do you mean? Be careful, or I'll tell Chi-Chi. Okay, spare me, Miss Yinji. Spare me. If it weren't for the fact that he was driving, In Shixiang would have bowed to her. Hua Xiao finally agreed to approve my marriage application when he comes back from Moscow. If you try to interfere, even if I can handle Hua Xiao, I can't handle Chi-Chi. Looks like you still know how to be afraid. Okay, I forgive you. Gun Yinji patted In Shixiang's shoulder very generously. Tell me, what did Brother Zay go to the Bai family for? If you tell me, I won't tell Chi-Chi. In Shixiang, who was very good at talking, found that he had unknowingly been tricked by Gun Yinji. Not only did he not get what he wanted to ask from her, but he also wanted to tell her everything he knew. You win. In Shixiang snorted twice and said, Little Zay, he's grown up. The Bai family held a funeral for Bai Shuang. He wore mourning clothes and was a family gift in front of the coffin. Gun Yinji, you mean Brother Zay presided over Bai Shuang's funeral in the name of her family? Gun Yinji was so shocked that her eyes widened to the extreme. What identity did he use? In Shixiang glanced at her and wished he could pinch her big eyes a little smaller. He sighed and said, he used the identity of Bai Shuang's fiancée. He told the Bai family that he and Bai Shuang were engaged outside and had planned to come back to submit a marriage report, but before he could return to the country, Bai Shuang was sacrificed. Gun Yinji, before Little Zay went on the mission, he had just confirmed his relationship with Bai Yueran. How did he get engaged to Bai Shuang in the blink of an eye? In Shixiang kept clicking his tongue. What the hell is he doing? Gun Yinji murmured. Not only did Brother Zay go to the Bai family, but he also thanked the guests in front of Bai Shuang's coffin as her fiancée. This. You have nothing to say, right? In Shixiang nodded heavily. He ignored me when I pulled him. Do you know? In the eyes of the people in the imperial capital, this is equivalent to the two of them being husband and wife. Although there was no legally recognized relationship, the de facto husband and wife relationship was set in stone. By doing this, he was completely cutting off any possibility of being with Bai Yueran. In Shixiang held his breath and couldn't find a chance to say a word to Zhao Yangza. He originally thought it wouldn't be too late to ask Gun Yinji when she came back. However, he didn't expect Major General Hua to book a first-class Aeroflot ticket for Gun Yinji in the blink of an eye and take her to Moscow. In Shixiang had no choice but to take advantage of going to the airport to forcibly borrow Gun Yinji. He knew that Hua Xiaoheng understood what he wanted to ask and wouldn't mind. Gun Yinji had grown up with them, so In Shixiang knew that she wasn't someone who liked to keep people guessing. Gun Yinji didn't speak for a long time. After a while, she asked faintly, "What about Director Bai? How did Bai Yuan react?" This was the first update of the day. Chapter 12:18, Special Communication Skills. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 12:29. In Shi Xiang was silent for a while before saying, "She seems to be avoiding suspicion. I haven't seen her talk to little Zay." But In Shi Xiang paused and looked ahead uncomfortably. "I saw her staring at little Zay in a daze when no one was paying attention to her." Gunyinji was speechless. "Since no one noticed, how did you notice, Brother Xiang?" Gunyinji's focus was on something else. In Shi Xiang choked and couldn't help glaring at her. "You're amazing. You even dissed Brother Xiang." "I wouldn't dare." Gunyinji smiled and cupped her hands. Pure logical analysis. Pure logical analysis. "Brother Xiang, please don't be offended." In Shi Xiang chuckled. "Actually, in our line of work, we have to keep our eyes open and ears open. Others may think that we didn't see anything, but in fact, we've been watching him secretly. We've turned him inside out. Right?" Gunyinji tilted her head. "But Brother Zay isn't as smart as Brother Xiang." "Yes, I admit that my computer skills aren't as good as little Zay's. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Everyone has their own specialties and specialties." In Shi Xiang said disapprovingly, "I don't mean that we're all-rounders. It's just that I'm a little better than little Zay when it comes to interpersonal relationships." Therefore, In Shi Xiang was the one who contacted the outside world among Hua Xiaoheng's 4 personal secretaries. Technical support was always Zhao Yangzi. Gunyinji leaned against the window and said thoughtfully, "Yes, you're good at interpersonal relationships, while little Zay is good at the computer network. But I think Hua Xiao is good at both." "Of course. Why else would he be a major general? And I'm just his personal secretary." "Ninji, let me tell you, I rarely admire someone so much, but Hua Xiao is the only person I admire so much." In Shi Xiang was not only loyal to Hua Xiaoheng, but he also admired him. People like them believed in speaking with strength. Gunyinji nodded and quietly changed the topic to Hua Xiaoheng. She hoped In Shi Xiang would stop asking about Bai Shuang and Zhao Yangzi. However, In Shi Xiang quickly discovered her plan. He glared at her and said, "I've already said it. Now it's your turn, right? What was going on with Bai Shuang and Ozawa? If the two of them were so good that they were engaged, why would Bai Shuang sacrifice herself?" Gunyinji's mind raced as she tried to think of a way to answer In Shi Xiang's question without leaking the secret. Although In Shi Xiang was also a member of the Special Operations Forces and the Deputy Chief, he did not participate in this operation. Gunyinji wasn't sure how much he knew or how much he should know. However, as In Shi Xiang had said, she could still talk a little about Bai Shuang and Zhao Liang's relationship problems. But this was closely related to their actions. It was rare for Gunyinji to have a headache thinking about it. She let out a long sigh and slowly enunciated her words. "Actually, just think of Brother Zay's actions as... Think of it as a spontaneous reaction to the sudden departure of his lover, who had just fallen in love with him, and a huge psychological trauma. He understood every word, but when put together, he had no idea what Gunyinji was saying. Speak human language." In Shi Xiang stepped on the gas pedal with a blank expression. The car suddenly sped up with a roar and changed to the fast lane to overtake several cars. Gunyinji quickly pulled the lever above her head and said helplessly, "It's really like this. Think about it yourself if..." "Shut up." In Shi Xiang glared at Gunyinji. "Don't put little Zay and Bai Shuang and I together. Then it's settled." Gunyinji closed her palms and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She had finally managed to fool him. If In Shi Xiang continued to ask, Gunyinji really didn't know if she would leak the secret. Fortunately, In Shi Xiang really didn't ask any more questions. He actually didn't want to know the details of their operation. He just wanted to know more about Zhao Liang's situation so he could help him. The two of them had been colleagues and brothers for so many years, so they were no longer family. They were more like family. Zhao Yangzi was lost, and In Shi Xiang didn't feel good either. especially since he was in a good relationship and would soon have a happy marriage. He felt even more sympathy for Zhao Yangzi. Now from Gun Yinji's words, Yin Shixiang understood that it was indeed a relationship problem. There were no other things involved, so he was relieved. Gun Yinji saw that Yin Shixiang didn't mention Zhao Liangzi and Bai Shuang anymore, so she finally breathed a sigh of relief and changed the topic to Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi's marriage. Brother Xiong, when do you plan to hold the wedding after your marriage report is approved? Yin Shixiang turned the steering wheel onto the highway to the airport and said calmly, "Actually, I want it to be as soon as possible. But something happened to little Zay, so I can't just be happy. I plan to wait for a year and wait for little Zay and Bai Shuang's matter to fade before discussing marriage." Gun Yinji nodded in agreement. Brother Xiong, I'm relieved to hear that. Anyway, Qiqi is still young, so there's no hurry. She's not in a hurry, but I am. Yin Shixiang glared at her. Who's closer to you? Why do I think you're siding with an outsider? But Qiqi is my good friend. Gun Yinji spread her hands. You're my brother. Friends are like hands and feet, and brothers are like clothes. Which one do you think is more important? I don't want to make clothes. Yin Shixiang reached out and ruffled her hair. I'll be your friend, a friend like a brother. Okay. Gun Yinji smiled. Friends are like hands and feet, and brothers are like muscles. Is that okay? Yinji, you're getting better and better. Even I can't out-talk you. Yin Shixiang was happy, proud, and a little warm from Gun Yinji's words. You have to know that I'm widely recognized as a smooth talker. You're flattering me. Gun Yinji pretended to be modest. It's all because I'm in the same industry. You're already panting after a few compliments. That won't do. We have to be humble. Do you know how to be humble? Yin Shixiang teased her with a smile as he drove the car into the airport parking lot. In Hua Xiaoheng's car, he had been wearing a Bluetooth headset the whole way as he discussed work with General Ji. During today's meeting, Hua Xiaoheng gave a work briefing. There were many specific things that he didn't mention in the briefing, of course. General Ji read the briefing and remembered the letter from the Gu family that Gun Yinji had read. He couldn't help but be more curious about Gun Yinji's father, Gu Xiangwen. He called Hua Xiaoheng and asked, Xiaoheng, how's the investigation on Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts going? Hua Xiaoheng paused. He had sent Zhao Liangzi to the Cape of Good Hope waters near Cape Town for the MH210 plane. Now that the whereabouts of the plane was still being investigated, Bai Shuang's incident had happened. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know how long it would take for Zhao Liangzi to get back to work. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows awkwardly and said calmly to General Ji, General Ji, we're still investigating. At present, there are many clues indicating that the situation isn't optimistic. Li Dushi was considered a master of both European and American intelligence agencies. Even he had personally gone out to search for something related to the Gu family. Gu Xiangwen was probably in trouble. This was today's second update, Chapter 1219. We're all in the same industry. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1230. Ominous. General Ji frowned. In your opinion, was it man-made or an accident? Hua Xiaoheng said cautiously, it's hard to say. For so many years, the whole world has been looking for that plane for so many years. Only Gu Yanran claimed to have seen the crashed plane, but the father she rescued wasn't Gu Xianwen. Therefore, more clues are needed to prove the truth of the accident. That makes sense. General Ji nodded slowly. After a while, his expression relaxed, and he said with a smile, but Nianji's contribution this time is even greater. Even the Gu family's letter was given to the country. Do you plan to ask for credit for her? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. No, the credit this time is still given to Bai Shuang. She really deserves the most credit. Everyone can ask for credit. General Ji thought for a moment. I'll ask for credit for Nianji. Give her first-class merit. She's not a member of your Special Operations Forces, but she's helped you a lot. It's not too much to give her a first-class merit. Hua Xiaoheng still said modestly, if General Ji must ask for credit, just give her a second-class merit. A first-class merit is too eye-catching, and let's keep it a secret for now. Before our matter is announced, she shouldn't receive too much attention. Okay, I understand. I'll get someone to write it down in her personal information. General G laughed and said, Are you really bringing her to Moscow this time to wrap things up? Of course, there's a beginning and an end. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and didn't say it clearly. General G was well aware. He touched his forehead and said with a smile, That's good. I'll take her out to relax. There are many beautiful places in Moscow. It's almost May Day, and there will be a grand ceremony in Moscow's Red Square. It's the first time in decades. Hua Xiaoheng, when they arrived at the airport parking lot, Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car and saw Yin Shixiang and Gun Yinji already waiting for them in front of the elevator. At this hour, there weren't many people at the airport, but the elevator still rose and fell, taking passengers to their destinations. Hua Xiaoheng walked to Gun Yinji's side and looked at her and Yin Shixiang. Are you done talking to each other? Yin Shixiang. He felt an unknown power with a sour smell coming towards him. Hua Xiao clearly knew what he was going to ask. His legs trembled as he smiled sheepishly. I was just concerned about little Zay's condition. Hua Xiao, I think little Zay needs to see a psychiatrist. Yeah, tell him to look for Chunlai. Hua Xiaoheng was expressionless as he walked into the elevator without looking back. Give him 2 weeks off. Thank you, Chief. Yin Shixiang happily saluted. Before the elevator doors closed, Hua Xiaoheng said, I'll give you a mission. When we come back, we want to see a little Zay who has recovered. Damn it. Thank you too soon. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng boarded the plane early from the VIP lounge. Their tickets were first class, so they enjoyed the best treatment and service. Hua Xiaoheng was using a real, fake passport, and the photo on the passport was exactly the same as his current disguise. Gun Yinji used her own passport. The two of them entered the first-class cabin and sat down in their respective seats. Although Hua Xiaoheng had just booked a ticket for Gun Yinji, there were many empty seats in the first-class cabin because it wasn't the peak season, so it was easy for him to pick a seat next to him. Aeroflot's first-class cabin was similar to the first-class cabin of other planes. It was spacious and luxurious, especially for the passengers. It was spacious and comfortable, and the seat could be put down as a single bed on a long-distance flight. Compared with the stiff discomfort of the economy class, where even the legs could only curl up, the first-class cabin was really someone else's plane. However, Gun Yinji didn't make a fuss. Although this first-class cabin was good, it was still much worse than Zichu's private plane. She calmly walked to her seat and waited for the plane to take off. The flight attendants of Aeroflot were older, but there were also 2 or 3 relatively beautiful female flight attendants and handsome male flight attendants. She didn't know if it was because Gun Yinji was a young woman, but the one who came to serve her was also a relatively young male flight attendant. Miss, would you like a drink? We have freshly squeezed wild berries that are good for beauty and are rich in vitamin C, especially suitable for drinking when traveling. The blonde male flight attendant spoke English with a Russian accent, and his attitude was very attentive. Hua Xiaoheng looked up and glanced at him calmly. Gun Yinji nodded with a smile. Okay, thank you. The male flight attendant was encouraged and gave Gun Yinji a glass of freshly squeezed wild berries. Gun Yinji tasted it, and it was really delicious. It tasted sour with a hint of sweetness. There was no natural flavor, and there was a little astringency in the sweetness. But the strange thing was that the little astringency didn't taste bad. On the contrary, it neutralized the sourness and sweetness, leaving an endless aftertaste. The fragrance lingered in the lips and teeth, and she didn't feel thirsty. It was like a good tea, and she didn't feel thirsty after drinking it. But Gun Yinji needed to drink a lot of water after drinking other drinks, such as Coke. The male flight attendant was even happier to see that Gun Yinji liked it. After the plane took off and stabilized, he came over to introduce several other flavors of freshly squeezed wild berry juice to Gun Yinji. On Hua Xiaoheng's side, a young and beautiful female flight attendant also came over to talk to him from time to time. She asked him what he needed or gave him a glass of beer or an extra blanket. She was very attentive and considerate. Gun Yinji saw this and felt a little jealous. She turned her head to look at the scenery outside the plane window. Hua Xiaoheng noticed her little emotion, so he reached out and held her hand. The next time the male flight attendant came over, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly in Russian, "Thank you for taking care of my fiancée." The male flight attendant, he didn't come over much after that. Gun Yinji tried to calm the corners of her mouth and said calmly, "You're not telling the truth again." In fact, she meant that Hua Xiaoheng was lying. "Well, you want me to tell the truth? I can announce right away." "Oh." Before Hua Xiaoheng could finish speaking, Gun Yinji stuffed his mouth with a small berry. "Eat your fruit, and don't talk nonsense." Gun Yinji glared at him and remembered what Yin Xixiang had just said to her in the car. She whispered, "Brother Xiong said to postpone the wedding. He wants to wait until Brother Zhe recovers." Hua Xiaoheng, Big Xiong's own marriage report hasn't even been approved yet. He's really thinking too much. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head disapprovingly. Gun Yinji pursed her lips. At least he's planning a grand wedding after the grand proposal ceremony. Brother Xiong definitely won't let Chi-Chi down. Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them stopped talking and looked at the tablets they carried with them. Some were playing games, while others were reading information. A few hours later, the plane was peaceful and unusually stable. It didn't look like a plane flown by a fighting nation. Gun Yinji woke up from her sleep and was about to tease them when she suddenly felt the plane shake rapidly. What happened? Hua Xiaoheng held her hand. "It's okay. It should just be the airflow." Not long after, the voice of the flight attendant appeared on the plane to comfort everyone not to panic. It was just a problem with the airflow. Gun Yinji sighed and said with a smile, "After all, it's a plane that could take off and land normally on windy and hazy days. It should be fine." Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and was about to speak when a female flight attendant stood nervously in front of the first-class cabin and said to the passengers in the cabin, "Our captain suddenly fell ill. Is there any passenger who knows how to fly the plane?" Gun Yinji, F*CK. She should change her name to Gu Jinx Ninji. She had just praised the fighter nation for flying extraordinary planes, and now they were slapping her in the face. There were only 4 or 5 passengers in the first-class cabin. Everyone looked at each other. Hua Xiaoheng said slowly, "Don't you have a co-pilot and observer on your plane?" On such a large international flight, in addition to the captain and co-pilot, there was also an observer on the plane. The observer was a substitute for the co-pilot. However, observers generally didn't have the qualifications to fly the plane and could only watch from the sidelines. However, under special circumstances, such as this situation, an observer could also be used as a co-pilot. The female flight attendant said nervously. The observer fainted from fear. "Gun Yinji, how could such a coward fly a plane?" Gun Yinji rolled her eyes in her heart and wanted to open the window baffle to see the situation outside. She had put down the window baffle when she was sleeping. Gun Yinji was stunned when she pulled up the baffle on the window. It was pitch black outside. No, it didn't look like it was black, but thick clouds of fog that rolled and rolled around the plane. It looked a little creepy. What kind of airflow was this? Hua Xiaoheng looked down and thought about it for a moment. He smiled and said, "I know how to fly a private plane. I haven't tried such a large plane before, but I can help." He stood up but picked Gun Yinji up as well. "She's my assistant. I'm going to take her to the cockpit with me." This was the third watch of the day, Chapter 1220. You're not telling the truth again. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1231. In Europe and the United States, there were many people who could fly planes. Generally, a well-to-do family could afford to go to a flying school to learn how to fly a plane. However, even if one did not have the money, as long as they were willing to learn and had the qualifications, they could get a loan to attend a flying school. As long as he graduated, earning money would not be a problem. Of course, the proportion of rich people who knew how to fly was even greater. Many of them had their own pilot licenses. However, most people drove small private planes, which were fundamentally different from large passenger planes. It was normal for a female flight attendant to come to the first-class cabin to ask if there were any passengers who knew how to fly. Because most of the people who sat in first class were rich, the proportion of them who knew how to fly was also higher. Hua Xiaoheng picked up Gun Yinji, who was sitting next to him, and wanted to bring them to the cockpit. The female flight attendant didn't think much of it. She thought that Gun Yinji probably knew how to fly a plane, or at least help the male passenger fly a plane. Therefore, she agreed without hesitation and took them to the cockpit. Stunned, Gun Yinji was pulled over by Hua Xiaoheng. After a while, she whispered, "What can I do? Just sit next to me and don't do anything," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly as he looked around the cabin. Because the plane was an enclosed space when flying in the air, unless they wanted to hijack the plane, most bad people would not choose to commit crimes on the plane. Hua Xiaoheng was just habitually vigilant, even in an enclosed space. Gun Yinji thought it wasn't a bad idea. She could watch Hua Xiaoheng fly the plane, so she was happy again. She raised her head and followed him into the cockpit. The cockpit was relatively large, and there was a simple camp bed in the corner. The person lying on it was probably the captain who had fainted due to his illness. The person sitting in the captain's seat must be the co-pilot from before. The female flight attendant had invited Hua Xiaoheng over to be the co-pilot. A large passenger plane was not like a small private plane that could not be operated by a single person. Hua Xiaoheng sat down in the co-pilot seat and shoved a pair of spare co-pilot sunglasses into Gun Yinji's hands. He then put on the captain's flight sunglasses, fastened his seatbelt, put on his headphones, and looked at the dashboard. The pilot beside him hurriedly said, "There's a problem here. One of the engines seems to have encountered some obstruction and shut down. I'm trying to restart it." Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and looked at the data on the dashboard. In front of the two of them were rows of flight instruments that were flashing with various lights. The mode control panel was responsible for setting the route, altitude, and speed. The main flight display was responsible for displaying the flight data. The navigation display was responsible for showing the direction of the flight, and the engine management system and the backup instrument panel. Gun Yinji stood behind Hua Xiaoheng and looked at the row of dashboards that looked like they were in a sci-fi movie. She then looked at the rolling black clouds outside the window and felt a sense of unreality. "Alex, what's with those clouds?" Gun Yinji couldn't help but ask. Although Hua Xiaoheng was wearing headphones, he still heard what Gun Yinji said. Without turning his head, he said, "Air currents. There are all kinds of air currents in the sky, and such air currents are very likely to be thunderclouds." Just as he finished speaking, the thick layer of black clouds in front of him was suddenly torn apart by a bolt of lightning that cut through the sky. Then there was a crisp sound, and the entire plane shook uncontrollably. The plane was struck by lightning. "Holy shit!" The co-pilot sitting in the captain's seat cursed. "How dare you heighten? You son of a bitch! Illinakafin. How dare you hit my plane? You son of a bitch! Let's have a fight. Let's see who's the daddy." Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng was not surprised at all. He turned around and quickly said, "Sit down quickly and fasten your seatbelt." Gun Yinji quickly retreated to the two fixed seats in the corner with the female flight attendant and fastened her seatbelt with a snap. The co-pilot took a wrench and hit the dashboard desperately, shouting, "I'm your daddy. I'm your daddy. I'm your father. I'm your father." Gun Yinji was speechless. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she turned to look at the female flight attendant. The female flight attendant looked at her with a smile and said, "He's just like that. He's very manly, isn't he?" Gun Yinji did not answer. She thought to herself, "Your understanding of manliness is completely different from mine." As soon as Gun Yinji withdrew her gaze, she suddenly felt a wave of inertia hit her. The plane suddenly sped up and sped forward with a whoosh. "Ha ha! I fixed the engine." The pilot almost danced with joy. Gun Yinji was even more speechless. She covered her forehead with her hand and began to have a headache. How could there be such a pilot? A pilot who smashed the dashboard with a wrench to restart the engine at the slightest disagreement. Gun Yinji felt that she never wanted to take an Aeroflot plane again in her life. "Yinji, put on your sunglasses." As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he steered the plane with his left hand. His arm was full of strength, and he slowly pulled the plane that weighed hundreds of tons up. 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. When they were pulled up to 500 meters, their eyes lit up. They had finally rushed out of the dark clouds. The sunlight from thousands of miles high in the sky hit them in the face. Fortunately, Xiaoheng reminded Gunyinji to put on sunglasses, so her eyes were not burned by the high-altitude sunlight. The female flight attendant next to her was a step slower. She only had time to close her eyes, but her eyes were instantly stung and tears involuntarily flowed down. Gunyinji quickly took out a pack of tissues and handed it over. The female flight attendant said, "Thank you," and took the tissue to wipe the tears on her face. The plane emerged from the layer of dark clouds. After calibrating the direction, it reset the flight mode to the established destination. Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You guys are really unlucky to encounter high-altitude lightning at this time." "Haha, do you think it's a natural phenomenon?" The co-pilot sneered and turned his head. He glanced at Xiaoheng and looked him up and down. "You're a good pilot, aren't you? A fighter pilot?" "Xiaoheng, your gestures are very stable, especially when pulling up. I have never seen civil aviation pilots with such lifting gestures and skills, but fighter pilots often practice this." Xiaoheng still pretended to be dumb. "Really? It was an instinctive reaction at that time. It was a coincidence. You still don't admit it." The man raised his eyebrows. He had a big beard, thick eyebrows and hair, and his whole body was full of hair. He waved his fist at Xiaoheng. "I was an instructor for fighter pilots back then. It was said that most of the pilots of Aeroflot were fighter pilots." Now it seemed that it was true. Gunyinji muttered in her heart. Seeing that Xiaoheng had been silent, she knew that he wanted to play dumb. So she interrupted him and said with a smile, "Sir, you are very good. You restarted the engine with a wrench. Also, what did you mean when you said that the dark clouds were not a natural phenomenon?" Her smile was sweet, her voice was crisp, and the topic she asked was what the co-pilot wanted to talk about. It seemed to immediately divert the man's attention. The man turned to Gunyinji and said with a smile, "Little girl, have you ever heard of the concept of weather weapons?" "Weather weapons?" Gunyinji shook her head. "No, but it sounds very sophisticated." "Yes, it is very sophisticated and also very sci-fi." The co-pilot laughed. "But most of it is indeed sci-fi science fantasy, and it has not yet been realized." Gunyinji couldn't help laughing. "Then what is a weather weapon?" "Weather weapons, simply put, are used as a means to create natural disasters to achieve the combat purpose of destroying the enemy, such as creating earthquakes, tsunamis, torrential rains, flash floods, heavy snow, and lightning." Gunyinji understood immediately and said, "Oh, it's similar to artificial rainfall, right?" "Yes, artificial rainfall is the most basic use of weather weapons." Of course, artificial rainfall is a great benefit to help dry areas. But if artificial rainfall is used to cause landslides or cave-ins during a battle with the enemy, it is a weather weapon. Gunyinji knew that there were weather weapons, but she didn't believe that the dark clouds just now were weather weapons at all. However, she still applauded the co-pilot. "Well said. Sir, you are amazing." Being praised by a beautiful Asian girl, the hairy co-pilot smiled until his eyes were squinted into slits, which were hidden by his thick eyelashes and full beard, almost invisible. "However, if it is a weather weapon, then there must be a hostile party. Do you know who wants to do such a thing to your plane?" Gunyinji continued to ask. "Who else?" "There is only one country that is targeting our great Russia." The co-pilot gritted his teeth. "It's that damned United States." "Gunyinji, do you have any evidence?" Gunyinji asked carefully. "No, but I just know it must be them," the co-pilot answered confidently. "There are only two countries in the world that have the ability to manipulate weather weapons of this scale. One is our late Soviet Union, and the other is the great United States. Even our current Russia can't do it." Gunyinji pursed her lips. She wanted to say that the Huaxia Empire also had the ability, but seeing Xiaoheng sitting next to her, she still didn't dare to lie. She only said, "But I don't think the weather weapon just now was very large." Because they quickly rushed out of the black clouds and left a layer of thunder and lightning clouds. Oofed, how would they have the technology to carry out large-scale weather weapons now? Wouldn't that be heaven? The co-pilot snorted and spilled the beans. That layer of thunder and lightning clouds, just now, was the largest scale that the United States could do. They don't have that much energy if it's any bigger. Gu Nianji could also tell. After a moment of silence, she asked faintly, "Sir, aren't you a pilot? How do you know about the United States' achievements and resources in weather weapons? You're not bragging, are you?" "I'm bragging? Why would I need to brag?" The man slammed the dashboard in front of him, causing the wrench to jump up and fall to the ground with a thud. Gu Nianji shrunk her neck and muttered, "If you don't, then you don't. Just fly the plane properly. Don't slap it around. What if you mess up the control program of your engine again?" At that moment, Hua Xiaoheng spoke in Russian. "How could it be messed up? Mr. Vladimir, the famous current second-in-command of the KGB, is actually piloting the plane for us personally. I'm very honored." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1221, The Daily Flying of the Fighting Nation. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Beth 1211 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 1232. In the blink of an eye, the captain, who had been acting up on the single bed in the corner of the cockpit, also woke up and sat up with a smile. Gu Nianji, she didn't bring the real-time translation software with her, so she didn't know what Hua Xiaoheng was talking about. However, looking at the situation in the cockpit, she roughly understood that they had been tricked into the cockpit. Gu Nianji was a little nervous. Hua Xiaoheng unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up calmly from the co-pilot seat. He said calmly, "Mr. Vladimir, if you want to talk to me, you can say no at any time. Why are you risking the lives of hundreds of people on the plane?" "That's where you're wrong." The co-pilot, named Vladimir, who was also the current second-in-command of the KGB, also stood up from the captain's seat. He said very seriously, "I never joke about the lives of innocent people. Hua Xiaoheng, you don't believe me?" Vladimir walked up to him, and the captain, who had just woken up, returned to his seat. "I did follow you onto the plane, but just now, we did encounter the American weather weapon. They're coming for you. If it weren't for me, we would have died on this plane today." Vladimir stood in front of Hua Xiaoheng with his head held high, but he was still a head shorter than him. Although he wasn't tall, his aura was 1.8 meters. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Really? Do you think I'll believe you? Who didn't know how to brag? Haha, believe it or not, it's up to you. But the CIA already knows that Li Dushi was killed by you, and this is their revenge. Unfortunately, their people in Huaxiao Empire were killed a while ago. Otherwise, they would have killed you in your capital before you even got on the plane." Vladimir made a throat-cutting gesture with his hand. Hua Xiaoheng was finally moved. This person was indeed the second-in-command of the KGB. He even knew about Li Dushi. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't curious about how he knew. After all, the other party wouldn't tell the truth even if he asked. But he knew very well that this information was definitely not leaked by his people. The only possible reason was that Li Dushi had a backup plan in Cape Town, and that person knew that Li Dushi had set up a trap for Hua Xiaoheng. In the end, they received news of Li Dushi's death, so the person speculated that Li Dushi might have been killed instead of trying to harm them. Of course, Li Dushi's colleagues and friends wouldn't think that Li Dushi had brought this upon himself. Instead, they would blame it all on Hua Xiaoheng. In any case, they were enemies, so hating him was not wrong. Hua Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows. "And they're pretty fast. They know that we're on a plane and can even launch a weather weapon on the flight line. They plan to kill us without us knowing." As soon as he said that, Hua Xiaoheng felt that something was off. If he was alone, it wouldn't be a problem for him to do so. But most importantly, Hua Xiaoheng had Gu Nianji with him. Li Dushi and his group were obviously determined to get their hands on Gu Nianji. Even at such a dangerous and urgent moment in the basement of the bank in Cape Town, Li Dushi didn't allow his men to hurt Gu Nianji. What reason did they have to kill Gu Nianji now? Did they not know that Gu Nianji boarded the plane with Hua Xiaoheng? That was even more impossible. Hua Xiaoheng's face had been modified when he boarded the plane, but Gu Nianji hadn't changed anything. It was her original appearance. So the CIA knew that Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had boarded the plane, and they still tried to use the weather weapon to kill all of them? It didn't make sense at all. If that was the case, then Li Dashi had died too unjustly. In just a flash, Hua Xiaoheng had already figured out the whole thing and even noted down some of the contradictions. Vladimir nodded with a smile. Of course, Li Dashi is the CIA's most powerful spy in Europe. He is known as Europe's underground czar and is a mortal enemy of our KGB. I hate that weird old man Li Dashi. I've been pranking him for a long time, and I can't wait for him to meet God sooner. As he spoke, he patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder vigorously. Thank you for helping us get rid of him. Hua Xiaoheng, Gunyinji blinked and was a little confused by this turn of events. But she was finally relieved. It seemed that these people weren't hostile to them. What happened today was a coincidence. She sighed softly, tugged at Hua Xiaoheng's lapel, and whispered, I'm hungry and sleepy. Hua Xiaoheng shook her hand and smiled at Vladimir. Well, since you want to thank me, you won't just express it verbally, right? Huh? Are you asking for a bribe? Vladimir deliberately picked his ears to show that he hadn't heard clearly. Say that again? What do you want? I want. Hua Xiaoheng took Gunyinji's hand and smiled. Now, hurry up and serve us dinner. My companion is about to faint from hunger. There are other benefits. We'll talk about them when we get to Moscow. Ha ha! Vladimir put his hands on his hips and laughed. Don't even think about it. However, you'll get your share of the food. He waved his hand and called for the female flight attendant. He said very kindly, you can serve them dinner now. Let's call it a day. Tell the passengers not to be afraid. Okay, Mr. Vladimir, the female flight attendant said very sweetly. She turned around and left the cockpit with Gunyinji and the others. When she returned to her seat in first class, Gunyinji felt like she had been in a dream. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng leaned over and whispered in her ear, forget everything that happened just now. Gunyinji nodded with some difficulty. She was a top student with a photographic memory. It wasn't difficult for her to remember something, but it was too difficult to forget something. She said carefully, I'll try my best. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her hair and curled his lips. I'm just teasing you. Don't be too nervous. It'll be fine. Gunyinji. Hua Xiaoheng leaned over and hugged her. Eat well, then sleep. We'll arrive tomorrow. Gunyinji's attention was immediately attracted by the food on Aeroflot. What delicious food do they have? You'll know in a moment. Soon, the female flight attendant pushed a dining cart over for the two of them and placed the exquisite food on the small table in front of them. First, there was a small plate of appetizers. There was an exquisite steamed shrimp dumpling and a small chicken wonton wrapped in egg powder. Gunyinji was hungry, so she ate the two small and exquisite snacks in 2 bites. Then she watched the female flight attendant continue to serve her food. Then came the cold dishes. There was pink smoked salmon, 2 boiled shrimp dipped in caviar, 2 pieces of pickled duck breast, a piece of osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root, and a small bowl of vermicelli, lettuce, and sweet pepper. Gunyinji laughed. She thought the fighting people had changed, but it turned out they were still so practical. She picked up a knife and fork and began to enjoy the delicious boiled shrimp dipped in caviar and eaten with the pickled duck breast. It was a unique flavor. The osmanthus glutinous rice lotus root didn't taste as good as the ones in restaurants, probably because it was an airplane meal, but it was still good and edible. Gunyinji didn't like salmon, so she picked it directly to Hua Xiaoheng's plate. Hua Xiaoheng didn't care and accepted it all. After eating the cold dishes, the female flight attendant served each of them a large plate of roasted chicken breast mixed with lettuce salad and shredded carrots that Gunyinji hated. She subconsciously wanted to pick out the shredded carrots for Hua Xiaoheng, but when Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her, she silently swallowed the shredded carrots with tears. After eating the large plate of roasted chicken breast mixed with lettuce and shredded carrot salad, Gunyinji was already very full. However, the female flight attendant served her another bowl of corn seafood soup. Gunyinji, she gently sniffed and was deeply attracted by the corn soup with the sweet smell of a natural milkshake. Gunyinji couldn't help but drink another half bowl. Hua Xiaoheng silently poured the remaining half bowl of corn seafood soup into his own bowl. This food was not even enough for him. Gun Yinji collapsed in her seat and was about to say that she was going to sleep. The female flight attendant, like magic, put another plate in front of her and said with a smile, "This is the main course. Please enjoy it slowly. After the main course, I will serve you dessert." Gun Yinji, damn it. She had eaten so much before. Were they all snacks? She looked down at the so-called main course. It didn't look like much, but there were a lot of different dishes. There was a small bowl of egg fried rice with barbecued swordfish fillets. The vegetable was 5-colored pepper fried eggplant with a slightly sweet and sour sauce. It tasted a little like eggplant with garlic sauce. Gun Yinji really liked the Russian version of eggplant with garlic sauce. She couldn't help but eat all the eggplant and push the rest to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. "You didn't eat." She only knew how to eat those messy things. "I saved my stomach for dessert." Gun Yinji took a sip of juice and waved to the female flight attendant for dessert. The female flight attendant smiled and put a cup of mango vanilla raisin ice cream in front of her. Then she carefully poured wild jam on it. "Today's dinner is all here. Please enjoy." Gun Yinji didn't finish the rich ice cream in the end. She was so sleepy in the middle of eating that she almost fell asleep on the dining table. Hua Xiaoheng put away her dining table, put down her seat, and let her lie down to sleep. He turned on his computer and began to organize today's situation. He worked all night and only took a nap when he was near the city of Moscow. Gun Yinji slept all the way and woke up when they were about to reach Moscow. She was in great spirits. "Alex, wake up, wake up. The plane is almost here." Gun Yinji pushed Hua Xiaoheng. "You have to get up and put on your seatbelt. When the plane takes off and lands, passengers must fasten their seatbelts." Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and sat up. He had just buckled his seatbelt when he felt the plane suddenly descend rapidly. The speed of their descent was so fast that they felt weightless. Gun Yinji's ears were ringing, and she was in so much pain she couldn't speak. Hua Xiaoheng sensed her discomfort and carried her over. He reached out to pinch her chin and coaxed her in a low voice. "Be good. Open your mouth. Yes, open your mouth and breathe." This way, the air pressure inside and outside the ear would be balanced, and the ear would not hurt so much. This was today's second chapter. Chapter 1222, Be Good, Open Your Mouth. 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1233. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng with tears in her eyes. She thought to herself that the plane was indeed a fighter. It was so much more powerful than the other planes she had taken before. The takeoff and landing were so thrilling. It was as if someone was drilling into her ears with an electric drill, and it hurt so much that she couldn't think. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was actually very loud, but in her ears, it sounded like it was coming from a distant place, leaving only a faint echo of emptiness. Her mind was filled with the rumbling of the plane's engines. Hua Xiaoheng hugged her upper body and laid her in his arms, gently stroking her back. After a while, he didn't let go of her until the plane landed with a loud bang and skidded quickly on the airport runway. Gun Yinji's face was already pale and bloodless from the pain. After the plane stopped, the two of them sat for a while before unbuckling their seatbelts and standing up. The two of them dragged their suitcases out of the plane. When they were about to go to customs, the KGB's second-in-command, Vladimir, who was the passenger plane's co-pilot, caught up. "Major General Hua, we have a superior who wants to see you. Please come with me." Hua Xiaoheng knew that these people already knew his identity, so he didn't refuse. He took Gun Yinji's hand and said, "Okay, can she come with me?" But our superior didn't say he wanted to see her. Vladimir said kindly, "But she can wait outside the door when you meet with the superior." Gun Yinji's expression was subtle. Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow and instantly understood that Li Dashi had kept the news of Gun Yinji a secret until his death. It seemed that the backup he had left behind didn't know about Gun Yinji. Therefore, the KGB obviously didn't know how important Gun Yinji was to Li Dashi. Of course, this was also good. He didn't have to rack his brains to deal with the KGB. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said gently, "That's fine too. She has no sense of direction, so I don't trust her to go to the military camp alone." Gun Yinji, who had no sense of direction, who had no sense of direction, who had no sense of direction. Should they go out and have a competition? But at this time, she also knew that she had to cooperate with Hua Xiaoheng, so her face appropriately displayed the blank and confused expression of someone with no sense of direction. Vladimir. This little girl had a shrewd look on her face just now, so why did she suddenly reveal an idiotic smile? He didn't understand these Chinese people either. Vladimir smiled from ear to ear. Then please. Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji got into an inconspicuous car sent by the KGB and drove to the city. It was Gun Yinji's first time in Moscow. Along the way, she kept tilting her head to look at the scenery outside the car. Moscow had been the capital of Russia since the Tsarist Russian era. It had a history of more than 800 years and was a famous historical city on the Blue Planet. Along the way from the airport, there were large patches of birch forest. The sky was high, and white clouds were floating. The forest in the distance was dyed, and the colors overlapped from far to near. It looked like an oil painting. The quiet Moss River ran through the entire city and followed them all the way. In the city, there were more colorful and ethnic buildings, but there were also modern skyscrapers. The entire city of Moscow seemed to be torn in half. One half was still immersed in the glory of the past and could not extricate itself, while the other half wanted to leave the past behind and work hard to move forward. However, there was always a reluctance in its heart, and it kept looking back at the glory of the past. Gun Yinji sighed more and more. She simply took out her phone and kept taking pictures of the scenery outside. It wasn't until the Kremlin and Red Square suddenly appeared in her lens that Gun Yinji exclaimed, "That's the famous Red Square." Following Hua Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji was also familiar with the history of World War II. Back then, the former Soviet strongman Stalin held a grand military parade here, and then a group of young people in their prime who had never been to the battlefield and hadn't even received much military training sang from here and rushed to the battlefield. For the victory of World War II, the former Soviet Union made great sacrifices and contributions. Gun Yinji clicked her tongue and said, "The defense of Stalingrad was a major turning point on the European battlefield. The former Soviet Union paid the price of more than 1 million casualties, but unfortunately, Europe and the United States now don't say that the defense of Stalingrad was a major turning point on the European battlefield. Instead, they say that the Great Escape, the Dunkirk evacuation, was the turning point on the European battlefield." What a joke. Gun Yinji's words successfully aroused Vladimir's common hatred for the enemy. He had been talking to Hua Xiaoheng in a low voice, but when he heard Gun Yinji mention this, he instantly became angry. These little bastards, do they think we're dead? Gun Yinji pursed her lips. The former Soviet Union was already dead. Hua Xiaoheng said in a low voice, "So when your country disappeared, your history would be tampered with without hesitation. Mr. Vladimir, I'm very sorry about what happened to you. The merits have been erased, the truth had been buried, and all the bad things have been pushed onto it. The benefits that it had once enjoyed were not mentioned at all. That was reality. Relatives may still be sad, but others have already sung. What is the path of the dead, and their bodies are on the same mountain." Note, quoted from Tao Yuanming's elegy, Vladimir had a good impression of Hua Xiaoheng to begin with. Now that he heard what he said, he felt even closer to him. He tapped his hand on his knee and began to hum a beautiful melody. Late at night, the garden was quiet and the leaves were no longer rustling. How beautiful the night was! How enchanting! What a quiet night! The small river flowed quietly with slight waves. The bright moon shone on the surface of the water, silver. I could vaguely hear someone singing softly. What a quiet night. My sweetheart sat by me and looked at me in silence. I wanted to tell you, but I was embarrassed, so I kept it in my heart. The long night is almost over, and the sky is just beginning to brighten. I sincerely wish you all the best. I hope that from now on, you and I will never forget that night on the outskirts of Moscow. I can sing this song too. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up, and she started humming along with Vladimir. Their voices matched perfectly, and even the driver in the front couldn't help but join in the chorus. Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji successfully stirred up the atmosphere and instantly got closer to the other party. She also exchanged social media accounts with the driver in the car, as well as Vladimir and the three of them, and became friends. She casually said, "If only you guys had QQ accounts. I have more QQ accounts." The other party immediately said, "Then let's add each other as friends. Gun Yinji, or is there really is QQ accounts equals hashtag." The three of them took out their phones and scanned each other's QR codes to add each other as friends. Gun Yinji immediately sent an emoji pack and a red packet. "Haha, I have a red packet. I have a red packet." Vladimir looked at his red packet happily and smiled. "What about me? What about me?" The middle-aged driver turned around and asked Gun Yinji anxiously, "How much red packet did you give me?" What Xiaoheng couldn't help but say to the driver, who kept turning back, "Drive carefully. The red packet can be kept for 24 hours. You don't have to open it immediately." Gun Yinji, when they got out of the car in front of the Kremlin, the middle-aged KGB driver and the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, regretted not having met Gun Yinji earlier. They couldn't wait to become sworn brothers and sisters with different surnames. The three siblings smiled with their backs to the magnificent and brightly colored Kremlin on the Red Square as they took a group photo. Between the two sturdy human bears stood a beautiful, elf-like girl. Together, they made a peace sign and cheered, perfectly illustrating the combination of beauty and beast. Hua Xiaoheng held his phone and took pictures of the three of them expressionlessly. His heart was filled with both sadness and indescribable pride. His field personnel had spent so much time in Moscow, but they hadn't been able to find the online social media account of the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir. Gun Yinji had actually managed to get her hands on it so easily. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1223, Add Me as a Friend. P.S. The lyrics here are Mr. Schwefan's translation of Evening on the Outskirts of Moscow. I like it very much, moi. Chapter 1234. The three of them happily took several photos, then gathered together to choose the best one. They asked Hua Xiaoheng to send it to their phones with Gun Yinji's phone. "Serious, nice to meet you. How many days are you going to stay in Moscow? I can take you out to play when I'm free." The middle-aged driver suggested enthusiastically. He opened his red packet and found that it was more than 2 yuan more than Vladimir's. He was in a great mood. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said with a smile, "I still have something to do. I have to accompany the leader." She winked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng, "Oh, understood, understood." The middle-aged driver nodded repeatedly. "Then I won't keep you guys any longer. Anyway, you have my phone number, my QQ account, and my social media account. Send me a message if you need anything." Okay. If there's anything, let's contact each other online." Gun Yinji waved at him. "I just added you on WeChat. Hurry up and accept. Then I like your WeChat moments." After Gun Yinji added their phone numbers, she found that they both had WeChat, so she immediately chose to add them as friends. It was easier to add a WeChat account than a QQ account. You could add them as long as you saw the phone number. Of course, most of it required the other party to click through. The middle-aged driver quickly clicked pass, and the relationship between the two of them became even closer. The second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, heard this and quietly looked at his phone. He found that Gun Yinji had also asked to add him on WeChat. He immediately smiled and clicked pass. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Vladimir's WeChat account without batting an eyelid. He immediately discovered it. He flipped his phone and put it back into his pocket. He smiled and said, "I can add Sirius as friends, but I can't add you." Hua Xiaoheng. After taking the photo and liking it, the middle-aged driver asked them to get in the car and continue driving forward. The car drove in between the strict red walls and pointed towers and stopped directly in front of an inconspicuous small door next to the main entrance of the Kremlin. Vladimir got out of the car first. He opened the door for Hua Xiaoheng, and Gun Yinji stopped smiling and said seriously, "The president is waiting for you." Hua Xiaoheng was already mentally prepared when the car drove in the direction of the Kremlin. The Kremlin is the office building of the Russian president. If someone wanted to see him, and it was the big shot that Vladimir, the second-in-command of the KGB, Xiaoheng couldn't think of anyone else other than the president. However, now that his guess had been confirmed by Vladimir, he was still slightly moved. Of course, he still looked calm and composed on the surface. Even his eyes were perfectly controlled, and it was impossible to see any fluctuations in his emotions. Although Vladimir looked careless, he was actually very meticulous, and he was used to using this look to confuse others and make them let down their guard. After all, he was the second-in-command of the KGB. If he really wasn't smart, he wouldn't have climbed to this position. Seeing that Xiaoheng was so calm despite his young age, she admired him even more. She waved her hand forward and said, "Please." Xiaoheng nodded and followed him through the small door. Gun Yinji followed closely behind Xiaoheng. Through the small door, there was a winding path paved with multicolored stones. On both sides of the path were beautiful flower beds with bright colors. It was the most beautiful season of the year in Moscow. The flowers were in full bloom, and butterflies surrounded them. Gun Yinji kept her head down, and her eyes couldn't help but be attracted by the multicolored stone patterns on the winding path. However, she only looked at the patterns for a while before she felt dizzy and quickly looked away. Xiaoheng didn't even look sideways as he followed Vladimir all the way into the presidential office building. There were armed guards waiting in front of the door. As soon as Vladimir walked over, the guards immediately stood together and raised their right arms to salute him. They said loudly, "Simulina," then, "Kara, always here." "Attention! Salute!" Vladimir nodded and led Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji through the door of the office building. The security inside the presidential office building was even tighter. After Gun Yinji entered, she was led to a sofa in the reception area by a female Russian soldier. Vladimir was on the phone with the president's secretary to arrange for Xiaoheng to go in and see the president. The hall was quiet. Even Vladimir went to a small room on the side of the hall to close the door before making the call. Gun Yinji didn't dare look around. Just as she was wondering if she should take out her phone to play with it for a while, she heard a clear and loud woman's laughter coming down the stairs from the second floor. There was also a round of rapid Russian words that rolled out like beans being fried. Gun Yinji didn't understand Russian, but the woman's voice made her heart itch. Seeing that the voice was getting closer and closer, and that it seemed to be coming down from upstairs, Gun Yinji saw that the Russian female soldier who had brought her here was looking at the stairs. She quickly turned her head to look. She just happened to see a plump, short young Russian woman coming down from the second floor. She walked with great charm, and it was obvious that she had a very good foundation in dancing. Her neck was raised 45 degrees, and it seemed that she didn't forget to pose when she went downstairs. She turned a corner and stopped to say something to the people upstairs. Then a man upstairs also said something. The woman immediately waved her hand and let out another string of bell-like laughter before turning around. Gun Yinji saw her face. It was indeed very beautiful. It was a very flamboyant face, a typical Slavic beauty. Her large eyes were sunken inwards, her nose was high, and her mouth was a little big, but her lips were very full. She wore orange-red lipstick, and it matched her leopard print tights perfectly. She was like a seductive leopard girl. Although she wasn't tall, her figure was very well proportioned. Her legs were relatively long, but they were a little thick. It was obvious that she had been trained. The woman walked out of the presidential office building like a gust of wind. Before Gun Yinji could look away, she heard someone speaking on the other side of the stairs. It was the man who had spoken to the leopard print lady earlier, but this time, he didn't speak Russian. Instead, he spoke English with a Russian accent. "Are you Major General Hua from the Huaxia Empire? Hello, I'm Pushin." The man extended his hand to Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji trembled when she heard this. So this man was the Russian president. Then that leopard print girl, just now, she seemed to have seen some great secret. Gun Yinji quickly turned her head away and looked at the coffee table in front of her anxiously. After a while, when Xiaoheng and the others went upstairs and the voices upstairs could no longer be heard, Gunyinji quietly looked at the Russian female soldier who had accompanied her and asked in English, "Do you speak English?" As someone who would die if she didn't gossip, Gunyinji couldn't help but try to get some information out of her. The female soldier finally withdrew her envious gaze from behind the leopard print girl who had just left the door. "Yes, I do." She smiled and nodded. "That's great." Gunyinji sat up straight and waved at the female soldier. "Come, sit down and talk. By the way, do you have a QQ account? I'll send you a red packet. Thank you for your hard work today." Red packet. The female soldier's eyes lit up, and she quickly took out her phone. "I have a QQ account. I haven't been playing for long, so I don't know how to use a lot of functions. But I know how to use a red packet." Gunyinji smiled and tapped her fingers lightly. Soon, she and the female soldier scanned each other's QR codes to add each other as friends. Then, she took out a red packet and sent a red packet. When a Russian female soldier saw such a large red packet, she smiled so widely that her eyes couldn't be seen. She said, "Oh, I used to only get a few kopecks when I snatched red packets. I've never snatched such a big red packet before." One Huaxia dollar could be exchanged for 6 rubles, so Gunyinji sent her a red packet of 66 yuan. If converted into rubles, it would be more than 500 rubles. It was a small windfall. She couldn't help being even more affectionate towards Gunyinji. After the two of them got to know each other, Gunyinji asked quietly, "Who was that girl just now? She's so beautiful. Don't you know her?" The Russian female soldier also looked like she was eager to share some gossip with someone. There were some things she didn't dare tell her family or her colleagues in the army. But Gunyinji was a foreign tourist. It should be fine if she told her. Gunyinji shook her head and asked with great interest. "She seems to have come down from upstairs. Is she a staff member of your president's staff?" She's not." The Russian female soldier lowered her voice and whispered into Gunyinji's ear, "She's a world-famous gymnastics champion, but now she's our president's girlfriend." Gunyinji's eyes widened. "Doesn't your president have a wife?" "They're divorced a long time ago." The Russian female soldier quickly put her finger to her mouth to shush her. "Don't tell anyone. They already have a son. It's just that they haven't made it public." Gunyinji's heart was pounding. She nodded stiffly. "Yes, I definitely won't tell anyone." At that moment, in the office of the Russian president, Hua Xiaoheng was saluting the more powerful Russian president. The Russian president, Pushin, was only 7 meters tall, but he looked like he was 8 meters tall. He was 1 meter taller than the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir. In front of Hua Xiaoheng, who was 88 meters tall, Pushin's aura wasn't weak at all. He looked at Hua Xiaoheng with his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "When I first entered politics, I was your age." Hua Xiaoheng quickly lowered his head and said, "You flatter me, His Excellency. I'm just a small soldier. I'm not comparable to the president. You're too modest." Pushin smiled and invited him to sit down. "I heard that you were here more than a week ago, so I wanted to see you. I didn't expect you to leave again." Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips, and his eyes quickly swept over Vladimir's face, who was standing behind Pushin. When the hairy Vladimir didn't speak, his entire face was buried in his beard, so it was impossible to see his expression. When Vladimir saw this, he spoke up to help him out. "Our president heard that you killed Li Dushi, so he specially received you." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and said non-committally, "I really didn't kill Li Dushi. I don't deserve this credit." Indeed, he hadn't done it himself. It was by Shuang. "Oh, then who was so powerful as to kill Li Dushi?" The Russian president was from the KGB, so he still attached great importance to intelligence from various countries. It was a woman, but she and Li Dushi died together. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment, then told them a little about Bai Shuang. Of course, he didn't mention Bai Shuang's name, but only mentioned her contributions to the country. "Huh, what a pity, what a pity." Pushin and Vladimir shook their heads together to express their regret. After asking about this matter, Pushin indicated that he was seeing them off. He stood up and said, "The day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition. We will meet again then." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said with a smile, I'm here for the opening ceremony. After meeting the Russian president, Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji were sent directly by Vladimir to a 4-star hotel next to the military camp where their delegation was staying. Now that the Huaxia Empire's Special Forces delegation had their own official instructors, it was inconvenient for Hua Xiaoheng, a nominal leader, to stay in the military camp. Besides, he wanted to spend more time with Gun Yinji, so he agreed to stay in the hotel. The delegation booked 2 rooms for them. Hua Xiaoheng's was a suite, and Gun Yinji's was a little worse. She had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng now, so it was impossible for her to stay in the same room publicly. Gun Yinji didn't care. She happily put down her luggage, sent Vladimir away, and came to talk to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng was checking the suite to see if there were any pinhole cameras or recording equipment. Gun Yinji took her phone and sat on the sofa. She smiled and said, "Hua Xiao, come and look at my WeChat moments. It's really high-end." The Special Operations Forces, the KGB, and the Gestapo were all caught in one fell swoop. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1224, High-End WeChat Moments. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1235, including the elites of the 3 kingdoms. It's a pity that I don't have anyone from the CIA in my circle of friends. Gun Yinji was happy, but also a little regretful. Hua Xiaoheng snorted. What about Mossad? Do you want it? I have their contact information. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up. She ran over and clasped her hands together to cup them under her chin. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng pleadingly. Her large eyes with contact lenses fluttered, and her long eyelashes fluttered like 2 rows of small fans, making Hua Xiaoheng's mouth go dry. He turned around and gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He grabbed a bottle of iced mineral water from the fridge and drank it before saying indifferently, "Stop messing around. I was just teasing you, and you actually believed it." Gun Yinji pouted. They're all big shots. I can't afford to offend them. Hua Xiaoheng walked around the room again and said, I've checked everything here. There's nothing wrong, but I'm still worried. Gun Yinji was confused. Didn't you check everything? Why are you worried? This apartment is too big, so it's not easy to search. Although I've searched once, I feel like I might have missed some places. I'll take you back to your room. It's getting late. You should rest early. Hua Xiaoheng put the bottle of mineral water back into the fridge. Okay. Gun Yinji didn't suspect anything and followed the stern-faced Hua Xiaoheng to her room. Gun Yinji's room was a very ordinary king-sized room, which meant that there was only one bed. The room wasn't big, and there was a small sofa inside. Behind the sofa was a Russian-style screen. Behind the screen was a large bed. On the other side of the big bed was a bright floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window was a small balcony. There were 2 rattan chairs on the balcony. If it wasn't cold at night, you could sit on the rattan chairs and watch the stars. Gun Yinji had only brought her suitcase in and hadn't even packed it yet. As soon as they entered the house, Hua Xiaoheng turned off the lights. Thick golden velvet curtains hung in front of the French windows, blocking out light and soundproofing. As soon as the lights were turned off, the room was plunged into darkness. Hua Xiaoheng took out a device that specialized in detecting infrared devices at night and aimed it at the room to investigate carefully. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know if it was because Gun Yinji was an insignificant person in the eyes of those people, or because she had hit it off with the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, and had become good friends despite the difference in age. Hua Xiaoheng didn't find any secret cameras or listening devices in Gun Yinji's hotel room. He had just found 2 pinhole cameras and a mini recorder at his place, all of which were remotely controlled through the internet. Hua Xiaoheng had deliberately said in his room that he hadn't found anything, because he was sure that someone was monitoring his room remotely from the other end. By saying that, he could numb those people. Otherwise, if the other party found a way to install a new camera on him, it would really be impossible to guard against it. Gun Yinji held her phone and leaned against the wall by the door. She scrolled through her WeChat moments and asked Hua Xiaoheng, Did you find it? Can you turn on the lights now? Hua Xiaoheng used the device to check every corner of the house, then the bathroom, the ceiling, and even the safe. There were indeed no cameras or recording devices. Hua Xiaoheng put away the device and put it in his pocket. He looked up and saw Gu Nianji leaning against the wall with her phone in her hand. The phone screen emitted a faint fluorescent light, illuminating her small face in the dark. It was even brighter than the phone screen. Hua Xiaoheng swallowed again and walked over to take the phone away from Gu Nianji's hand. He then wrapped one hand around her waist and the other around the back of her head. He positioned her so that she would be kissed with her head raised. He leaned over and kissed her. Gu Nianji whimpered and wanted to push Hua Xiaoheng away. However, as soon as Hua Xiaoheng's warm lips touched hers, she instantly forgot about it. She only wanted to hug him and cling to him. Gu Nianji didn't know when Hua Xiaoheng left that night. She was so tired that she fell asleep immediately. Hua Xiaoheng was the one who fetched water for her and wiped her body. She woke up once in the middle of the night, but there was no one beside her. She knew that Hua Xiaoheng must have left, so she didn't care. She turned over and continued to sleep. When she woke up the next day, she thought she was dreaming when she saw Hua Xiaoheng sitting by the bed and flipping through her phone. Gu Nianji rubbed her eyes and sat up. She yawned and asked, "Where did you sleep last night?" "Of course it was my room. Did I spend the night in your room?" Hua Xiaoheng turned around with a smile and handed the phone to her. "Your two new friends really like to post on their WeChat moments." Gu Nianji snatched the phone and pouted. "How did you turn on my phone?" She had clearly deleted Hua Xiaoheng's fingerprints. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and held Gu Nianji's hand. He tapped her left thumb. "When you were sleeping, I used your thumb to turn on the phone." Gu Nianji was speechless again. Okay, there was nothing wrong with that. However, Gu Nianji was still unhappy. "Don't look at my phone if you have nothing to do. I also have my privacy." Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but didn't say anything. Gu Nianji felt short of breath when she looked at him. Yes, talking about privacy in front of Hua Xiaoheng? Wasn't this the new era of showing off in front of an expert? Or perhaps it should be called talking about privacy. Gu Nianji braced herself and said, "Even if you have the authority, you can't use it indiscriminately. Besides, you're looking at my phone. Can I look at your phone? If I can't, you..." She had originally thought that Hua Xiaoheng's phone wouldn't be seen by just anyone, including her. In her mind, Hua Xiaoheng had too many secrets, and his phone was probably the only thing comparable to the advanced computer in the central control room of the Special Operations Forces. He would never let anyone see it. But before she could finish her sentence, Hua Xiaoheng had already said, "Okay." He then took out his phone and handed it to Gu Nianji without hesitation. "I'll show you. You're really letting me see anything I want." Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised and emphasized the word anything. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "Anything." Gu Nianji happily took the phone from Hua Xiaoheng's hand and pressed it. She found that Hua Xiaoheng's phone actually had her fingerprint saved, and he could use her fingerprint to turn on the phone. She immediately smiled. He was quite self-aware, so it was easy to check on him. Gu Nianji had never checked Hua Xiaoheng's phone. This time, Hua Xiaoheng had taken the initiative to come to her, so she wasn't going to hold back. Hua Xiaoheng handed over his phone and asked Gu Nianji for her phone. "Let's exchange equally." Gu Nianji smiled and put her phone back in Hua Xiaoheng's hand. She only focused on looking at Hua Xiaoheng's phone. However, as soon as she swiped open Hua Xiaoheng's phone, she knew that she had lost out. Hua Xiaoheng's phone only had text messages and WeChat. There were no other social media apps. When she opened his WeChat, there were only 4 people: Ms. Song, Gu Nianji, Zhao Liangzi, and In Xixiao. Gu Nianji chuckled. "Hua Xiao, don't you have a conscience for fooling me with such an empty phone?" Gu Nianji poked Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder with her finger. Hua Xiaoheng didn't turn around. He grabbed her finger and pressed on her phone again. "What are you doing?" Gu Nianji was curious. She had clearly turned on the phone. "Deduct payment. I've recharged your wallet again. If you send more red packets, I can reimburse you for the event expenses." Hua Xiaoheng turned around to look at her. Gu Nianji had just woken up, but she didn't seem to have slept well. There was a faint gray under her eyes, but her skin was as moist as freshly peeled lychee meat. With a gentle poke, it felt like juice would flow out. Hua Xiaoheng recalled last night, and his Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His voice suddenly became low. Go wash up, and then we'll go down for breakfast. Gun Yinji replied with an "oh," and slowly lifted the blanket. She got out of bed in a strange position. Your leg is still uncomfortable? Hua Xiaoheng reached out to support her. Gun Yinji rolled her eyes at him. You already know the answer. She was about to turn off her phone when she saw another little red dot on her WeChat Moments. Did someone just post it on WeChat Moments? Gun Yinji quickly clicked on it. It was actually Reinitz, who had never posted on WeChat Moments before. Damn, what day is it today? Is it the wedding anniversary of the KGB and the Gestapo? Gun Yinji muttered as she glanced at it, then froze. Reinitz's profile picture was still a blonde, blue-eyed military uniform registration photo. His religiously ascetic face was revealed in the small, buzz-cut profile picture, which made him even more seductive. This was the first post he had posted on WeChat Moments that morning. Bringing a team to Moscow to participate in the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition. The accompanying photo was of the military airport on the outskirts of Moscow. Below the plane, there were also vague, tall Germanic Special Forces soldiers. Gun Yinji gasped and quickly pushed Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, Reinitz is also here to participate in the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition. Do you think he's really here to participate in the opening ceremony, or is he targeting us? Hua Xiaoheng frowned. Reinitz is here too? He doesn't belong to the Special Forces system. Could it be that he was also trying to cover up some ulterior motive like him? As she spoke, Gun Yinji had already liked Reinitz's post on WeChat Moments and left a comment. Welcome to Moscow. It's beautiful here, and the food is delicious. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji's fingers. She had liked it too quickly. He was just about to remind Gun Yinji not to interact with Reinitz, but before Hua Xiaoheng could say anything, Gun Yinji received a few voice messages on WeChat. They were sent from Reinitz's profile picture. This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1225, I Have Privacy Too. At 8 o'clock p.m., the third update. Mwax. Chapter 1236. Gun Yinji looked at Reinitz's instant voice message and was a little speechless. She had just left a message. Hua Xiaoheng saw Gun Yinji's uneasy expression and smiled. Listen to it and see what he wants. Okay. Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind, so Gun Yinji clicked on Reinitz's voice message. Reinitz's clear baritone voice came from her phone. He spoke in German and seemed to say without thinking. Serious. You're also in Moscow? When did you get here? Let's have dinner together when you have time. The last message was a little longer than the previous ones, and it was immediately deleted after it was sent. Gun Yinji didn't have time to open it. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms and said, Are you going to eat with him? Gun Yinji shook her head. Forget it. I don't know what to say when I see him. I think of Li Dashi whenever I see him, and then I think of Bai Shuang. This memory was so bad that Gun Yinji didn't want to relive it. Hua Xiaoheng was relieved. It's good that you know. Get up quickly. I'll take you out to play after breakfast. Huh? Go out to play? Where? Gun Yinji was very happy. Are you free? Can you go out? It won't affect your work, right? She was still thinking about his work at a time like this. Hua Xiaoheng's heart warmed slightly. He patted her head, and his voice involuntarily softened. It's okay. I can accompany you all day today. Tomorrow was the opening ceremony of the National Special Forces competition. Today, everyone was resting, and the military camps were not training today. Everyone was given a collective day off. Many Special Forces soldiers also went out to play together. Gun Yinji happily washed up, changed into clothes for going out, and went downstairs to the hotel with Hua Xiaoheng for breakfast. The hotel's breakfast place was a buffet. A row of cupboards against the wall was filled with a dazzling array of food. On the side of the cupboards at the entrance were all kinds of fruits, and there were many tropical fruits, which was rare in Moscow, which was a relatively high latitude. Large bunches of yellow bananas were so sweet that they were sickeningly sweet. The bright red cherries were sweet and juicy. The green apples didn't look sour. Instead, there was a hint of sourness in the sweetness, just enough to arouse one's appetite. Strawberries and flat peaches were almost the same size when placed next to each other. There was also watermelon, pineapple, mango, and melon, all cut into slices and placed neatly on shiny silver plates. Gunyinji looked around as she walked. She casually picked up the buffet plate and filled it with some cherries and mangoes. She stirred on a natural yogurt and ate it. After passing the fruit section, there were all kinds of nuts and dried berries. Of course, there were also the essential raisins and dried cranberries. Then there were all kinds of drinks, including the famous sparkling mineral water, all kinds of freshly squeezed fruit juices, beer, red wine, and even vodka. The corners of Gunyinji's mouth twitched when she saw the vodka. Someone's drinking vodka so early in the morning? Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but said nothing. What kind of misunderstanding was this about a warrior race? The men here would rather live without women than without vodka. And the women here drink industrial alcohol like vodka. Gunyinji walked past the beverage section and didn't even glance at the salad and cheese sections before stopping at the meat section. As expected of the meat section, the aroma of the food wafted over. Gunyinji roughly counted. There were at least a dozen types of ham, sausages, and smoked salmon. Next to the meat section was the bread section. There were more than 20 kinds of bread to choose from. People who had difficulty choosing would probably want to cry when they saw so much food. Gunyinji was very picky about meat. Her favorite seafood wasn't available here, so she chose smoked salmon and mixed grain bread. She broke the mixed grain bread in half and sandwiched the smoked salmon in the middle. It was just like eating Rujiamo at home. Gunyinji ate happily. Hua Xiaoheng waited for her to finish eating before giving her a small bowl of something that looked like honey jelly. He said, "Try this. It's very rare in the country." "Huh? What's this?" Gunyinji took a bite curiously. It tasted a little like fungus. It was a little soft and tender, but it was so sweet. "Beehive," Hua Xiaoheng said with a smile. Gunyinji, just as she was about to spit out the beehive, Hua Xiaoheng said again, "It's for beauty." Gunyinji, she had to swallow it even with her eyes closed. After eating the sweet beehive, Hua Xiaoheng brought Gunyinji a cup of Russian black tea. It could relieve her of the grease. Gunyinji looked at the cup used by the hotel to drink black tea. It was just an ordinary glass with a handle, but the cup was pasted with a medieval bronze mural. It was immediately of a different grade. It looked like a work of art. I have to say, the artistic temperament of the Russians is still unparalleled. Gunyinji sighed. They have Tolstoy in literature, Repin in painters, and Tchaikovsky in music. Each of them is one of the best in the world. That's right, Hua Xiaoheng said with a smile. The design and painting of their Tu-160 nuclear bomber are so beautiful that you can't believe it's a long-range nuclear strategic bomber. It's as beautiful as a white swan flying high with its head held high. Although its real name is the pirate flag, everyone who has seen it calls it the white swan. Gunyinji's expression was subtle. She was sighing about literature, art, music, and all the other beautiful things, while Hua Xiaoheng's attention was focused on the beautiful, white swan-like nuclear strategic long-range bomber. Gunyinji pursed her lips and couldn't help retorting. "Are you sure a nuclear strategic bomber can be compared to literature and art? One was to create beauty, and the other was to destroy beauty. How is there any similarity? You don't believe me?" Hua Xiaoheng took out his phone and found a few online pictures of the Tu-160. "Take a look for yourself. If it doesn't look good, consider it my loss." Gunyinji glanced at it doubtfully, and her gaze was immediately attracted by the plane that was flying freely like a white swan. Between the blue sky and white clouds, a large plane with very smooth lines wandered between the clouds. The slender front end of the fuselage really looked like a beautiful and proud white swan. The white paint didn't reflect at all when it was so close to the sunlight. It didn't have the aggressive layer of light that was blinding. Instead, under the sunlight, it looked even more gentle and affectionate. It was like a lover's fair face, making people feel close to it. Gunyinji could hardly breathe freely. After a long while, she let out a long sigh and said, "Are you sure this is a nuclear strategic bomber?" This color is so beautiful. It's so white, but it's not dazzling at all under the sun. How did such a beautiful thing get mixed up with that kind of strategic deterrent weapon? Did something strange sneak in? Gun Yinji had only seen the United States U-2 stealth plane, which was as evil and ghostly as a black bat. She had never seen such a noble and beautiful bomber. She always felt that such a beautiful thing didn't match the word nuclear bombing. This is Russia's most advanced matte white air camouflage paint. It can also reflect and interfere with radar detection signals, making it a stealth plane. Hua Xiaoheng sighed. It's a pity that even Russia can't build such a good plane. Gun Yinji. The prototype crashed during the test flight, and a lot of valuable information was lost. The engineers from back then had already passed away, and their blueprints were like heavenly books. After the collapse of the former Soviet Union, the Tu-160's information was incomplete, and new White Swans couldn't be built. Now there are only 8 White Swans in service, and one lost means one less. Hua Xiaoheng was very familiar with the Tu-160. Gun Yinji couldn't help wondering how long he had coveted this thing. After breakfast, the two of them left the hotel and walked towards St. Basil's Ascension Cathedral in Moscow. Seeing the tall building with 9 onions in the distance, Gun Yinji blinked. Isn't this the Kremlin and Red Square we came to yesterday? Yes, this cathedral is on the edge of Red Square. Since when did you like churches? Gun Yinji was puzzled. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and led her away. His fingers rubbed the ring box he had bought earlier in his pocket. Hua Xiaoheng, who had always been calm, was slightly excited. But he still didn't say anything and led her into the church. There were very few people in the church in the morning. Gun Yinji was attracted by the colorful murals around her, and her eyes couldn't take it all in. Hua Xiaoheng was about to speak when he suddenly heard a low voice coming from a corner of the church's confession hall. He looked up, and his gaze suddenly froze. The archbishop of the church was wearing a black Orthodox robe and was talking to a tall man standing in front of him. The man had his back to them and was also wearing a monk's robe. Not long after, the man drew a cross in front of his chest and turned to leave. He turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji in front of him. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Gun Yinji's gaze turned and stopped on the man in black monk's robe in front of her. It was actually Reinitz. Gun Yinji's eyes suddenly widened. Why was Reinitz wearing a priest's robe? This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1226, in my lifetime. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1237. Reinitz was about the same height as Hua Xiaoheng, so he should also be about 188 meters tall. The visual error wouldn't be more than 1 centimeter. Also, because of his eating habits, work nature, and years of exercise, Reinitz also had a very strong and fit body, just like Hua Xiaoheng. But this time, Gun Yinji looked at Reinitz, who was wearing a black priest uniform with gold trim, and noticed that he had lost a lot of weight. His facial features were even sharper as a mountain peak. His slightly sunken blue eyes were like the calm surface of the sea, without any ripples. However, when he suddenly saw Gun Yinji, he was slightly moved. He walked towards Gun Yinji and ignored Hua Xiaoheng. Standing in front of Gun Yinji, he lowered his head and smiled faintly. Serious. I didn't expect our hearts to be connected. Even without an appointment, they still met here. Gun Yinji looked at Reinitz with a complicated expression. She acutely sensed that his entire aura was different. In the past, no matter how he pretended to be gentle or cold, he always had a passion that was unique to Reinitz. But now that she saw Reinitz standing in front of her, she could no longer feel his vigor and enthusiasm. It was as if he had seen everything and nothing could stir up his passion for life. Gun Yinji's gaze moved down inch by inch to look at the shiny brass buttons on Father Reinitz's uniform. She saw them all the way from his neck to his knees. The tailored priest's uniform accentuated Reinitz's broad shoulders, narrow waist, and tall figure. A beam of sunlight shone through the stained glass windows of the church and reflected on Reinitz's blonde hair, as if it were a golden crown on him. His religious sense of asceticism was even more extraordinary, as if he was about to ascend to heaven and become an immortal in the next moment. Gunyinji's eyes flashed, and she smiled. Reinitz, what are you up to this time? The last time I saw you, you were pretending to be a woodcutter on a farm in the Alps, and now you're cosplaying as an Orthodox priest? Oh no, you must be a Christian priest, right? A Catholic priest. But I'm not cosplaying. Reinitz was ridiculed by Gunyinji, but he wasn't angry at all. His smile was very gentle, and it was different from the way he usually behaved. The previous warmth was the temperature of a fire wrapped in ice. Right now, his gentleness was like lukewarm water that could be seen through at a glance. Even Hua Xiaoheng frowned in surprise. Gunyinji clicked her tongue and waved her hand. No, if you're a real Catholic priest right now, I'll broadcast you pole dancing live. Hua Xiaoheng's breath froze for a moment. For a moment, Reinitz's faith in becoming a priest was almost shaken. However, they quickly calmed themselves down. Reinitz laughed heartily this time. Then I'll wait and see. Where are you going to show me? I'll find you a place where you can do pole dancing. No way. What was going on? My feet hurt. QAQ. Gunyinji had always been good at shooting people in the foot, but this time she had tasted what it was like to shoot herself in the foot. Major General Reinitz, please don't tease our Nyinji. She's a straightforward person and believes whatever people say. It's better not to make such jokes. Hua Xiaoheng spoke for Gunyinji. What a joke. He hadn't seen Gunyinji pole dance yet. Who did Reinitz think he was? Reinitz stopped smiling and looked at Hua Xiaoheng calmly. I'm not joking. You're really a priest? Gunyinji asked in surprise. But you just posted on your WeChat moments this morning that you're leading a team to participate in the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition. I never knew that a priest could be the leader of your country's special forces. Reinitz drew a cross on his chest and said lightly, Mr. Li Dushi was supposed to be leading the team, but he met with misfortune in Cape Town, so our bureau recalled me from the monastery. I'm only temporarily replacing Mr. Li Dushi. When they find a suitable candidate, I'll continue to return to the monastery. So it was because of Li Dushi. Gunyinji calmed down and shrugged. So that's how it is. Then I haven't lost, because you're not a priest right now, right? She emphasized the word right now. Reinitz stared at her for a while and smiled slowly. Sirius is still so unreasonable. Okay, this time, you owe me a pole dance. Gunyinji pulled a long face. No way. You were a priest before and were recalled to be the team leader. Of course, you're not a priest anymore. How can you be so unreasonable? Reinitz wanted to say that his role as the team leader was only a part-time job. Even if he came to Moscow, he was ordered by the church to discuss future cooperation with the Archbishop of the Eastern Orthodox Church. But seeing Gunyinji's reluctant face and Hua Xiaoheng's sullen expression, Reinitz didn't insist. He smiled slightly. Okay, that's all. It just so happens that I have something to discuss with Major General Hua. Should we talk here, or should we go out and find a place to talk? Hua Xiaoheng sighed, slightly in his heart, and took his hand out of his trouser pocket. He put one hand on Gunyinji's shoulder and said, I'm off today. I don't want to talk about business. It's not business. I want to talk to you in a personal capacity. Reinitz paused, and the expression on his face faded again. There are some things I want to ask you about Li Dushi. There are also some things I want to tell you about Gunyinji. Hua Xiaoheng tightened his grip on Gunyinji's shoulder. Gunyinji thought that Hua Xiaoheng was interested, so she quickly said, Okay then, let's go out and find a restaurant to eat. We could talk while we eat, okay? You sent me a WeChat message this morning saying that you wanted to treat me to dinner. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and glanced at Gunyinji expressionlessly. You just had breakfast. We can slowly find a restaurant and walk there. Just treat it as digestion. Gunyinji felt that she was very understanding. She didn't need Hua Xiaoheng to say more to understand what he meant. I checked the restaurant ratings here when I came. There are a few good Russian restaurants not far away. Of course, it'll take at least half an hour to walk there. Okay, let's walk slowly and talk slowly. Reinitz agreed immediately. I know a good restaurant about a mile from here. It's less than half an hour's walk. We can listen to music while we eat. It's said that's where Tchaikovsky composed music. Tchaikovsky was Russia's most famous musician. The ballets composed by him, Swan Lake, Sleeping Beauty, and The Nutcracker, were world famous. Gun Yinji immediately nodded. Okay, then let's go and have a look. When she said this, she was asking for Hua Xiaoheng's opinion. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and said leisurely, "Since you both agree, I have no objections." Gun Yinji immediately noticed that there was a rare resentment in Hua Xiaoheng's words. This was too unusual. Wasn't he the one who wanted to talk to Reinitz? Gun Yinji suddenly felt a little wronged. She had always put Hua Xiaoheng first and thought about what he wanted. She had gone through hardships and hardships for him, but he didn't seem to appreciate it. The two of them didn't look at each other for a moment. Reinitz looked at the two of them in amusement and said humorously, "If you guys have a falling out, I won't be a monk anymore. I can renounce asceticism right away." Catholic priests couldn't get married. Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng looked down and smiled. "Major General Reinitz must be joking. We aren't having a falling out. This way, please." He stepped aside and let Reinitz lead the way. Reinitz glanced at Gun Yinji. "Serious, are you okay?" Gun Yinji didn't even look at Hua Xiaoheng and said angrily, "I'm fine. Reinitz, let's go and have a look at the restaurant you were talking about. I won't pay if it's not good." "I said it's my treat." "Of course, you don't have to pay." Reinitz naturally walked on Gun Yinji's other side. He and Hua Xiaoheng walked on either side, like Gun Yinji's two bodyguards. Hua Xiaoheng followed her quietly. Along the way, Reinitz looked at Gun Yinji several times and said, "Are you okay? Lidashi went to Cape Town for you. You didn't fall for it?" Although Gun Yinji was angry, she heard that Reinitz was asking about serious matters. She hesitantly glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and didn't know how to answer. Hua Xiaoheng kept his eyes straight ahead and didn't seem to be looking at Gun Yinji, but he had already noticed her small movements from the corner of his eye. After a moment of silence, Hua Xiaoheng said, "We are also very sorry about what happened to Lidashi. Father Reinitz, I'm afraid you will be disappointed today." This meant that Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't say a word. Even if Reinitz had evidence that Li Dashi went to Cape Town to kill Hua Xiaoheng and kidnap Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't be stupid enough to confess. In their line of work, there are many things that could be done but not said. Even if they were caught on the spot, they absolutely couldn't admit it. Gun Yinji understood Hua Xiaoheng's position and also remained silent. She didn't tell Reinitz about what happened in Cape Town. Reinitz saw that the two of them were still on guard, so he sighed and said, "I have no intention of pursuing the matter. I had no idea that Li Dashi went to Cape Town. I had already entered a convent at that time." Gun Yinji walked silently, feeling a little down. Hua Xiaoheng sighed softly and understood that he couldn't blame Gun Yinji. She had good intentions. He thought about it, then took the small box containing the ring out of his other pocket and put it in the pocket closest to Gun Yinji. Then he reached out and gently held Gun Yinji's hand. Their fingers were interlocked, and he put her hand in his pocket. They walked together on Moscow's Red Square. The gentle breeze blew gently, and Gun Yinji's black hair fluttered in the wind. As soon as Gun Yinji's hand entered Hua Xiaoheng's pocket, she felt Hua Xiaoheng pull her hand to feel the small square box in his pocket. Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng, smiled meaningfully at her. Although Gun Yinji didn't know what the small box was, her mood miraculously improved, because she understood that Hua Xiaoheng was implicitly explaining the change in his mood. It was all because of this small box. In the past, Hua Xiaoheng would never have done such a thing. Gun Yinji squeezed Hua Xiaoheng's hand in his pocket to show that she understood. Then she took her hand out and took Hua Xiaoheng's arm. She turned to Reinitz and said, "Reinitz, I believe you. But why did Li Dashi encounter misfortune on his trip to Cape Town this time?" "Because he wants you," Reinitz said bluntly. Gun Yinji, Hua Xiaoheng, wasn't surprised. He patted the back of Gun Yinji's hand that was holding his arm to reassure her not to be afraid. He looked up at Reinitz and said, "Is Li Dashi so determined to target Yinji because of the genetic data from the Yamato scientists during the war? But how much does that data have to do with Yinji?" Counting from Gu Haoze, Gun Yinji was already the third generation. Almost 100 years had passed. Could it be that Li Dashi also knew about Gun Yinji's special constitution? This was the first night watch for the day, Chapter 12:27, Because He Wants You. The second night watch at 1 p.m. and the third night watch at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 12:38. Because they were still on the street, Reinitz didn't answer. He smiled and pointed to the restaurant not far away. That's a very good Russian steakhouse. You can eat steak and serious, and I could try the authentic Russian food there. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and narrowed his eyes. The steakhouse looked like a castle. It had red walls and black tiles. The glass windows were like those of a church, and there were colored paintings on them. It was even more impressive when they walked in. It was decorated with gold and jade, just like the Kremlin. Gun Yinji's expression was a little subtle. She glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng followed Reinitz inside without batting an eyelid. A handsome Russian waiter in a white shirt, black trousers, and a small bow tie walked over to greet them. Reinitz said in fluent Russian, "Give us a private room with a large window." As he spoke, he stuffed a tip into the waiter's hand. "This way, please." The waiter greeted them warmly and brought them to the best private room in the restaurant. Because it wasn't noon yet, there weren't many people there, so no one in the restaurant objected when the waiter gave them the best private room. As they walked towards the private room, Gunyinji was looking at her phone as she walked. She was chatting with Chi-Chi, so she was at the back. At that moment, a familiar-looking leopard print girl walked past her and joked with the person at the front desk before swaggering away in her high heels. It was the girlfriend of the president they had met in the Kremlin yesterday. Gunyinji couldn't help asking the waiter, "Who is that? Is she familiar with you guys?" The waiter answered her in English, "That's our boss. This steakhouse is hers. She has many branches all over the country." Gunyinji suddenly understood. No wonder the decor here was comparable to the Kremlin. She was the future empress. Gunyinji smiled and winked at the waiter before walking into the private room. After sitting down, Gunyinji picked up the menu and looked at it. She immediately smiled. Reinitz really knew how to pick a restaurant. Although this steakhouse was famous for its steaks and beef burgers, it also served a variety of Russian dishes and had a lot of seafood to choose from. "What kind of seafood is delicious here?" Gunyinji asked the waiter. The waiter smiled and introduced her. "We have new king crabs from the Bering Strait. The meat is delicious and fat, and the taste is excellent. Miss, do you want one?" "King crab? What a grand name. All right, give me one." Gunyinji then asked Hua Xiaoheng and Reinitz, "Do you guys want a king crab each to try?" Before Hua Xiaoheng and Reinitz could speak, the corners of the waiter's mouth twitched a few times. He reminded Gunyinji, "Miss, the king crabs we have here are very big. One of them weighs about 5 kilograms. One king crab is enough for the three of you." Gunyinji almost shivered with joy. "Good heavens, I will definitely be able to eat a crab that weighs 10 kilograms today." Gunyinji didn't order the king crab after ordering it. Reinitz gestured for Hua Xiaoheng to continue ordering. Hua Xiaoheng picked up the menu and looked at it. Seeing that Gunyinji had already ordered the steamed king crab, Hua Xiaoheng casually ordered a medium-rare steak and a bottle of 1982 Lafite red wine. Reinitz said, "Drink the Lafite and have some boiled shrimp. It's made with mantis shrimp. The mantis shrimp here are said to be wild, not farmed." Mantis shrimp, also known as shrimp crawlers, was a creature that lived in the deep sea and had very delicious meat. Boiled shrimp with red wine. Yes, the food of a Gestapo priest was indeed extraordinary. After the dishes were ordered, the waiter brought them some cheese pastries and lettuce salad to warm up with the appetizers of the main course. When the dishes were served, Xiaoheng asked Reinitz again, "What do you want to say? How much do others know about what Li Deshi and you know?" Hua Xiaoheng's question was very subtle, but Reinitz and Gunyinji both understood. Reinitz leaned back in his chair, his expression as cold as ice. His words were even colder than ice shards. "Li Deshi knows something that even I don't know." He looked at Gunyinji meaningfully. "But I believe that if even I don't know, no one else will be able to talk about it." It was similar to what Hua Xiaoheng had guessed, but this didn't solve his confusion. Instead, his heart sank. Li Deshi coveted Gunyinji, which could be seen from the fact that he personally led people to Cape Town to set up a trap. But why? Could it be that Li Deshi knew about Gu Nianji's special constitution because of her genetic advantage? But Gu Nianji's grandfather, Gu Haoze, had clearly stated in the letter that the Yamato scientists' experiments had all failed. He wasn't a product of success, but a product of failure. Or did he misunderstand, and Gu Haoze was just being modest? But when he thought of that touching and passionate letter, Hua Xiaoheng rejected this idea. He believed that Gu Haoze wouldn't have had the energy to be polite at that time. What he said must have been the truth. So the genes of the Gu family probably hadn't improved. Hua Xiaoheng remembered why Gu Yanran and her mother, Gu Jing, had been adopted. It was to treat Gu Nianji's aunt, Gu Tian. Gu Nianji's illness occurred after giving birth. The genetic defect finally broke out, causing a complete loss of immunity. She died not long after giving birth. So Gu Nianji was also likely to have a genetic defect in this area, but hadn't shown yet. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed, and his expression became more serious. He said in a low voice, "I think you should know about Li Deshi. In fact, it wasn't just you. The Russian KGB and our Special Operations Forces all received the news." Reinhardt smiled. "Major General Hua, there's no need to hide it from me at this time. As I said, I'm no longer a staff member of the Federal Intelligence Agency. I'm only temporarily replacing Mr. Li Deshi to do some administrative work." And Reinhardt glanced at Gu Nianji. "If I wanted to tell you, I would have done so a long time ago." Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a few seconds and felt that Reinhardt could still be trusted. He didn't beat around the bush and said, "Li Deshi really died at the hands of a woman. That woman perished together with him." Reinhardt was a little surprised. "It wasn't you?" He had always thought that if there was anyone in the world who could deal with Li Deshi, it could only be Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. Gu Nianji also shook her head. She said unhappily, "Reinhardt, do you look down on women or something? Can't Li Deshi die at the hands of a woman? What's more, she also died with him." Thinking of Bai Shuang, Gu Nianji's eyes turned red. Reinhardt looked at her for a moment, then handed her a tissue and said, "Okay, I believe you, but Li Deshi isn't interested in women at all. It's not his woman. It's the woman he's trying to rope in," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "To be precise, it's the person he wants to instigate." Reinhardt suddenly realized. So he failed to instigate a rebellion and fell into a trap. Then he gave Hua Xiaoheng a thumbs up. "It seems that my speculation was correct. Li Deshi can only be defeated by you." He thought it was a trap set by Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and didn't explain. Anyway, Li Deshi was dead, so it wasn't a bad thing to make these Gestapo afraid. He would take some of the credit for the time being. But Bai Shuang really wasn't a trap set by him. Li Deshi died very quickly. He was shot in the carotid artery. Hua Xiaoheng gestured. "Is there anything else you want to ask?" "No, that's enough." Reinhardt raised his glass of red wine. "My feelings for him are very complicated. He was originally my godfather, but after learning about their previous plan, I couldn't face them anymore." "Reinhardt, you became a priest to escape?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. "But you're not that kind of person." "I'm that kind of person." Reinhardt lowered his eyes. "I don't want to be caught between the country and you anymore. I don't want to please both sides." Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng also didn't say anything. The three of them were quiet for a while. The waiter at the door of the private room knocked on the door, then came in with a dining cart. In the middle of the room was a large silver hemispherical plate with a lid. Inside was the 10-pound king crab. Gu Nianji's attention was immediately attracted by the king crab. As soon as it was placed on the table and the hemispherical lid was lifted, Gu Nianji immediately took out her phone and took photos of the king crab from various angles. Then she immediately posted it on her WeChat friend circle with the caption, "This is the first time I've eaten king crab from the Bering Strait. I hope it's really delicious." The KGB driver was the first to like it and commented, "This is very delicious, but it's so expensive." Gu Nianji, not long after, the second in command of the KGB, Vladimir, became the second person to like it and commented, "Previous post +1. Gu Nianji." Soon after, Ma Chichi also liked it and shouted, "It's so fresh, I want to eat it." In Shixian followed up, "Brother Xiong will take you to eat king crab and fly. Gu Nianji replied with a string of ellipses expressionlessly. Just as she posted on her WeChat friend circle, the waiter had already served all the dishes and left. Only the three of them and a table full of seafood, steak, and borscht were left in the private room. Hua Xiaoheng picked up his knife and fork and asked Reinitz as he cut the steak, "I told you everything about Li Dishi. Are you going to tell me about Nianji now?" This was the second update of the day. Chapter 1228, It's Not You. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Moi. Chapter 1239. Reinitz cut a king crab leg and took out a large piece of tender crab meat from a specialized crab eating tool. He placed it on the plate in front of him, dipped it in warm butter, and slowly ate it. King crabs only ate crab legs and pincers, but the body didn't have much meat. Gu Nianji cut off a crab pincer and placed it in front of her. She used the crab tool to crush it before removing the meat from the pincer. Hua Xiaoheng held his knife and fork and waited quietly for Reinitz. Reinitz ate 2 mouthfuls of crab meat and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin before saying, "It's a long story. I'd like to hear the details." Hua Xiaoheng nodded slightly and refused to give up on the topic. His gaze was very persistent. Reinitz glanced at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression. "Back then, we were actually pursuing Sirius's father, Gu Xiangwen, not her, because our data showed that the Gu family's daughter had a serious genetic defect that was very difficult to cure." When Gu Nianji heard this, the shiny silver crab tool in her hand fell onto her silver plate with a clang. She looked at Reinitz faintly and said, "Difficult to cure?" Her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji sat together across from Reinitz. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's back to calm her down. Reinitz's gaze was only focused on Gu Nianji. He looked at her silently and said, "I used to think so too. I told you that I worked at the Angel in the World Foundation for a period of time and took the opportunity to look through all of Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts and data. In fact, Gu Xiangwen later turned to biomedicine to treat his beloved daughter, Sirius. Gu Nianji, she wondered if her special constitution was unique to the Gu family's daughter or her." Hua Xiaoheng immediately took out his phone and found Xie Zhao's contact information. He sent him an encrypted text message and asked, "Is there anything unusual about Gu Tian's constitution?" Reinitz glanced at Hua Xiaoheng's phone and said without batting an eyelid, "But from Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts and letters, he didn't find a way to cure Sirius before something happened." Gu Nianji was at a loss again. At that moment, Xie Zhao had already texted Hua Xiaoheng back. "I knew from the beginning that her body was weaker than the average person's. Is this what makes her different from the average person?" Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback, and his expression became more and more serious. Mr. Li Dishi's interest in Sirius only appeared after Gu Xiangwen's accident. Before that, all his knowledge of Sirius came from me. This was also what confused Reinitz. He frowned and narrowed his beautiful blue eyes. 4 or 5 years ago, one night, he suddenly instructed me to focus on Sirius and that there was no need to investigate Gu Xiangwen anymore. "And you said?" Reinitz looked at Gu Nianji, his voice very gentle. "Is perfect, so perfect that it makes everyone jealous." At that moment, Gu Nianji organized Reinitz's words and asked sharply, "You mean Li Dishi suddenly has another source of information?" Reinitz nodded. "I'm guessing so, because I've never found evidence of your perfection, at least in your father's manuscripts. He's still trying to find a way to cure you, but he also said that the chances are very slim. So he dotes on you and loves you so much that he doesn't want you to be unhappy at all. He said that Sirius's days are numbered, and he only wants her to enjoy it as much as she can while she's alive. The meaning of living isn't in the length of time, but in the quality of life. So he dotes on you and turns you into an unruly and willful little princess. He doesn't allow anyone to say anything bad about you. He fires anyone who says anything. From Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts, your temper is indeed very bad. Although he wears a thick filter and records a lot of things that he thinks are very interesting, in my opinion, you're completely unruly and willful and annoying. But the people around you know that it's because you're not in good health, so they all forgive you and try their best to make you happy. To be honest, the angelic daughter in Gu Xiangwen's manuscripts isn't my tea. I only really became interested in you after I met you in the Alps. You're lively, cute, easygoing, generous, kind, but also vigilant. If someone treats you a little better, you want to return the favor tenfold. But if you find out that someone treats you badly, you immediately close yourself off and return the favor in kind. With this kind of personality, how can you be a spoiled little girl? Reinitz looked at Gun Yinji with fascination. You're completely different from the information I found, but you're even more lively and charming. I was unknowingly attracted to you until I couldn't help myself. The corners of Hua Xiaohing's mouth twitched. He knocked on the table to warn Reinitz. Father Reinitz, be aware of your status. I'm asking you to tell me what you know about Ninji, not to reveal your inner journey, and definitely not to confess. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise. Was Hua Xiaoheng jealous? How rare. She couldn't help but laugh and pat Hua Xiaoheng's thigh under the table to reassure him. Hua Xiaoheng's thigh muscles instantly tightened and became as hard as iron. As Reinitz spoke, his hands kept unwrapping the crab legs. Soon, he had a small plate of sharp crab meat, but he didn't eat it himself. Instead, he pushed it in front of Gun Yinji and said gently, "Here you go." Then she glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. "I'm not confessing. I've already confessed." Hua Xiaoheng, "I'm just saying that Li Dashi received information that I didn't know about. He thought that Sirius's genetic defect had been cured, and it was even more perfect. It was said that it even had the ability to repair itself. That's why he changed his target and did everything possible to get Sirius, so that he could continue our predecessor's research." Reinitz smiled bitterly. "Our predecessor's genetic optimization plan didn't succeed, and they've been brooding over it. It wasn't until Dashi found out that Sirius's appearance was probably due to humans solving this problem. This conjecture was too outrageous, so he didn't tell anyone. He only revealed a few words to his most trusted confidant, me, because he needed me to mate with Sirius and have children." Hua Xiaoheng was extremely uncomfortable with Reinitz saying the words, "have children," with Gun Yinji. He felt like vomiting, but more than that, he couldn't suppress his anger. He used all the restraint in his life to not stab the knife and fork in his hand into Reinitz's throat. Gun Yinji was also a little embarrassed, but the stone in her heart was lifted. She asked with a smile, "Then do you know where Li Dashi got the news that I had been cured? Was it really not my father?" Thinking of her special physique and the fact that she had once helped cure Song Jinning, Gun Yinji felt that it was probably possible that her genetic defect had been cured. Reinitz was even more confused and said, "It's not impossible. After all, many of your father's key things didn't fall into Guyenron's hands, so it's also possible that the information about the Angel and the World Foundation is incomplete." Gun Yinji became more confident. She looked at the time displayed on her phone and said, "In 2 weeks, the court will announce to the world that my father, Gu Xiangwen, is legally dead. That will be the 6-month deadline. After 2 weeks, if no one has any objections, I can take over all of my father's assets. At that time, let's see if there are any other discoveries. If anyone had any objections, then that person would have to prove that Gu Xiangwen wasn't dead. So no matter what, the truth should be waiting for them not far away." This was the third watch of the day. Chapter 1229, The Grumpy Little Girl. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1240. Reinitz's expression was still calm and gentle. His blue eyes were clear and indifferent. He looked at Gun Yinji and drew a cross on his chest. He said gently, "May God bless you with your wishes." Gun Yinji smiled brightly. "I hope so." Hua Xiaoheng raised his wine glass calmly. To Mr. Gu. Actually, he should have called him father-in-law. Hua Xiaoheng thought to himself. Reinitz also raised his wine glass and clinked glasses with him with a smile. To Mr. Gu. Gun Yinji also raised her juice glass and clinked glasses with him. Her eyes sparkled. To my father and grandfather. She was proud of her father and grandfather. Reinitz put down his wine glass and said to Gunyinji with concern, "Serious. If there's any news about your father in 2 weeks, please let me know. I won't tell anyone. I have a lot of questions that I want to ask your father." Gunyinji looked at Reinitz and nodded sincerely at him. "If my father was still alive, I would definitely tell him your wish." But she couldn't bear to continue the rest of her sentence. If her father was indeed no longer in this world, then there was nothing she could do about it. "I understand. If your father really is no longer in this world, I will ask the Archbishop to hold a memorial mass for him." Reinitz's expression was very serious. Gunyinji's heart was also in turmoil, but she suppressed her uneasiness and smiled. "Thank you very much. No matter what, I will let you know when I take over the Gu family business in 2 weeks." Reinitz looked at Hua Xiaoheng. "Mr. Hua, you don't mind, right?" Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly. "Of course I don't mind in normal friendship." Gunyinji was speechless. After lunch, Reinitz took the initiative to pay the bill and leave. He didn't linger too much. Gunyinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng's calm expression and couldn't help laughing. "Hua Xiao, I didn't know until today that you can also be jealous." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and patted her head. "Are you stupid? I'm your man, and I don't even have a reaction when I see another man coveting you. You should be wondering if I'm sincere about you." Gunyinji raised an eyebrow. "I didn't expect Hua Xiao to understand women so well." Hua Xiaoheng smiled, but said nothing. Of course, he understood. This was one of the compulsory courses for members of the Special Operations Forces. However, Gunyinji didn't need to know this. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. "Where do you want to go today?" Gunyinji took his hand and walked out with him. She said, "I remember the internet saying that the Alexandria Gardens in Moscow are quite beautiful. Do you want to go and take a look? It doesn't seem too far from here. Let's walk there and treat it as a way to digest the food." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, "Okay." The two of them left the restaurant together and walked on the tree-lined path by the street. Moscow in early summer was the best season of the year. The weather was neither hot nor cold, and the air was fresh. Moscow was the greenest city in the world. There were a total of 11 natural forests, 98 parks, and more than 700 street gardens in the city center. Alexander Garden was one of the largest gardens in the middle of the street. The garden was rectangular, divided into upper, middle, and lower sections, not far from the Kremlin. Walking into the garden, Gunyinji was immediately attracted by the complex and colorful flowers in the flower bed. The bright blue irises stretched out like butterfly wings, the delicate roses exuded a fragrance, and the colorful carnations bloomed at the edge of the flower bed, adding a moving color to the flower bed. There were also white lilies, purple violets, and pink and white peonies clustered together, blooming vigorously. There were no particularly rare flowers here, but one could see the true beauty in the ordinary. The most beautiful things were always the most common around us. Gunyinji walked with Hua Xiaoheng and exclaimed all the way. She felt that she didn't have enough eyes to take in everything. She didn't know where Hua Xiaoheng was taking her, until Hua Xiaoheng suddenly stopped in his tracks. Gunyinji withdrew her gaze from the colorful flowers on both sides and saw that there were almost no people around. It was rare for it to be so quiet. Directly across from her was a low, dark red building. It was square and looked like a huge box. Hua Xiaoheng said in a low voice, "This is the tomb of the unknown warrior in Russia." An unknown warrior who died on the outskirts of Moscow when World War II was about to be won is buried here. Gunyinji quickly let go of Hua Xiaoheng's hand, and her expression became serious. On the west side of the tomb of the unknown warrior was a tattered helmet with a military flag pressed under it. There were no sensational descriptions, just a helmet and a military flag. The design was simple and meaningful. It had already expressed all the beliefs of a soldier. The ground in front of the tomb was sunken and carved with a large five-pointed star. Flames shot out from the center of the five-pointed star. It was said that the flames here had never been extinguished since the tomb of the unknown warrior was built. Gunyinji saw a few Russian words engraved in front of the five-pointed star, so she asked, "What's written on the tombstone?" Hua Xiaoheng read in Russian and then said in Chinese, "No one knows your name, but your achievements will live on forever. Gun Yinji let out a low exclamation. So this is where this sentence came from? She knew this sentence because the Special Operations Forces had engraved this sentence in their own internal museum of history. Gun Yinji suddenly understood why Hua Xiaoheng had brought her here. She gently held his hand and whispered, "Your name will not be unknown. I will always remember you and all of you." Hua Xiaoheng took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He turned to look at Gun Yinji and suddenly knelt down on one knee. He took out the ring he had prepared a long time ago from his pocket and said in a calm and steady voice, "Yinji, will you marry me? You know what I've done and how hard I've worked. I also understand your sincerity and your feelings. In this world, only you can stand with me through wind, frost, rain, and snow, and never forget your original heart." In front of the tomb of the unknown warrior, Hua Xiaoheng made the most solemn promise of his life. If it had been any other woman, she would have been so angry that she would have immediately broken up and left after being proposed to in front of the tomb. But he knew that Gun Yinji understood him. Gun Yinji did understand him. Her tears immediately flowed out, because she knew that in Hua Xiaoheng's heart, his country, his army, and his career were more important than anything else. But he had made his promise in front of the tomb of the unknown warrior, which meant that in his heart, she was as important as his career and his country. She had never expected herself to have such an important place in Hua Xiaoheng's heart. Hua Xiaoheng had given her far more than she had expected. Gun Yinji choked with tears and nodded with a smile. "I do, of course I do." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 12:30. Will you marry me? The second update was at 1 p.m. and the third update was at 8 p.m. P.S. Today is Monday. Don't forget your recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 12:41. Because Hua Xiaoheng had forced her to sign the marriage certificate, Gun Yinji didn't acknowledge the marriage contract. She had fantasized countless times that if Hua Xiaoheng proposed to her again, she would definitely not let him off easy. How could she agree to marry him so quickly? She had to reject him at least 3 times. In the end, she didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to choose such a solemn, sacred, and beautiful place to propose to her. The dark red tomb of the unknown warrior stood quietly, surrounded by towering red walls and shady trees. On the green grass, a little squirrel ran over with a pine cone in its arms. It stood on the lawn and looked at them curiously. There were originally soldiers standing guard in the glass sentry booths on both sides of the tomb. But at this time, the soldiers seemed to have just finished their shift and gone for lunch. There was no one else except the 2 of them. Only the blue sky, white clouds, sunlight, green trees, and a little squirrel accompanied them. Gun Yinji couldn't reject Hua Xiaoheng like this, nor could she reject his deep love. He loved her, and finally, just like how she loved him, they had become each other's faith and dependence. Gun Yinji subconsciously said, "I do." After saying it, she didn't regret it. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at his beloved girl, and the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. He knew that he had let her down. Most of the time, he couldn't stay by her side like an ordinary man. Marrying a soldier, and a soldier on a special front at that, she would have to bear a greater price than an ordinary soldier's wife. Fortunately, she had grown up with him. She understood everything about him and understood the price she would have to bear. Moreover, she was also someone who had the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. She wasn't a daughter waiting for him to pity her. Gun Yinji didn't hesitate at all. The "I do" that she blurted out was the truest reflection of her heart. Gun Yinji also looked at Hua Xiaoheng. She looked at the rare, deep affection in his deep and dark eyes. She looked at his tall and straight nose, which even cast a shadow on one side under the sunlight. She looked at his firm and exquisite jaw, which was perfectly curved. She looked at his seductive lips that were suitable for kissing. Hua Xiaoheng opened the lid of the ring box in his hand. It was as if a bright moon had suddenly appeared under the setting sun. Even the dazzling sunlight could not take away the silver brilliance of the moon. In the ring box made of good quality mahogany, a diamond ring lay quietly. The diamond was large and eye-catching, and its entire body was clear and transparent. Under the sunlight, the light it refracted was dazzling but not dazzling. The light inside was soft like the mist under the moonlight, especially enchanting. Gunyinji was fascinated. How could there be such a beautiful diamond? Although it looked expensive, it was not ostentatious at all. This is Van Cleef and Arpels' classic borderless inlay technique. Gunyinji's eyes flashed. Like Machichi, she had also carefully studied the craftsmanship of inlaying diamond rings. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and took out the diamond ring from the ring box to put it on Gunyinji's left ring finger. The size of the ring was just right. It was worn on Gunyinji's smooth, straight, and boneless finger. As the saying went, a little loose would be too loose, and a little tight would be too tight. The way it was now was just right. However, the diamond was really too big. It was a little out of place on her hand. It was really the size of a quail egg. In the past, people said that a diamond ring was the size of a pigeon egg, but it was actually an exaggeration, or it was a visual effect formed by many small diamonds gathered together. However, Gunyinji's diamond ring only had a diamond monolith without any impurities. It was the size of a quail egg. It was literally a quail egg. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and caressed Gunyinji's fingers. He chuckled softly and said, "This diamond was left to me by my grandmother when she passed away. She said she wanted to see this diamond set on a ring and give it to my fiancé." Gunyinji was a little embarrassed. She blushed slightly and said, "Since it was left by your grandmother, let's put it in the safe as a souvenir. Isn't it too ostentatious to make it into a ring?" It was so big that she was embarrassed to wear out. The engagement ring is like this. When we have our wedding in the future, I'll give you a wedding ring that you can wear every day. Hua Xiaoheng comforted her in a low voice. This diamond belongs to you. I've already written to the International Diamond Association and requested that this diamond be renamed Sirius Gu. For now on, it's yours. Gunyinji was surprised. It still needs to be renamed? Could it be that this diamond used to have a name? Looking at Gunyinji's eyes that were filled with curiosity, Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and told her the truth. This diamond was originally called the Grand Duke Joseph's diamond. It weighs 76 carats. Gunyinji, it's the largest and most perfect diamond in the world. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. When my grandmother bought it at auction back then, it was said that she spent tens of millions of dollars. Of course, it's more than that price now. Gunyinji suddenly felt her hands weigh 1,000 pounds. Before my grandmother, the last owner of this diamond was Grand Duke Joseph's wife, Princess Mary. And Princess Mary is the granddaughter of the Princess Qianqian you're familiar with. I think only such a diamond ring is worthy of you, Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. He held Gunyinji's shoulder and looked at her slightly open lips. He wanted to lean down and kiss her. At that moment, a young child's voice rang out not far from them. "Now you may kiss the bride," said the little boy, smiling. He spoke Russian. Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng turned around to see a fair-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed little boy standing on the lawn with a smile and clapping his hands at them. Hua Xiaoheng had wanted to kiss Gunyinji, but he couldn't bring himself to kiss her when he saw a 5-year-old boy watching from the side. He couldn't let a child see this kind of inappropriate scene. "What did he say?" Gunyinji asked curiously. She didn't understand Russian. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and whispered in her ear. He said, "Now you make his the bride." Gunyinji blushed and smiled. Kids these days are so mischievous. "Who are you? Why are you here alone?" Gunyinji thought the little boy was too cute, so she couldn't help walking over and bending down to talk to him. The little boy grinned and said, "I came with Mommy to offer flowers to the tomb of the unknown warrior." With that, he turned around and shouted, "Mommy! Mommy!" Gunyinji asked in English, "What are you saying? Do you speak English?" The little boy tilted his head and looked at her. He didn't understand what she was saying. Gunyinji could only turn to look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng put his hands in his trouser pockets and translated for her. He said he and his mommy came to offer flowers and is calling his mommy. But after waiting for a while, his mommy didn't appear. Gun Yinji was about to ask where his mommy was when a white couple wearing black-rimmed glasses appeared. Both of them looked and behaved very much like British people. They were stiff, and they tried their best to maintain their arrogance. Even the way they walked was elegant and pretentious. The middle-aged woman walked towards Gun Yinji and said rudely in Russian, "Please stay away from my son." As she spoke, she picked up the little boy and turned to leave. The little boy froze for a moment, then panicked. He said a few words in Russian in Gun Yinji's direction. His eyes were filled with panic, and his entire body was trembling. Gun Yinji didn't know what the woman and the little boy were talking about, but her intuition told her that something was wrong. She immediately said sternly, "Stop. Put the child down." Hua Xiaoheng also caught up and said, "The child is calling for help. I'm afraid those two people aren't his parents. There were actually human traffickers here." Gun Yinji was filled with righteous indignation. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and held the middle-aged woman who was holding the child from behind. The man next to the middle-aged woman also became anxious. He suddenly took out a gun and aimed it at Gun Yinji's head. "Get lost. If you continue to be a busybody, I'll shoot." After all, they were in Alexander's garden, where there were guards standing guard. Not far away was the tomb of the unknown warrior, and behind the red wall was the Kremlin. Unless it was absolutely necessary, this person wouldn't dare to shoot. But if he dared to point a gun at Gun Yinji's head in front of Hua Xiaoheng, this person's luck had run out. Before Gun Yinji could react, Hua Xiaoheng had already arrived from behind. He threw a heavy punch at the man, causing him to jerk his head and spit out several teeth from his mouth. Hua Xiaoheng's strength was fierce, and the angle was tricky. He had actually knocked out all the teeth in the man's mouth with one punch. Many people who had experienced it knew how painful it was to have a toothache. Not many people had experienced how painful it was to have a tooth extracted without anesthesia. Almost all the man's teeth had been knocked out by Hua Xiaoheng's punch. He didn't even make a sound before he fainted from the pain. However, before he could fall to the ground, a few gunshots suddenly came from the grove next to him. All of them accurately hit the man's body. By the time he fell to the ground, he was already dead. A group of people emerged from the grove. They all looked smart and capable. Each of them held a gun in their hands and aimed it at the middle-aged woman holding the child. Of course, they also aimed it at Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji turned around and saw that the middle-aged KGB driver who had sent them over and the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, were among them. She raised an eyebrow and instantly understood that the child in the middle-aged woman's arms probably had an extraordinary identity. However, she didn't want to save this child because of his extraordinary identity. Even if he was a child from an ordinary family, she couldn't bear to see him kidnapped by human traffickers. Since she had encountered him, it was the human traffickers' bad luck. The middle-aged woman was furious. It was all this annoying couple's fault. If it weren't for them, she and her partner would have taken the child away long ago. With a flip of her wrist, she also took out a gun. Hua Xiaoheng reached out like lightning and grabbed the woman's wrist that was holding the gun. He twisted it, and the woman screamed. The gun in her hand fell to the ground with a thud, and her hand hung down at a strange angle. Hua Xiaoheng had casually broken it. Gun Yinji quickly snatched the child from her arms and kicked her. The middle-aged woman was kicked to the ground by her. As soon as she landed, she heard the sound of gunshots with silencers. It sounded like beans being fried, and she was instantly shot to death by the group of KGB agents. Gun Yinji quickly covered the little boy's eyes with her hands. The little boy's entire body was trembling. He gripped Gun Yinji's shoulder tightly and buried his head in her neck. He was so scared that he couldn't even cry. "Demi, my Demi, where are you?" A woman's heart-wrenching cry was heard, as well as the sound of desperate running and panting. Soon, she arrived in front of them. Gun Yinji focused her gaze and saw that it was the leopard print girl she was familiar with. She had seen her once in the Kremlin yesterday, and she had also seen her once today in the restaurant that was decorated like a palace. She hadn't expected it to be her son? Then wasn't this child the legendary? Gun Yinji quickly glanced at the little boy. The little boy heard his mommy's voice and finally turned around to shout, "Mommy!" He sobbed and said something. Gun Yinji handed the child to her, and the mother and son immediately hugged their heads and cried, "Thank you, Mississippi. Thank you for saving my Demi." The leopard print girl finally wiped her tears and looked up to thank Gun Yinji. This was the second watch of the day, Chapter 1231, The Diamond Ring, named Sirius. 8 p.m., the third watch. P.S. Today is Monday. Don't forget your recommendation votes. And monthly votes. Mwah. Chapter 1242. Gun Yinji didn't understand Russian, but she could roughly guess that he was thanking her. Hua Xiaoheng was still translating for her. He put one arm around her shoulder and said gently, "This lady is thanking you for saving her child, little Demi." Gun Yinji smiled and said, "It's good that the child is fine. Don't leave the child alone in the future. Many people covet such a cute child." After Hua Xiaoheng translated for her, the leopard print lady also smiled. She hugged her son and kissed him. "My little Demi is so cute." Every mother would be happy to hear someone praise their child for being cute. The relationship between the two of them was instantly brought closer. The little boy, Demi, leaned against his mother's arms. He felt safe and was no longer afraid. He began to ramble about what had just happened. "They're getting married. The groom is kissing the bride. Someone kidnapped me. The bride saved Demi, and the groom beat up the bad guys. He's as powerful as Demi's daddy." In little Demi's eyes, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were the bride and groom. The KGB members had been suspicious about why Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were here at this time. Now that they heard little Demi's words, they all looked at Gun Yinji's left middle finger. It was indeed a big diamond ring. The KGB driver immediately covered his eyes and screamed in English, "My eyes, my eyes, blinded my dog eyes." The leopard print lady also saw the ring, and a flash of envy flashed through her eyes. She knew that wearing a ring on the middle finger was probably a proposal. It seemed that the couple had just proposed in front of the tomb of the unknown warrior, so they had coincidentally bumped into each other. She turned around and said to the people behind her, "Bring me my flowers." A fat woman panted as she walked over with a large bouquet of flowers in her arms. The leopard print lady picked out a bright red rose and handed it to Gun Yinji. "Thank you for saving my son. This rose is for you. I wish you a successful engagement." Gun Yinji took the flowers and smiled prettier than the flowers. "Thank you." She watched as a group of people surrounded the leopard print lady and the little boy, Demi, as they walked towards the tomb of the unknown warrior. It seemed like she really did bring the child to present the flowers, but for some reason, the little boy ran over first and was targeted by someone, which led to today's incident. The two men and women who had been beaten to death were immediately carried away and cleaned up. Someone came over with a shovel and a bucket to clean the floor. Hua Xiaoheng said, "Let's go." Gun Yinji nodded and left with him. As soon as they turned the corner, Gun Yinji's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it. It was an unfamiliar Russian number. She thought for a moment, then answered the call and said in English, "Hello." The person on the other end paused for a moment and said in English, "Thank you for saving Demi." Then he said, "I heard that you guys are getting engaged today. I'll give you a big gift tomorrow." Gun Yinji, who is this? How arrogant. The other side of the phone quickly hung up. Gun Yinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng and said in confusion, "Someone thanked me for saving that little boy." She added it was a man. Actually, it was the two of them who had saved him, but these people only thanked her and not Hua Xiaoheng. Gun Yinji was a little unhappy. She sullenly held Hua Xiaoheng's hand. "You obviously did the most. If it was just me, that child wouldn't have been saved today. What does she mean by deliberately ignoring Hua Xiaoheng's efforts?" Gun Yinji felt indignant for Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's heart warmed, and he kissed her on the cheek. "It's fine as long as my wife remembers. Who cares about others?" Gun Yinji wanted to appear calm and aloof, but she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips no matter how hard she tried. The two of them walked a few more steps before the second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, and the middle-aged KGB driver caught up to them. Serious? Serious? Gunyinji turned around and saw them. She asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Vladimir stopped and panted slightly. "It's like this. You did us a big favor today." He gestured with his hand to show that the favor was really big. Gunyinji was amused by him and said, "It was just a piece of cake. No matter who this child is, I won't just sit by and do nothing. I hate human traffickers the most." Gunyinji raised her fist to express her hatred. Human traffickers? Vladimir was dumbfounded, but he quickly came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Human traffickers. Human traffickers." The middle-aged KGB driver snickered at the side. He thought about how the two elite British MI5 agents who had tried to kidnap little Demi were actually accused of being human traffickers. If they were still alive at this moment, they would probably be cursing in their hearts. However, he really liked Gunyinji like this. The middle-aged KGB driver was excited and said before Vladimir could, "Oh my, serious. You're so good at catching human traffickers. You've done so much, and today is your engagement day. We plan to give you a gift. Tell us, what gift you want? As long as we can do it, we'll definitely fulfill your wish." Vladimir glared at the middle-aged driver. Stealing the show. Drama queen. Those were clearly his lines. Vladimir pushed the middle-aged driver away and nodded. "Yes, what gift you want? What wish do you have? As long as you mention it, we'll definitely think of a way to do it for you." After saying that, he winked and emphasized, "Really, you know us. There's no wish in this world that we can't fulfill." His promise had the backing of the entire KGB, or perhaps the entire Russia. Gunyinji wanted to laugh. She understood who was thanking her. However, they should be thanking Hua Xiaoheng the most, not her. Gunyinji rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Really? You're not bragging, are you? Can you really fulfill any wish?" "Of course. You're so nice, so you definitely won't make any unreasonable requests." Vladimir smiled from ear to ear. "Do you think we'll make promises to just anyone?" Gunyinji smiled even more innocently. "Really? I do have a wish, and only you can fulfill it. Say it. Just say it. If you can't do it, then we lose." The middle-aged KGB driver rolled up his sleeves and was ready to go all out. Gunyinji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng and said with a smile, "I especially like your 2-160 White Swan bomber. My wish is that my fiancé can drive a 2-160 and take me for a spin in the sky. Is that possible?" Actually, the person who really liked this bomber was Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. If he had the chance to fly the 2-160 himself, his soul as a fighter pilot would die without regrets. "Huh, that's what you want?" Vladimir and the middle-aged driver were both surprised. They had thought that the little girl would want a designer bag or even a high-end apartment in Moscow. They had already prepared everything. They hadn't expected that she would want her fiancé to fly the 2-160 with her. It seemed to be within their expectations, but also unexpected at the same time. The two of them looked at each other, then took out their phones together. After dialing a special number, they immediately began to report. Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng quietly stood to the side, leaning against each other. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her and asked with his eyes why. Gunyinji smiled and raised the big diamond ring on her hand. She mouthed silently. Courtesy demands reciprocity. He had given her a unique big diamond ring, and she had also given him his most desired wish. Not long after, Vladimir was the first to hang up the phone. He said with a smile, "Okay, we agree. We can let you fly the most advanced 2-160 M2. That's an upgraded version of the 2-160. In fact, it was just an upgraded navigation map and engine from the old 2-160 with the best performance. It wasn't considered a brand new plane. They couldn't build a brand new 2-160 at the moment." Hua Xiaoheng's heart was pounding, but he still maintained his composure on the surface. However, his voice was a little unsteady. He said politely, "I hope it won't be too much trouble for you." "Of course not. Just treat it as a test flight for us." The KGB driver said quickly. "Will you die if you don't speak?" Vladimir roared at him. The two of them quarreled the entire way. They took Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng into the car and headed to the secret airport of the military base. On the tarmac in the distance, beautiful white swan strategic nuclear bombers were lined up in a neat formation, ready to take off at any moment. It was as if they could fly into the sky at any moment. Gun Yinji was amazed. The Russians have really perfected the aesthetics of violence, she muttered. She got out of Vladimir's jeep and was stunned. Of course. The middle-aged driver poked his head out of the jeep and whistled. It's beautiful, isn't it? When it drops the bomb, boom. It's so beautiful that it has no friends. Gun Yinji. Vladimir smiled and winked at Hua Xiaoheng. Your fiancée is so amazing. She helped you fulfill your wish. This is her engagement gift to you, right? Hua Xiaoheng. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1232, Reciprocity. P.S. Today is Monday. Don't forget your recommendation votes. And monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 1243. Looking at Hua Xiaoheng's expressionless face, the second in command of the KGB, Vladimir, laughed even more happily. He patted Hua Xiaoheng's shoulder. Let's go change over there. In addition to changing into a full set of pilot clothes and equipment, of course, it was inevitable to go through a full-body metal detector inspection, which was even more stringent than the security check before boarding the plane. These people knew exactly what Hua Xiaoheng did, so even though they had agreed to Gun Yinji's conditions, they still had to be careful. It wasn't a problem for him to personally fly the Tu-160 in the sky, but he absolutely couldn't bring any secretly recording equipment on the plane. After all, these Huaxia people were one of the best on the entire Blue Planet in terms of reverse psychology. After Gun Yinji came out of the metal inspection door, she also changed into a female pilot's uniform. It was a very handsome pilot's jacket, a helmet that looked like an astronaut's helmet, and a pair of special aviator sunglasses. Her face was small to begin with, and with the pilot's helmet on, it was only the size of a palm. The KGB driver saw her coming out and couldn't help reaching out his palm to gesture in front of her face. It really wasn't as big as his palm. When Vladimir saw this, he angrily slapped his palm away and said, "Your palm is like a bear's paw. Of course it's bigger than our serious face. What are you blindly gesturing for?" The driver, his pride was hurt. He angrily climbed into the cabin of the Tu-160. Hua Xiaoheng followed him onto the plane. Vladimir turned around with a smile and pulled Gun Yinji. "Serious, come. You go first. I'll go last." Gun Yinji nodded and smiled. "Thank you." Her voice was soft and innocent, especially when she was talking to someone she was familiar with. It did not feel pretentious, but it made people unable to get angry at her. It was like a natural fire extinguishing system. Vladimir looked at her and smiled almost kindly. Where did these people come from? His methods were even more ruthless than those of the special forces. He didn't even bat an eyelid when he killed the two elite agents from Britain's MI5. However, he was becoming more and more soft-hearted towards Gun Yinji. Gun Yinji climbed into the cabin ahead of him. This was her first time seeing the world inside such a large nuclear strategic bomber. It was much more spacious than the fighter jets she had seen before. Normal fighter jets could only seat one person, while slightly larger ones could seat two. However, this Tu-160 could seat 4 people. The 2 seats at the front of the cockpit were for the pilot and co-pilot respectively, while the 2 seats at the back were for the 2 navigators who also cooperated with the combat personnel. Navigation was mainly responsible for the operation of offensive weapons, such as launching various cruise missiles and dropping nuclear bombs when necessary. The second part of navigation was mainly responsible for electronic warfare, high-altitude communications, or interfering with the enemy's radar and electronic systems. The 4 of them each had their own Red Star K-36L-7000 ejection seat, which could be ejected from the escape hatch. Hua Xiaoheng and Vladimir sat in the front 2 seats. Hua Xiaoheng was the pilot, and Vladimir was the co-pilot. Gun Yinji sat directly behind Hua Xiaoheng, which was usually the seat for navigation. Therefore, many of the control panels in front of her were cruise missile control systems. The middle-aged driver sat next to Gu Nianji in the second seat of navigation. The control panel in front of him was responsible for electronic warfare and high-altitude communication systems. However, this was only a test flight. The control panel in front of Gu Nianji and the middle-aged driver was completely useless. Only the pilot's seat in front of them was functional. After Vladimir sat down in the cockpit, the hatch slowly closed. Gu Nianji quickly felt her breathing quicken. She didn't have enough oxygen. She imitated the other 3 people in the cockpit. She put on an oxygen mask and fastened her seatbelt. Hua Xiaoheng first looked at the control panel in front of him, then skillfully placed his right hand on the central control lever. Vladimir, who had wanted to explain in English, silently rubbed his nose and narrowed his eyes. Major General Hua, you're familiar with all of this, right? I won't explain. Thinking about it made him feel complicated. The control panel was fully marked in Russian, but the Major General of the Huaxia Empire actually had no cognitive barriers in front of him. Not only were his movements so standard that they could be taught in textbooks, but he was also skilled and natural. It was as if he had worked under such conditions countless times. He must be drooling over their family's white swan. Vladimir was both proud and sad. It was such a good plane, but it was a pity that they couldn't build it themselves. Vladimir pursed his lips, and from the corner of his eye, he quickly sized up Gu Nianji, who was sitting directly behind Hua Xiaoheng and diagonally behind him. He saw that she was tilting her body and watching Hua Xiaoheng's every move with sparkling eyes. She had the look of a fangirl. This girl's heart was too honest. Vladimir's impression of Gu Nianji suddenly went through the roof. Not only was she not picky or disdainful of the men who worked in their industry, but she was also virtuous and considerate. She could also use her own strength to help them realize their dreams. Were there more girls like her? If there were, give him a dozen. Just as Vladimir was letting his imagination run wild, Hua Xiaoheng had already familiarized himself with all the operating procedures and began to communicate with the ground control panel. Road clear. Wind clear. Hua Xiaoheng's steady and deep voice echoed in the cockpit as he carried out the pre-takeoff checks one by one. On the runway in front, several ground crew members in bright yellow uniforms gestured, "Let's go." Hua Xiaoheng simply raised his hand and pushed the control lever forward with his right hand. Boom! 2 balls of raging flames shot out from the engine. The Swan-like 160 quickly started up and instantly sped up on the runway at a high speed. Gu Nianji only felt the seat belt suddenly tighten around her chest, and she couldn't breathe from the acceleration. The speed was too fast. It took less than 3 minutes to go from 0 to the speed of sound. Gu Nianji began to feel dizzy. At that moment, the KGB driver next to her suddenly waved his arms excitedly and almost danced in the cockpit. "Yo ho, you! Shut up!" Vladimir turned around and scolded him fiercely. "If you keep yelling, I'll eject you right now. I mean what I say." The middle-aged driver quickly covered his mouth with his mask and stopped yelling. However, his pair of agile eyes darted left and right and finally stared at Gu Nianji. Turning on the communication channel between the two of them, the middle-aged driver whispered to her through the headset, "Serious? Are you airsick?" Gu Nianji, her entire face was buried in her helmet and mask. How could the middle-aged driver tell that she was airsick? However, at this time, Gu Nianji wouldn't tell the truth, even if she were to faint. She said calmly, "No, I'm observing the weather." As she spoke, she shifted her gaze out the window. The middle-aged driver, Hua Xiaoheng, who was in the front seat, was immersed in a nervous driving. His arms gradually exerted force as he pushed the joystick forward step by step and pulled it up. Finally, the white swan rose into the air along with the airflow and quickly soared into the clouds. The largest long-range bomber, the most powerful horsepower, the best cruise missile system, the most flexible fuselage, and the smoothest operating system. It wasn't completely controlled by an electronic system, but a semi-mechanized console. The pilot could exert more subjective initiative. This was a real aircraft, not operating the aircraft on a display screen like playing a video game. Unfortunately, most aircraft nowadays were already fully automatic flight systems. The pilot piloted the aircraft almost exactly like a video game. In fact, many flight schools expressed the flight simulation system in the form of a video game. A game expert was also very likely to become a flying expert. However, the upper limit of such an expert was there, and that was the upper limit of the automatic system. And the upper limit of a semi-mechanized operating system was limitless. The more talented the pilot was, the more he could perform with the aircraft in his hands. Of course, when most people's talent was very mediocre, the automatic system could raise the pilot's operating ability to a higher level. However, when faced with a real human genius, the automatic system would still be greatly inferior. At this moment, Hua Xiaoheng displayed the blueprint of a flying genius soaring freely in the blue sky. Every time he turned around, every time he completed a technique, it was the realization of countless flying instructors' dreams. A vertical 90-degree pull, a dive, and a 360-degree turn. The beautiful 160 was like a white swan that had woken up from a deep sleep and was dancing in the blue sky. The entire secret Air Force base was stunned by Hua Xiaoheng's piloting skills. Countless cameras and cell phones were aimed at the small white dot in the sky, sometimes near and sometimes far. Oh my God! Oh my God! Lifetime series. There's actually this kind of operation. He really has never flown a 160 before. This is the first time. F***CK. I'm kneeling. If you want to fight with their country in the future, don't call me. I refuse to be his enemy. A series of exclamations came from the mouths of the ace pilots, and the meaning was even more extraordinary. Hua Xiaoheng had no idea what kind of exclamations and attention he had attracted. He was only fully immersed in flying, immersed in piloting the White Swan long-range nuclear strategic bomber, because he might never have a second chance. Gu Yinji tilted her body and stared in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. In the eyes of Vladimir and the driver, Gu Yinji was staring at her fiancé lovingly. In fact, her attention was completely focused on the scrolling data displayed on the dashboard in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Lines of numbers flashed past her eyes. She stared at them with rapt attention. Gu Yinji didn't understand Russian, but she could still recognize Arabic numerals. There were so many parameters displayed, and she used her amazing photographic memory to memorize them one by one. She had carefully looked at every corner of the cockpit, and then saved it in her camera-like brain. This was a secret weapon that the metal detection door couldn't detect, no matter what. This was the first watch of the day. Chapter 1233, Secret Weapon. The second watch at 1 p.m., the third watch at 8 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Shirma for the 20,000 Chidian coins yesterday and the day before. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Beth1211 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1244. The white swan whistled across the blue sky. It was as fast as lightning, and it almost left afterimages in people's retinas. When it slowly landed at the secret airport of the military base, countless ground crew and pilots swarmed over. They lifted Hua Xiaoheng up and threw him into the air again and again. Hurrah! Hurrah! Cheers rang through the sky. At this moment, everyone temporarily forgot the boundaries of the country. Everyone was only expressing their reverence for the hero and their joy and worship of the ultimate human ability. Gu Yinji stood between the two KGB officers with a proud expression on her face. She sighed with pride and said, "This is my Major, General Hua. He's awesome." The two KGB officers looked at each other and treated Gu Yinji even more kindly. "Serious, you're so happy today. Let's go have a drink together?" Gu Yinji touched her face and shook her head regretfully. "I'm still dizzy. I almost vomited just now. I want to go back and rest. We'll go play tomorrow, okay?" Then she added, I can't drink yet. I'm not 22 years old yet. What? The middle-aged driver jumped up. You're not 22 years old yet. Didn't you graduate from graduate school? Gunyenji. To be precise, I'm not 20 years old yet. The middle-aged driver's mouth twitched, then he pounded his chest and howled like Tarzan. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. You're only half my age, but your position is twice as high as mine. Vladimir sneered from the side. Only half your age? Do you know how to count? Are you really only 40 years old? Don't you have any shame? The middle-aged driver's howl stopped abruptly, as if someone had clamped his throat. He coughed uncomfortably and tried his best to be serious. All right, it's impolite to talk about age in front of a lady. Vladimir, let's not talk about such a depressing topic anymore. He was the one who brought it up first, but now he was blaming Vladimir. Vladimir was so angry that he couldn't speak. Gunyenji stood at the side with a smile and tried to persuade Vladimir first. I don't mind. It's okay. Just say it. Then she asked the middle-aged driver, Then how old are you? Little girls, under 20 years old, didn't mind talking about age. The ones who minded were mature women over 30 years old. Men, when it came to talking about age, were at least over 40 years old. The middle-aged driver's eyes darted around, and he didn't answer her question. He muttered a few words before saying, I'll drive the car over and take you back to the hotel. With that, he ran away. Vladimir was very satisfied with Gunyenji. He lowered his head and took out his phone. He posted a post on his WeChat Moments, then pushed Gunyenji's arm. Go and like it. Gunyenji quickly took out her phone and saw a little red dot on her WeChat Moments. She clicked on it and saw that there was a new WeChat Moments message under the name Vladimir KGB2 that she had marked for Vladimir. Vladimir KGB number 2. Today, I sat in the most thrilling 160 in history, and I also met the cutest little fairy, Sirius. Like JPG, the accompanying photo was of Gunyenji in the cockpit, looking in Hua Xiaoheng's direction. However, in the photo, the dashboard in front of Hua Xiaoheng had been completely blurred out. Only Gunyenji's beautiful side profile could be clearly seen. From the angle of Vladimir's photo, Gunyenji's expression was focused, and her gaze was almost glued to Hua Xiaoheng. Gunyenji pursed her lips and smiled. This photo was good. Although the dashboard had been blurred out, Vladimir definitely didn't know that Gunyenji was also a computer expert. If she couldn't do it, there was still Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi. With the three of them, it wouldn't be a problem to restore the blurred background. Gunyenji clicked on the photo and happily chose to save it to her phone. Then she liked it below and commented, Uncle Vladimir, you flatter me. Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Vladimir immediately replied, Vladimir KGB number 2. When are you getting married? You must invite me to the wedding when the time comes. Gunyenji glanced at Vladimir, who was beside her, and felt a little speechless. After a while, the middle-aged driver drove the Jeep to their side, honked the horn, and said, What are you doing? Get in the car. Vladimir didn't even look up and said, I'm replying to Sirius's WeChat Moments. Don't make any noise. Is there something wrong with you? The middle-aged driver honked the horn wildly. Sirius is standing right next to you. Instead of talking to her, you're chatting with her on WeChat? Vladimir flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket and glared at the middle-aged driver. Just you wait. I'm going to send you to Siberia to dig up black soil. You're abusing your position to get even with me. The middle-aged driver was also angry. He was always being rebuked. Even a clay bodhisattva had a temper. How am I abusing my position to get even with you? You're being disrespectful to your superior. Vladimir knocked on the car window. Is that how you talk to your superior? You're just jealous of me. The middle-aged driver pulled a long face. You're jealous that I'm more likable than you. Who wasn't a baby? Gunyenji couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Vladimir, he really lost him. It was such a waste to have such a shameless subordinate. Forget it, forget it. Vladimir saw that Hua Xiaoheng had come over, so he stopped arguing with the middle-aged driver. The few of them got into the car and sent Hua Xiaoheng and Gunyenji back to the hotel. Hua Xiaoheng was still in a state of excitement. His handsome face had an indescribable sense of vitality and dominance. Although he was still calm and collected, when he got into the car and saw Gu Nianji's smiling face, he couldn't help hugging her and kissing her. My dog eyes are really going blind. The middle-aged driver saw it in the rearview mirror and turned around again to shout. This time, Vladimir didn't scold him. He said, "I've been blind for a long time." Then he calmly took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. Hua Xiaoheng's kiss was long and fierce, as if he wanted to vent all his excitement in this kiss. Gu Nianji's lips were numb from his kiss before she finally pushed him away. She wanted to scold him, but when she saw the starlight in Hua Xiaoheng's usually calm and deep eyes, she held back. She just rolled her eyes and glared at him. Hua Xiaoheng felt that his life was complete. The woman he loved the most had finally agreed to marry him and was no longer angry at him. She had even given him a gift that he would never forget. When he returned to the hotel entrance, Hua Xiaoheng wanted to express his gratitude to the two KGB uncles, but they waved their hands and left without saying anything. Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was in a hurry to go back to her room to sort out her memories. Major General Hua, my head doesn't feel well. I need to go back and sleep for a while. Gu Nianji blinked. Hua Xiaoheng came back to his senses and was a little worried. Airsick, it's my fault. I got carried away today. I didn't expect you to not be used to the speed of a fighter jet. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead with her hand. It's okay. I'll go back and sleep for a while. I'll send you up and sleep with you. Hua Xiaoheng put his arm around her shoulder and walked to the elevator in the lobby. Gu Nianji quickly refused. No need. No need. I'll sleep alone. Don't you have other work to do? She hinted that she didn't need Hua Xiaoheng's company. Although Hua Xiaoheng was worried, he didn't insist when he saw that Gu Nianji was very determined. He only said, "Okay, I'll sit in your living room and deal with some emails. We'll order dinner when you wake up." Gu Nianji still refused. There's really no need. We just got engaged today. It's not good for you to go to my room, right? Her words reminded Hua Xiaoheng. All right, we're engaged. You can stay at my place. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything else. He pulled Gu Nianji's arm into the elevator and arrived at the door of her room. Pack your things and stay at my place. Hua Xiaoheng's room was larger and more luxurious, while Gu Nianji's room was a standard room. The two of them hadn't made it public before. It was similar to the relationship between a boss and a subordinate, so it wasn't appropriate for them to live together publicly. But now that they were engaged, who would dare to say anything? Hua Xiaoheng didn't care about these rumors to begin with. He was only worried about Gu Nianji's feelings, so he didn't force her to live with him. Now that they were engaged, he had the imperial sword. He would stab anyone who dared to mess around. Gu Nianji didn't expect that she would backfire. In a panic, she said, "There are secret cameras in your room, and you still want me to stay there?" Hua Xiaoheng calmed down after Gu Nianji said this. He was so focused on being together with Gu Nianji that he had forgotten about the secret cameras and recording devices in his room. "Okay, then I'll stay in your room," Hua Xiaoheng said as he returned to his room to pack his things and check out of the luxurious suite. Gu Nianji, go to sleep. Why are you still standing? Hua Xiaoheng came to Gu Nianji's room and put his things away. He looked up and saw that Gu Nianji had no intention of sleeping. Gu Nianji sighed and said honestly, "I actually don't want to sleep." Hua Xiaoheng, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Or are you feeling unwell? Hua Xiaoheng was a little anxious, but it couldn't be seen on the surface. His expression was indifferent, and his voice was as low and pleasant as ever. Gu Nianji lowered her head and walked over. She reached out a finger and hooked the corner of Hua Xiaoheng's shirt. She whispered, "I recorded all the parameters of your flight just now. I want to write it down and give you a surprise." Now, that Hua Xiaoheng wanted to stay with her. How could she give him a surprise? Hua Xiaoheng was stunned. Gradually, his chest was filled with waves of emotions called touched and ecstatic. He slowly pulled Gu Nianji's hand and placed it on his chest. He couldn't say a word and only let her feel his heart beating even more violently than usual. It was so powerful, so strong, as if it was going to jump out of his chest in the next moment. Gu Nianji felt it and looked up in surprise. She saw the undisguised love in his eyes, as deep as the ocean. She wanted the ocean, and he could finally give her the ocean. It was like a traveler who had traveled a long distance and finally saw the bright light at home, quietly emitting a warm light in the night sky. She should be smiling with satisfaction, but when she smiled, tears fell. How old are you? You're still crying and smiling. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head with a smile and took out a tissue to wipe her tears. That night, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng didn't sleep. The two of them each held a laptop and worked together to restore all the data on the White Swan plane. Gun Yinji first recorded all the flight parameters and showed them to Hua Xiaoheng for him to confirm and correct. Hua Xiaoheng restored the blurry background in the photo that Vladimir had posted on his WeChat moments. Then, Gun Yinji used the drawing software to draw the entire cockpit from memory. She didn't have any special talent in art. The sketch of the cockpit drawn by the drawing software could only be said to be good in general directions and specific markings, but it was a few degrees uglier than the original cockpit. Hua Xiaoheng first looked at the flight parameters and realized that Gun Yinji was really amazing. There were so many flight parameters that looked like rolling wheels, but she actually remembered them clearly. From his experience, there wasn't a single mistake. However, when he saw the cockpit drawing that Gun Yinji had drawn with the drawing software, he still breathed a sigh of relief. Gun Yinji quickly asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "No, it's just that the drawing isn't good." Hua Xiaoheng smiled and patted her head. Gun Yinji pouted and looked unhappy. Hua Xiaoheng leaned over and pressed his head against hers. He said calmly, "I don't want you to be too smart." Hua Xiaoheng sometimes felt a sense of insecurity when Gun Yinji was too smart. He was afraid that she would disappear one day. Now that he saw that she was also lacking in strength, he didn't feel any regret. Instead, he felt that this was perfect. Having regrets was the only way to be perfect. Only then could she be with him forever. This was the second big chapter of the day, Chapter 1234, a surprise for you. It was the third watch at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1245. He didn't want her to be smart? What did he mean? Although Gun Yinji didn't think much of it, her mood improved. She wrapped her arms around Hua Xiaoheng's neck and smiled. "Does that mean you'll love me whether I'm smart or stupid?" Hua Xiaoheng pretended to think for a moment and said, "Of course you can't be too stupid. You don't have to be too smart. Just be normal." "Oomph. Who would believe you?" Gun Yinji pushed him away and continued to bury herself in her data review. The two of them worked all night and finally finished all the data and drawings. They sent it back to the Special Operations Forces cloud account. Because they used the Nandu satellite communication and navigation system developed by their own country to surf the internet and communicate, they didn't have to worry about leaks when surfing the internet or making phone calls. Seeing the lavender dawn outside the window, Xiaoheng stretched out his long legs and asked Gun Yinji, "Are you tired? Why don't you rest in the hotel today?" Today was the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition. Hua Xiaoheng had come to Moscow mainly for this matter. After showing his face at the opening ceremony, he could retire. Gun Yinji wasn't sleepy. Although she had been busy all night, she was still extremely excited from Hua Xiaoheng's proposal yesterday. She shook her head reluctantly. "But I want to see you sitting on the podium. Just like the lyrics, you're in the middle of 10,000 people, feeling the glory." Hua Xiaoheng had never cared about these superficial etiquettes. But when he thought of Gun Yinji looking at him in fascination, he felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction and joy in his heart. "But you didn't sleep all night." Hua Xiaoheng was worried that her body couldn't take it. Gun Yinji stood up and paced back and forth in the room. "I'm fine. Look at me. Do I look sleepy?" Hua Xiaoheng squinted at her. After a hard night, her little face was still pale and pink, like a hot-boiled egg that had just been peeled. Her big eyes twinkled, and she didn't look tired at all. Her curled lips were red and moist, and the faint blush on her cheeks made her look good from the inside out. How did she look like she had stayed up all night? Hua Xiaoheng was puzzled. It was normal for him to stay up late, But Gun Yinji had grown up with him and rarely stayed up late. Whenever it was time to sleep, as long as he was at home, he would urge her to go to bed. His daily routine was the same as that of the soldiers in the military camp. "Are you really not tired?" Hua Xiaoheng frowned. "You didn't drink those stimulants, did you? You think too much." Gun Yinji pursed her lips. Wasn't it because she was gifted? Or was it because she was in a good mood, so her body and spirit were good? Gun Yinji made a face and was about to continue persuading Hua Xiaoheng when her phone rang on the coffee table. Gun Yinji walked over, picked it up, and swiped it open. It was still the special Russian number. It was the number of the man who had personally called to thank her for saving little Demi and said that he would give her a big gift. "Hello, hello. Our Mr. President would like to invite you to attend the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition today. Do you have time to attend?" The person over there asked politely. The person who spoke was not the man from last time. It seemed to be his subordinate. Gun Yinji froze for a moment before quickly replying, "I have time. I have time." Sigh. The Russian president had personally invited her to attend the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition. How could she say no? How could Hua Xiaoheng refuse? Gun Yinji smiled proudly and handed the phone to Hua Xiaoheng. "Look, he personally called to invite me to attend the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition." Hua Xiaoheng. The two of them packed up and left the hotel. They planned to go to the military camp where the Huaxiao Empire's special forces were competing. Hua Xiaoheng was the highest-ranking official and military officer among the leaders leading the team this time. Although he didn't manage things, he was the highest leader in name. He had to enter the arena with his country's special forces. But as soon as they left the hotel, they saw the familiar jeep. The second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, crossed his arms and leaned against the door of the jeep. He held a cigar in his other hand and puffed. When he saw Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji come out, he quickly threw the cigar into the trash, came beside him, and walked over with a smile. "Serious, I was ordered to pick you up to attend the opening ceremony of the International Special Forces competition." Gun Yinji was surprised. "Why are you guys here? How long have you been waiting?" Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. If the head of the Russian KGB went to the Huaxiao Empire on a business trip, he would also have to send people to keep an eye on him day and night. This was international practice. However, Hua Xiaoheng was a little unhappy that the two of them kept staring at Gun Yinji. He said lightly, "She'll go with me." "Go with you? Does she have a military rank in your army? Or does she have a position?" Vladimir rolled his eyes. "She's such a good girl. Aren't you embarrassed to sneak into the arena with you?" Hua Xiaoheng, "That's right, that's right." The middle-aged driver poked his head out of the window and said excitedly, "It'll be different if she goes with us. We'll send her in openly, and don't worry, we won't do anything to her." Vladimir didn't want to say anything to the middle-aged driver's habit of stealing the show. He expressionlessly reached out and accurately pressed his forehead against the middle-aged driver's, then shoved him back into the window. "Serious, we have the ID from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and an invitation from the President. Don't worry, nothing will happen." Vladimir showed his ID and invitation. Gun Yinji was very surprised to see that her name was really on the invitation. She took the invitation and glanced at it, then said to Hua Xiaoheng, "How about I go with them?" As long as she could get in, she didn't mind using any method. However, these two had come to her openly with invitations. It was better than following Hua Xiaoheng in, right? Hua Xiaoheng naturally had a way to let Gun Yinji in, but now that she was being watched by the KGB, it would probably be difficult to sneak in. But could he rest assured? However, at this time, Hua Xiaoheng didn't want these people to see Gun Yinji's true position in his heart at all. He would make them think that he valued her and loved her, but not to the point of weakness. If the KGB found out, Hua Xiaoheng knew that it would be a disaster for Gun Yinji, not a blessing. He nodded lightly. "If that's the case, then you can go with them." Without looking back, he got into the car that had come to pick him up from the military camp and drove away. Vladimir's eyes widened. He left just like that. Gun Yinji was very confident in Hua Xiaoheng's feelings now. She was no longer as worried about gains and losses as before, so she wasn't unhappy. She spread out her hands in a relaxed manner and smiled. Yes, he's gone. I can only go with you guys. That's right. Sirius, come up quickly. There's a surprise for today's opening ceremony. The middle-aged driver finally poked his head out again. Vladimir sneered. Now that you say that, no matter how big the surprise is, it's all gone. The middle-aged driver finally shut his mouth and stepped on the accelerator to drive away. The three of them went to have breakfast on the way. Although Gunyinji had already eaten, Vladimir's warm invitation and all kinds of very down-to-earth grain porridge were very much to her liking. She couldn't help but eat an extra bowl. When they arrived at the park for the opening ceremony, they were almost late. The three of them showed their invitations and were quickly taken in through the fast lane. When they arrived at the venue, Gunyinji could only exclaim in surprise. In the grassy venue, there were special forces teams from various countries sitting there. All of them had fierce expressions, as if they could break your neck with their bare hands at any time. She glanced over and saw the special forces from the Huaxia Empire because they had the best military posture, were the most energetic, and were the most handsome. Gunyinji quickly glanced over but didn't see Hua Xiaoheng sitting in the middle of the special forces. Just as she was wondering, Vladimir pulled her arm and motioned for her to look at the podium. Gunyinji looked up and saw that Hua Xiaoheng was indeed sitting in the middle of the podium next to the Russian president, Pushin. The seat on the other side of the president was empty, which made Hua Xiaoheng stand out even more. The leaders of the special forces from other countries were also sitting on the podium, but Hua Xiaoheng's seat was the most eye-catching. Among so many fierce-looking leaders, Hua Xiaoheng, who was already good-looking, stood out even more. He made the people around him look like scum. Only the president could stand up to Hua Xiaoheng with his 2.8-meter-tall aura. Gunyinji couldn't help laughing and even waved at the podium. At that moment, a staff member walked over and said to Gunyinji in English with a smile on his face, "Miss Gu, please come with me. Our president has also saved a seat for you." Vladimir and the driver smiled as they pushed Gunyinji. Go, we'll protect you from behind." The driver even made a gesture of pointing a gun with his finger. Gunyinji, she followed the staff member backstage as if she was sleepwalking, then walked up the steps to the podium. The president turned around and saw her. He smiled and waved at her. He said very warmly, "Sirius, come and sit beside me." When he spoke, she didn't know if he forgot to turn off the microphone or if he did it on purpose. A steady and melodious baritone came from the microphone and echoed in the venue. The park, which had been a little noisy, immediately fell silent. Thousands of pairs of eyes looked at her as she walked step by step to the other side of the president. This was the third update of the day. Chapter 1235, Boundless Glory. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1246. Gunyinji wasn't a timid girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to speak so confidently in front of so many people in court. But this time it was too much. She wasn't mentally prepared at all. Just like that, she was singled out by the president and became the focus of everyone's attention. She didn't even know how she had managed to get to the president one step at a time. Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting on the other side of the president, stood up as well. His gentle and calm gaze fell on her with unknown encouragement and comfort. Only then did she calm down. His wildly beating heart finally settled down, and he was no longer confused and unable to find his bearings. Her gaze gradually focused on the president in front of her. Gunyinji's courage and aura had returned. She looked at the world-famous president curiously. He was indeed not tall, and he seemed to be a little shorter than Gunyinji in high heels. But that aura was indeed unparalleled. In front of such a person, superficial things like figure and appearance were not worth mentioning. What you felt was the aura that person released from the inside out. It was as steady as a mountain, as if the world was just a globe in his hand. A casual spin of his hand would have an indescribable impact on the world. He wasn't very handsome, but when you looked at him, you couldn't help but be attracted to him. Hua Xiaoheng also had this kind of indescribable charm. Could this be the unique temperament of soldiers on special battlefronts like them? Gun Yinji's mind was running wild, and she wasn't nervous at all. She politely shook the president's outstretched hand and smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. President." "Serious, you're welcome." The Russian president, Pushin, held Gun Yinji's hand, but had no intention of letting go. Pulling her to stand beside him, Pushin smiled at the thousands of the most powerful Special Forces soldiers from various countries below the podium. Before today's opening ceremony, I want to announce a piece of good news. The simultaneous interpreter translated President Pushin's words into English, German, French, and Mandarin for everyone to hear. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat, and then her eyes widened as she looked at Hua Xiaoheng in surprise and joy. Hua Xiaoheng was also slightly stunned, but he quickly felt relieved. Since President Pushin had such good intentions, he appreciated it. He nodded at Gun Yinji calmly and told her not to worry. As long as Hua Xiaoheng was by her side, she had nothing to be afraid of. She smiled and looked at President Pushin. On the lawn below the rostrum, everyone seemed to have come back to their senses and began to whisper to each other, trying to find out what good news the president would announce today. Is the president going to remarry? No way. Or announce that he has a son. You must die. Our president only has 2 daughters. Yes. There are only 2 daughters, not no sons. Everyone laughed tacitly. Someone asked, "What's the background of that Oriental girl?" Although she's also very beautiful, I don't think Pushin would fancy such a little girl. Just as everyone was speculating, President Pushin said, "Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to witness the most beautiful and shocking proposal. In front of our tomb of the unknown warrior, Major General Hua Xiaoheng of the Huaxia Empire proposed to his beloved woman, Sirius. And Sirius didn't hesitate at all. She was very touched and immediately agreed to his proposal. As soon as the simultaneous interpreter finished translating, the park, which had just become lively, instantly fell into an unprecedented silence. It was as if even the air had frozen. The expressions of the Special Forces soldiers went blank for a moment, and their gazes once again turned to Gun Yinji. This little girl, who looked delicate and weak, as if she would be blown away by the wind, had actually agreed to a soldier's proposal in front of the tomb of the unknown warrior. They all knew what the tomb of the unknown warrior in Moscow meant to soldiers. Although most of them weren't Russian soldiers, the tomb of the unknown warrior had a great attraction to soldiers from all over the world. Almost every soldier who knew about the tomb of the unknown warrior couldn't help but maintain the due respect and reverence for it, because respecting it was the same as respecting themselves. Everyone looked at Gun Yinji with less ridicule and mockery, but more respect and love. As for Hua Xiaoheng, these soldiers were practically gnashing their teeth. It was one thing for him to have King amazing military skills and to have beaten up the special forces of other countries in the International Special Forces competition. But now that he was in a high position of power, he actually had such a beautiful little girl who could understand him as his fiancée. This didn't make sense. Wasn't it said that you couldn't have your cake and eat it too? Winning in life was the most annoying thing. Not convinced. Hua Xiaoheng didn't feel the envious, jealous, and hateful gazes below the podium. His face was expressionless, but he wasn't indifferent either. He was calm and collected, and his focused gaze was focused on Gun Yinji. He didn't know how President Pushin's actions would affect Gun Yinji's mental state, but he knew that at this moment, the whole world was watching. If Gun Yinji lost her composure even a little, it would be magnified infinitely. In the future, it would become a topic of humiliation for her and a psychological trauma. Therefore, he had been looking at her with an unprecedented gentleness, hoping that she could understand that with him by her side, she had nothing to worry about or be afraid of. Gun Yinji had indeed calmed down a long time ago. When President Pushin held her hand and said the first sentence, she understood what he was going to say. She didn't flinch, nor was she embarrassed, nor was she bashful. She stood gracefully beside President Pushin, and her gaze met Hua Xiaoheng's from time to time. Occasionally, she would look at President Pushin, who was speaking with confidence and composure. It was as if this scene had been rehearsed thousands of times, and it was an elegant 360-degree gesture without any blind spots. On the Russian television and online broadcasting side, the KGB driver and his boss, Vladimir, were closely watching the recording and broadcasting of all the videos. The two of them used their power for personal gain, and they didn't allow any negative influence on Gun Yinji to appear. Hey, your camera isn't good. It's too far off. Sirius's side profile is the most beautiful at a 45-degree angle. What do you mean by shooting her chin from the bottom to the top? Although the KGB driver didn't act properly in front of Gun Yinji, he was still very authoritative in front of the staff below. These people were all afraid of the KGB. You? Yes, I'm talking about you. When our Sirius went on stage just now, it was a little awkward. Cut it off. Don't broadcast it. If you dare broadcast it, I'll investigate your background. And you, when you film our president, you have to film Sirius as well. Didn't you see how much respect our president gave Sirius? How dare you make things difficult for the president? There's also BGM. Use a master-level composition, understand? This video needs to be edited well. The president wants to give it to Sirius as a souvenir. If you embarrass us, see how I'll deal with you little brats. At this time, Vladimir stood at the side without saying a word. He suddenly became habitually deaf. The staff in charge of the broadcast were furious at the driver, but they didn't dare to say anything. They could only complain to his boss, Vladimir. In the end, they realized that it didn't work at all. Vladimir looked like he was still asleep and ignored what they said. After some time, everyone understood what he meant. They didn't dare to make any more big news, so they obediently filmed Gun Yinji beautifully. Although it was only a temporary stage, the angle, lighting, various backgrounds, and even the BGM were all at the level of a world-class artist. The Russians were indeed very talented in art. They perked up and filmed the scene on the podium like a Hollywood blockbuster. President Pushin was silent for a moment, then smiled and glanced at the audience, then said, "I'm very happy to witness their engagement ceremony. I hope that if I have the chance, I can also attend their wedding and be their witness." As soon as the simultaneous interpreter finished translating, there was a whoosh. The entire audience was instantly in an uproar. What kind of high-class wedding was this? And the Russian president was a witness? F***CK. Now they had to rub their hands together to build a good relationship with these people from the Huaxia Empire, just to get a wedding invitation and join in the fun. Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were a little surprised. The two of them looked at each other without batting an eyelid. Hua Xiaoheng immediately said in Russian, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. President. We couldn't ask for more for you to come to our wedding. You witnessed our engagement, and being able to witness our wedding is the best wedding gift I can give my fiancée. I hope you will take the time to come." President Pushin nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Gun Yinji and said in English with a smile, "What about you? Sirius, are you willing to let me be your witness?" Gun Yinji's face was already flushed, and she nodded vigorously. "We couldn't ask for more. It would be our honor." Then she couldn't help saying, "You're really coming, right? Don't make me happy for nothing." As soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it so much that she almost bit off her tongue. How could she say such a thing in public? She was practically insulting President Pushin. But it was too late for regret. Her voice traveled through the microphone to the audience below the podium. The Special Forces soldiers, who had just been in shock, burst into laughter. Some slapped their thighs, some whistled, and some threw their hats into the air. The scene suddenly became a mess. But no one stopped them. Everyone laughed until they cried. Even the instructors and team leaders were holding their bellies. President Pushin laughed especially happily. He turned to Hua Xiaoheng and said, "I finally understand why you proposed at the tomb of the unknown warrior. Without our ancestors to hold the fort, you probably wouldn't have been able to take down this crafty and clever little girl." Gun Yinji closed her eyes. She felt extremely happy. In the broadcast area below the podium, the KGB driver and his boss, Vladimir, stared at the small control screen with their mouths agape. The middle-aged driver pinched Vladimir hard. "Why did you pinch me?" Vladimir kicked the driver back. "Serious, you actually dare to talk back to our president?" The driver said in a trembling voice. "I want to know if I'm dreaming." "Don't you know if you're dreaming or not? Don't you know how to pinch yourself?" Vladimir was so angry that he kicked him a few more times. Then he took out his phone and posted on his WeChat moments. "Vladimir, KGB 2. The president has been rebuked in person. I've witnessed history." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1236, I've witnessed history. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Chapter 1247. On the lawn not far away, Reinitz was sitting in the Special Forces area of his country. He didn't go up to the podium as the leader. At first, he didn't want to show his face because he had decided to spend the rest of his life serving God. He didn't expect to see Gu Ninji walk up to the podium. He looked at the blushing, beautiful girl on the podium in surprise and couldn't help drawing a cross on his chest. "May God bless you, my girl." He prayed silently in his heart. On the podium, President Pushin held Gu Ninji with one hand and Hua Xiaoheng with the other. He put their hands together and smiled at the thousands of the most elite Special Forces soldiers from all countries present. "May God bless you with happiness." The sunlight shone through the thick treetops and shone on the podium. The huge diamond ring on Gu Ninji's hand finally revealed its true appearance. Whether it was the experienced Special Forces soldiers present or the audience in front of the television, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was probably the biggest diamond ring they had ever seen. It was truly a quail egg. At the same time, the video on the official website of the Russian television station, which was broadcast simultaneously on the internet, was quickly uploaded to the internet by European and American audiences. The International Special Forces competition wasn't a hot topic that netizens usually paid attention to. Its news effect in the West was far less than that of Justin, the Prince of Love songs. The news effect of Bieber finding his girlfriend. Therefore, in the beginning, the video was only a small group of military fans. But soon, Gu Ninji and Hua Xiaoheng's good-looking appearance, the engagement ceremony blessed by the Russian president, and the huge diamond ring on Gu Ninji's hand, which made all the wedding rings of celebrities in Europe and the United States pale in comparison, quickly became a fashion hot topic. On Twitter, many designers and directors of luxury jewelry brands were talking about the origin of the large diamond on the ring. The designer and director of Van Cleef and Arpels personally tweeted to claim the diamond ring on Gu Ninji's hand. She wrote, "The customer paid a raw stone to order a diamond ring from us. It's an honor for Van Cleef and Arpels to be able to personally embed this Grand Duke Josephine diamond to contribute to this newlyweds. Oh, by the way, this diamond has been renamed Sirius. Gu is the name of the bride-to-be. Congratulations on your engagement." As soon as her tweet was posted, it was reposted millions of times within an hour. It immediately broke Twitter's record and even caused the server to crash twice. It was a veritable hot search. This trend began to ferment within the Huaxia Empire, and it also began from the forums of small groups of military fans. A military fan of President Pushin uploaded the video to Weibo and tagged several fashion influencers and military influencers at the same time. The topic was hashtag winner in life, hashtag someone else's engagement ceremony, hashtag very soon. Everyone noticed it and started to forward it. Hashtag Emperor Pushin my idol. Hashtag holy shit. The wedding of these two is going to go to heaven. Hashtag Major General Hua is my idol. Cheers for my Adonis. Hashtag I'm the only one touched. Did they get engaged in front of the tomb of the unknown warrior? Hashtag you're not alone, hashtag. In the beginning, this craze was not obvious. However, when a fashion verified account and a military verified account personally appeared, the number of reposts, comments, and likes immediately increased exponentially. Weibo's server was much stronger than Twitter's, but it still couldn't withstand this kind of popularity. Because in this video, not only were there iron-blooded and handsome soldiers, but there was also a powerful and extremely famous president, as well as a beautiful female lead with 360-degree flawless features, and a super large diamond ring that people could only be convinced of. Almost all kinds of popular elements could be found in this video. Hua Xiaoheng himself was already very well known among the people of the Huaxia Empire. This time, he was wearing a well-ironed military uniform. His handsome face was even more outstanding when set off by the beast-like leader of a foreign country. He was an existence that was as shocking as a celestial being. Whether it was in terms of appearance or actual achievements, they were all winning glory for the country. As a result, the Huaxia Empire's internet went crazy for the couple within a few hours. Ma Qiqi was browsing Weibo at school when she saw this scene. She was surprised and delighted. She was so happy that she walked in circles in the library and was almost kicked out by the library teacher. She bombarded Gu Nianji with a series of messages on WeChat and asked eagerly, "What's going on?" Gu Nianji didn't have time to reply in detail at the time, so she only typed 2 words, "Wait." Ma Qiqi had to wait until the next day before she spoke to Gu Nianji. At this time, this trend quickly spread from the internet to the main Huaxiao Empire television station's 7 p.m. news time. The video was broadcasted on the news programs watched by hundreds of millions of people. General Ji and Speaker Long, who didn't go online much but were used to watching the news at 7 p.m. every day, stayed in front of the television. After the news was broadcasted, General Ji and Speaker Long picked up their phones at the same time and called each other. In the end, both sides showed that the line was busy. The two of them. Later, General Ji hesitated for a moment, and Speaker Long, who was even more anxious, finally called. "Old Ji, what's going on? What's going on with the two of them? Why are they engaged? And the Russian president is even going to be their witness." Speaker Long's heart was about to explode. It wasn't easy for him to find a suitable successor, but was it easy for him? He hadn't even had the chance to show off in front of General Ji, and now he was abducted by General Ji's people. General Ji came back to his senses and rubbed the back of his head with his hand. He laughed so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. "Oh, I say, old Long, don't be so agitated. Be careful not to have a heart attack. Do you have a nitroglycerin tablet with you? I advise you to take a nitroglycerin tablet first before you talk to me." Nitroglycerin tablets were a good medicine for acute angina pectoris, and the effect was rapid and significant. Speaker Long was so angry that he almost jumped up from the sofa. "Good old G, tell me, how many things have you been hiding from me? Did you already know about the two of them?" General G pretended to be deaf and dumb. "Oh, when did I hide anything? This is their private matter. As their superior, I can't meddle in other people's private matters, don't you think?" Speaker Long didn't believe a single word. He snorted coldly and wished he could throw the phone away. But when he thought about how the Russian president had expressed his desire to attend the wedding, they definitely couldn't sit idly by. However, Speaker Long was still struggling. "Old G, Nianji is still young. She's not even 20 years old yet. There's no need to get married so early, right? Our country's marriage law stipulates that men and women can get married at the age of 18. Nianji is already 19, and she'll be 20 in the second half of this year." General Ji secretly laughed in his heart. He thought to himself that they were already married. Now that they were getting engaged, it was probably to prepare for the wedding. Speaker Long was at his wits' end and muttered, "I have to discuss this with General Bai. Are you free tomorrow? Come to the Senate, and let's have a closed-door meeting." Since the Russian president had to attend Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's wedding and be a witness, this was no longer a matter between the two of them, but a matter of national importance. General Ji happily agreed and planned to have a meeting with Speaker Long and Prime Minister by tomorrow. After Speaker Long's call, the two of them called Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng at the same time. However, at this time, Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were attending a dinner party hosted by President Putin, so they didn't have time to answer the phone. JavaScript. At this time, in the Hua family's mansion in the military compound, Hua Guanxin and Hua Shuilong were the few people who didn't go online or watch TV. Hua Guanxin wasn't interested in any of this. He preferred to read his professional books. Hua Xiwenong, on the other hand, had lost interest after being forcibly discharged from the military and stripped of his military rank. Other than watching TV dramas online, he didn't care about anything else. During dinner, Hua Xiwenong was still saying to Hua Guanxin, "Do you care about Xiaoheng's marriage? How old is he? Is he really going to be involved with that little orphan girl of unknown origin for the rest of his life? You're a father, and you don't even care?" Hua Guanxin frowned and said, "There's no suitable candidate at the moment." He had originally thought very highly of Tan Guiran, but with Tan Dongbang in prison and Kai Songyin losing power, Hua Guanxin didn't want to have anything to do with Tan Guiran at all. If Hua Xiaoheng married Tan Guiran, it wouldn't be a help, but a hindrance. He was a biological father, so how could he cheat his own son like this? This was the second watch of the day. Chapter 1237, Winter in Life. 8 p.m., the third watch. Moi. Chapter 1248. You haven't found a suitable candidate? Hua Xiwenong's eyes flashed, and he changed his tone. He said regretfully, "Actually, I can understand Xiaoheng. The men of our Hua family are all affectionate. Since he's together with that little orphan girl of unknown origin, he won't just stand by and watch." At this moment, he thought of the head nurse, Zhang Feng, who had followed him for many years. Hua Jialan glanced at Hua Xiwenong and nodded slightly. Hua Xiwenong sighed and patted her hand. "Then I'll have to trouble Jialan." "Don't say that. It's my honor to help you and Uncle Hua," Hua Jialan said with a smile. Hua Guanxin was surprised to hear Hua Jialan call him Uncle Hua instead of uncle. Ever since Hua Xiwenong's accident, Hua Jialan had been by his side for more than a year. He loved this granddaughter of his more and more. He said kindly, "It's like this. Since Xiaoheng can't be separated from that little orphan girl, and we don't want this to affect Xiaoheng's future career, Jialan suggested that she could restore her identity and marry Xiaoheng." Hua Guanxin, was he retarded, or was his father retarded? Why couldn't he understand what she was saying? Hua Xiwenong looked at Hua Guanxin's confused expression and continued, "Actually, Jialan has already changed her name. Now she's following her mother's surname, Luo, not Hua. She's also moved out of the old family's household registration." Hua Jialan was not the biological daughter of Hua Xiwenong's eldest son, Guanyuan, but the posthumous child of his comrade. At the time, Hua Guanyuan had been entrusted by his fallen comrade to take care of his fiancée, Luo Xinxue. Unexpectedly, Luo Xinxue was already pregnant at that time. In that era, women who got pregnant before marriage were despised. For the sake of her reputation, and for the sake of his comrade's orphan to grow up with dignity, and because Hua Guanyuan had no intention of dating or marrying another woman, he suggested to Luo Xinxue that the two of them should fake their marriage. It would kill two birds with one stone. Luo Xinxue had a family that could protect her and her child. He also had a shield, so his parents wouldn't urge him to get married again. Hua Jialan, no. Luo Jialan thought about what her mother, Luo Xinxue, had once told her and felt very upset. She really didn't expect that her father, Hua Guanyuan, and her mother, Luo Xinxue, had been married for so many years, but they hadn't even touched her once. Of course, from Hua Guanyuan's point, there was nothing wrong with this. Luo Xinxue was his comrade's widow. He married her to cover up the fact that she was pregnant out of wedlock. If he hadn't taken advantage of her, he wouldn't have slept with her. Luo Jialan's biological father was an orphan. His parents died, and he grew up with distant relatives. After his death, those distant relatives took all of his pension and inheritance. No one cared about Luo Xinxue at all. At that time, Luo Xinxue was only a fiancée that the two of them had privately agreed to marry. Legally, she had no right to inherit unless she gave birth to a child and used the child to fight for the right to inherit the estate. But Luo Xinxue was not so strong-willed and capable. If Hua Guanyuan hadn't proposed a fake marriage with Luo Xinxue to save his reputation, Hua Jialan might not have been born, or she might have lived at the bottom of society. Huat Lili Luo Gyud. Luo. The luckiest thing in her life was marrying Hua Guanyuan. Hua Guanyuan was such a good man. He had a good family background and good looks. From the photos, he looked extraordinarily handsome, only slightly less handsome than Hua Xiaoying. He was many times better than her biological father. No wonder her mother, Luo Xinxue, couldn't help falling in love with Hua Guanyuan. Unfortunately, both of them died early. Luo Jialan lowered her eyes and said softly, "The Hua family has raised me for so many years. I have to share the responsibility for Uncle Hua and Grandpa Hua. Since Brother Hua loves Gunyinji so much, it doesn't matter. He can be with her. As long as they don't get married, no one will gossip." Hua Guanchen still did not understand. Hua Xiwenong rolled his eyes at him. What Jialan means is that she only wants the title. It was a fake marriage to Xiaoheng, so Xiaoheng could still be with Gunyinji. Even if they were to be together for the rest of their lives, it would be fine as long as it was hidden and no one found out. This way, he can be with the person he likes, and it won't affect his career. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Hua Guanchen finally understood and frowned. The words fake marriage reminded him of his older brother, Hua Guanyuan. As expected, Luo Jialan continued, "Uncle Hua can fake a marriage with my mother for the sake of my mother and me's lifelong happiness. I can also fake a marriage with Brother Hua for the sake of the Hua family's reputation. Brother Hua doesn't have to care about me. He doesn't have to treat me as his wife. It's just a marriage certificate. It won't affect his relationship with Gunyinji in the slightest." There were so many mistresses who were dependent on high-ranking officials and wealthy businessmen. They would only be grateful to a legal wife like her who didn't care about them, right? Gunyinji was an arrogant, domineering, and uncultured woman. She didn't deserve to marry into the Hua family at all. Luo Jialan's eyes were slightly cold. Before Hua Guanchen could look at her thoughtfully, she quickly lowered her head and took a sip of soup. "Yes, it's just a marriage certificate. This way, Xiaoheng's future promotion will look better on his profile. People will think there's something wrong with him if he still writes unmarried at such an old age." Hua Xiwenong waved his hand in dissatisfaction. Hua Guanchen was silent for a long time before saying, "This is no small matter. I need to think about it." He wasn't a fool. Was there a need to say who would benefit more from Luo Jialan's actions? His son, Hua Xiaoheng, was going to take over General Ji's position in the future. Why did he have to get himself a wife like Luo Jialan, who had neither gratitude nor feelings for him? Even if it was a fake marriage with his son's status, as long as she was his wife, she would enjoy the same treatment. Hua Guanchen didn't agree immediately. Luo Jialan was a little surprised and glanced at Hua Xiwenong anxiously. Hua Xiwenong wasn't very satisfied either. He said to Hua Guanchen, "What's there to think about? It's just a marriage certificate. I didn't ask him to really be with Jialan. If we're talking about losing out, it's our Jialan who's losing out." The veins on Hua Guanchen's forehead throbbed. So marrying his son was still a grievance to Luo Jialan. The old man was getting old. Was his dementia acting up prematurely? He couldn't differentiate between close and distant, nor could he differentiate between close and distant. Now, he couldn't even differentiate between good and bad. Hua Guanchen suppressed his anger and said bluntly, "This is no small matter. We need to think about it for the long term. Although I'm not very satisfied with Gunyinji, Jialan's situation isn't much better than Gunyinji's. In fact, it's far worse than Gunyinji's." Other than Luo Jialan's biological father being a martyr, there was nothing in the family that could help Hua Xiaoying. Moreover, although Gunyinji's background was unknown, at least she had the skills and ability. Even Hua Guanchen couldn't deny this. What skills and ability did Luo Jialan have? She probably only had the ability to spend money. The corners of Hua Guanchen's mouth twitched, but he didn't point it out. Luo Jialan understood what Hua Guanchen meant and couldn't help but be furious. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell, and her hand holding the chopsticks was trembling. This was ridiculous. She actually thought that Gunyinji was better than her. How was Gunyinji better than her? The only thing that was better than her was that she was a straight-A student who could study. However, Gunyinji, who grew up in the military camp, knew nothing about the ways of the world and the social interactions of the upper class. Luo Jialan was indignant, while Hua Xiuenong looked disapproving. Hua Guanqin got up and was about to leave the dining room when he suddenly heard his phone ring. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from General Ji. He quickly picked it up and asked, "General Ji, have you had dinner?" General Ji chuckled and said, "I just finished. By the way, Guanqin, what are your plans for Xiaoheng's wedding?" Hua Guanqin was confused. Wedding? Xiaoheng doesn't even have a fiancé. So how can there be a wedding? He just got a fiancé. General Ji laughed. Guanqin, you haven't watched TV or gone online, have you? You can't be like this. You're out of touch with the times, and it's not good for your work. Turn on the TV and watch the news. You'll know what I mean. There was also a wall-mounted TV in the Hua family's dining room. Hua Guanqin picked up the remote control and turned on the TV in confusion. It was already past time for the news, but all the major TV stations were broadcasting this hot news. Major General Hua Xiaoheng and his fiancée, Gun Yinji, were engaged in front of the tomb of the unknown warrior in Moscow, Russia. Russian President Vladimir Putin was not only a witness to their engagement, but also a witness to their wedding. Crash! The wine glass in Luo Jialan's hand fell to the ground and shattered. The red wine splashed all over her. However, she was at a loss. She just stared at Gun Yinji's fair, tender, and beautiful face on the TV screen. She wanted nothing more than to slash it with a knife. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1238. Am I better than her? Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1249. Hua Guanqin stared at the TV screen that was playing the popular video. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and his eyes almost popped out of his head in shock. Standing next to the internationally renowned Russian president, Pushin was a man in a neat and handsome major general uniform. It was his son, Hua Xiaoheng, whom he had always been proud of, and the woman standing on the other side of the president, who was graceful, had a sweet smile, and had an elegant demeanor. Could it be Gun Yinji? Hua Guanqin couldn't help blinking. When he took a closer look, it was indeed Gun Yinji. Was he supposed to look at her in a different light? In his impression, Gun Yinji was still the little girl Hua Xiaoheng had brought home for the first time for New Year's. She was eloquent, liked to nitpick, and was unforgiving. He didn't like this kind of woman very much. In addition, there was something wrong with her background, so he had always been firmly against his son getting together with her. He didn't expect his son to not take him seriously. He directly proposed to someone outside, and even made big news. He wanted to see how Hua Xiaoheng was going to marry Gun Yinji if he didn't agree. Just as Hua Guanqin was secretly venting his anger, the popular video on the TV had already shown President Pushin speaking. The simultaneous translation used by the Huaxia Empire TV station was in Mandarin. The president smiled and said, "I'm very happy to witness their engagement ceremony. I hope that if I have the chance, I can also attend their wedding and be their witness." Boom! President Pushin's words were like a nuclear bomb hitting Hua Guanqin's head. He had just vowed to teach Hua Xiaoheng and Gun Yinji a lesson by not letting Gun Yinji marry into the family. Now, he had been struck by lightning and was seething with anger. Hua Guanqin's vision turned black, and his head was a little dizzy. His entire body swayed, and his legs could barely support his body. He held on the dining table and finally stood up. He panted heavily, and his chest was so tight that it was about to explode. The dining room was unusually quiet. Hua Guanqin finally remembered to look back and realized that Hua Xiuenong was in a worse state than him. Hua Xiuenong was already over 70 years old, and his hair was white. At this moment, his eyes were staring straight at the TV, and his face was getting redder and redder, gradually turning into the color of a pig's liver. His eyes were bloodshot, and one of his hands trembled in the air. Finally, he slammed the dining table. Nonsense! What nonsense? This joke has reached the international level. Get that kid back here. I'll teach him a good lesson. The corners of Hua Guanshan's mouth twitched, and his gaze turned cold. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Hua Xiueno. He slowly asked again, "Dad, what did you say? I didn't catch what you just said. Could you repeat it?" Hua Xiueno flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pointed at Hua Guanshan's nose and yelled, "I said he's messing around. What's wrong? I can't say it. Without the consent of the elders, I'll see if he dares to marry that woman. The Russian president is the witness. Dad, do you think your words still count?" Hua Guanshan was so angry that he laughed. "Besides, as his father, I don't object to it. You're already a generation apart, and you still want to interfere with Xiaoheng's marriage? How dare you disobey me, you unfilial son?" Hua Xiueno picked up the teacup on the dining table and threw it at Hua Guanshan. Hua Guanshan quickly moved to the side, but was still splashed by the tea. "If my boss was still alive, you wouldn't have the right to jump around." Hua Xiueno thought of his eldest son, Hua Guanyin, who had sacrificed himself in the line of duty more than 10 years ago. His insides were burning, and tears streamed down his face. "You've been inferior to your brother since you were young. Why weren't you the one who died back then? You finally said it. Yes, I also regret that I wasn't the one who died back then." Hua Guanshan's eyes were red. If it was possible, he sincerely hoped that he was the one who died back then, so he wouldn't have to face the endless anger, embarrassment, humiliation, and regret that had followed for more than 10 years. Although his brother had always been stronger than him, he had never been jealous of him. Instead, he sincerely admired and respected him. It wasn't until later that he found out that his brother had been coveting his wife, the woman he loved the most. This kind of humiliation was something no man could tolerate. Hua Guanshan and Hua Xiueno opened up old wounds and used the most hurtful words to attack each other. No one wanted to watch TV anymore. Luo Jialan turned a deaf ear to them and just stared straight at the TV screen. At that moment, the camera on the TV screen flashed and gave a huge high-definition close-up of the engagement ring on Gu Ninji's hand, the moon under the sun. This was Luo Jialan's first reaction. Then her mind buzzed, and she suddenly stood up. She covered her mouth in shock, and her facial features were almost distorted. She had seen the diamond on that ring before. Although she had only seen it once, when her grandmother was still alive, she had taken it out for Hua Xiaoheng to see. At that time, she had stood at the door and peeked in through the crack. She had heard her grandmother say to Hua Xiaoheng with her own ears, "Xiaoheng, Grandma left this stone for you. In the future, give it to your sweetheart, to your wife who you really want to spend the rest of your life with." That diamond was so big and shiny that even after so many years, Luo Jialan could still clearly remember every side of the diamond. That kind of gentle and restrained, but also dazzling brilliance was unforgettable to anyone who had seen it. She hadn't expected the Hua family's heirloom to fall into the hands of a woman like Gu Nianji. This diamond was clearly hers. Everything Gu Nianji was going to get was snatched away from her. Luo Jialan's face twitched, and jealousy and hatred were like a poisonous snake coiling in her heart. She really didn't get along with someone like Gu Nianji. Luo Jialan gradually calmed down, and an extremely vicious glint flashed across her eyes. If Gu Nianji didn't exist in this world, how wonderful would her life be? At that moment, Luo Jialan actually had a faint feeling that Gu Nianji shouldn't exist in this world at all. It was all because of her. She had stolen the man she had had a crush on since she was young, stolen her status, and now she was going to steal her marriage. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? Why wouldn't she die? Luo Jialan gripped the edge of the dining table tightly with both hands. She was so strong that she almost dug a hole in the very hard rosewood dining table. There was a deeper layer of fear in her heart. She knew that if she couldn't marry Hua Xiaoheng, everything would be over for her. The fund that her grandmother had left to her father had originally been in her hands, but Gu Nianji had already threatened to make her spit it out. Also, she had only wanted to teach that mental patient, Song Jining, a lesson. After all, her mother had died because of her. So what if she made her suffer a little? Hua Xiaoheng was known in the military for never being biased, but when it came to his own family matters, he couldn't be fair at all. Because Song Jining was his mother, he was extremely biased. He didn't even think about it. Because Song Jining was between her father and mother, her mother had been depressed for more than 10 years. As her daughter, she knew very well that her mother had been depressed for more than 10 years. So what if she stood up for her mother? Why couldn't Hua Xiaoheng understand her? If it weren't for Song Jining, her father, Hua Guanyuan, and her mother, Luo Xinxue, would have become real husband and wife a long time ago. She wouldn't have needed to rack her brains to please Hua Xiwenong just to find a backer for herself. After thinking about it for so long, the only way she could come up with to get out of this predicament was to marry Hua Xiaoheng. As long as she married Hua Xiaoheng, all her problems would be solved. She had worked hard for more than a year and finally convinced Hua Xiwenong. When Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to get married, she would ask Hua Xiwenong to convince Hua Guanchen, and she would get her marriage certificate. To her, everything else was fake. Only the marriage certificate was real. As long as she had the marriage certificate, she would be able to pull Hua Xiaoheng back from Gunyinji step by step. She really didn't expect that the goal she had worked hard for almost a year would be completely destroyed because of Gunyinji's relationship with the Russian president. Her beautiful dream was shattered into pieces. She knew that she would never be happy in this lifetime. But what was the use? With Gunyinji around, Hua Xiaoheng would never look at her twice. In fact, she had long forgotten that before Gunyinji appeared, Hua Xiaoheng had never looked at her twice. The two of them had grown up in the same family, and Hua Xiaoheng had never treated her more than as a brother and sister. However, Luo Jialan had long known that she wasn't Hua Guanyuan's biological daughter, so she had allowed herself to have a crush on Hua Xiaoheng for so many years. In the end, the man she had guarded for so many years had been snatched away by a little orphan girl who had appeared out of nowhere. A shameless person was truly invincible. Luo Jialan cursed Gunyinji in her heart. She clenched her fists and turned to leave the dining room. When Gunyinji and Hua Xiaoheng returned to China, her good days would come to an end. She couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't wait any longer. Whether it was the fund or the lawsuit that was waiting for her to abuse Song Jining, it was the last straw that broke the camel's back. She had no choice but to cut off all means of retreat or fight with her life on the line. Luo Jialan wasn't the only one who was shocked when Gunyinji's blinding diamond ring appeared on the television screen in the popular video broadcast on the Huaxia Empire TV station. He Jichu was also so surprised that he almost pounced in front of the television. He looked at the diamond ring on Gunyinji's hand with a hint of fanaticism. He rubbed the screen with his hand and felt the ring. He had dreamed about it countless times in the middle of the night. He had wondered what Gunyinji would look like wearing a ring inlaid with Grand Duke Joseph's diamond. The diamond belonged to her, and so did the ring. He was so familiar with the appearance of the ring that he could recite every single one of its data indicators. He had thought that he would never see Gunyinji wearing the ring in his lifetime. He hadn't expected him to see it in the end, although he hadn't put it on her himself. He Jichu clenched his fists tightly and pressed them against his chest. In the depths of his heart, he felt as if someone had used a barbed knife to stab him alive and gouged him. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. He convulsed and fell to the ground. After 4 years here, this was the first time he had an attack. There was no one at home. Without his permission, no one could step into his house. But so what if he could step into the house? He was a burden to live on. He Jichu smiled bitterly and lay stiffly on the cold floor, unable to move. Just as he was about to give up on saving himself, his phone rang. He Jichu no longer had the strength to swipe open his phone to answer the call. However, he could tell that the ringtone was from his father. The ringtone rang for a long time, echoing in the empty apartment. He Jichu gradually closed his eyes. At that moment, the phone that had been ringing for a long time without anyone picking up flashed a few times. The built-in camera on the phone automatically turned on with a click. He Jichu's father. He Chungjin's face appeared on the phone screen. He called out anxiously, "Jichu? Jichu? What's wrong?" Say something. Where are you? This number was the agreement between He Chengjian and He Jichu. No matter where he was, no matter what he was doing, as long as He Chengjian called, He Jichu had to pick up within 5 minutes. Otherwise, something would have happened to him. He Jichu heard his father's voice and curled his lips slightly. At the last moment before he lost consciousness, he said, "Dad." Then he fell into complete darkness and unconsciousness. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1239, If I Didn't Have You. The second update was at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8 o'clock in the evening. My dear friends were anxious. Chapter 1250. The beginning. The beginning. Wake up. The beginning. The eyes of He Chengjian, who had always been mature and dignified, instantly turned red. Watching his son fall to the ground, unconscious, was the nightmare of every father who loved his child dearly. He looked at him as if he had seen his mother fall to the ground like this that year. If he had gone home earlier, if he had called her earlier, perhaps everything would have been different. He Chengjian's life experiences could almost be compiled into a history textbook. He had gone through countless storms and waves. He was tough and tenacious. His hands were iron-blooded and ruthless. He was also a schemer who would plan before taking action. He had never made a move. Once he made a move, he would definitely kill his opponent. Over the years, everyone who knew him had a consensus. If you weren't prepared to die with him, don't stand on the opposite side of old He. But at this moment, he watched his son fall to the ground, completely powerless. He had been powerful for so many years, but he couldn't save his wife or his son. It was like a joke. He Chengjian's jaw tightened. He finally picked up the other phone, found Gun Yinji's number, and called her. At that moment, Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were attending the dinner party that President Pushkin had specially prepared for them. In the hall of the Kremlin, the crystal chandelier was crystal clear and emitted a soft light. The men and women were all dressed in decent evening gowns. They held wine glasses and stood in the hall in 2s and 3s to talk. In the corner of the hall, there was a band playing moving instruments, and a jazz singer was singing in a low voice. Gun Yinji didn't have the chance to drink. Hua Xiaoheng gave her a glass of grape juice and pretended it was red wine to brush off those who came to toast. After a while, Vladimir walked over and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "Major General Hua, our president has invited you over for a chat." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gun Yinji. "Stay here. Don't wander around." "I know. Go ahead." Gun Yinji nodded with a smile and raised the grape juice at him. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. "Good girl." He patted her head and turned to leave. Vladimir clicked his tongue and asked, "What are you talking about?" Gun Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng were speaking in Mandarin. Gun Yinji swirled the grape juice in her hand and giggled. "He told me to be obedient and not do anything bad. You will do bad things." Vladimir sneered, then looked around and said in a low voice, "Little Demi wants to talk to you. Can you come with me to the side hall over there?" After saying that, he promised, "It's not a shady place. It's just the side hall with the curtain over there. Little Demi and his mother can't attend such an occasion." Gun Yinji instantly sympathized with little Demi, but Hua Xiaoheng had told her not to wander around here. While she was hesitating, from the corner of her eye, she saw a corner of the curtain in the small side hall being lifted, revealing little Dini's pink face. She smiled at her attentively and waved desperately. She was just too adorable. Gun Yinji thought that they were in the hall anyway. If they wanted to harm her, they could have done it at any other time. Why do they have to pick this time? She couldn't be too paranoid, so she nodded and said, "Vladimir, I believe you." She then followed him to the side hall. Vladimir was halfway there when he suddenly turned around and said expressionlessly, "Serious, I'm not that trustworthy. Don't trust others too easily." "Gun Yinji, but now you can trust me. I'm not lying to you." Vladimir winked again and laughed out loud. He quickly returned to his previous self. Gun Yinji suddenly missed the middle-aged driver who gave Vladimir a headache. She smiled and said, "Then I'll verify everything you say with a middle-aged driver in the future." I'll probably know if I can trust you or not. Vladimir, you win. That subordinate of his was simply his nemesis. He had already kicked him to another department several times, but after going around in circles, he ended up returning to his department. After that, Vladimir had resigned himself to his fate. Apart from the fact that the middle-aged driver liked to talk nonsense and was prone to acting, he didn't have any other problems. It was better than those who looked extremely obedient but suddenly stabbed you in the back. Gunyinji thought about it and immediately took out her phone. She opened WeChat and wanted to add the middle-aged driver and Vladimir to a small group. In the end, she found that there was no internet signal at all, not even a cell phone signal. Gunyinji frowned and walked around Vladimir with her phone in her hand to find a signal. She was very puzzled. Her phone used the Nandu satellite communication system developed by the Huaxia Empire itself. How could she not receive a signal? Vladimir was speechless and said unhappily, "Don't bother. All signals are blocked here. If you want to make a call, you can only use the landline, not to mention the internet." Gunyinji pursed her lips and put her phone back into her pocket resentfully. Do you guys have to be so careful? Isn't it better to install Wi-Fi so that you guys know who's online? This is the rule. If there's Wi-Fi at the dinner party, everyone will look down at their phones. Who will chat? Vladimir seemed to understand, but he moved his fingers and confessed to Gunyinji, "Actually, I want to go online too." Gunyinji, she followed Vladimir to the side hall and lifted the curtain to go in. Sure enough, she saw little Dimi and his mother inside. His mother was wearing a burgundy fishtail dress. Her figure was exaggerated and as alluring as a ripe peach. Gunyinji was a woman, and her figure was also very impressive. However, she couldn't help glancing at little Dimi's mother a few more times. Little Dimi's mother enjoyed Gunyinji's secretly envious gaze. She smiled and said in broken English, "Your name is Sirius, right? I haven't thanked you yet." Gunyinji quickly said, "It was nothing. You're welcome." "It wasn't anything," little Dimi's mother said seriously. "You risked your life to save my little Dimi. Do you know who those two people were? They could have killed you in minutes." Gunyinji really didn't know the true identities of those two people when she saved them. She thought they were human traffickers. However, she didn't want to explain anymore. She smiled and said, "As long as little Dimi is fine." When little Dimi heard his name, he looked up at her with a smile and tugged at the corner of her dress. Gunyinji, she bent down and said in very slow English, "Little Dimi, do you have something to say?" Little Dimi mumbled a string of words in Russian, then ran behind the sofa and carried out a little puppy. He held it in his hands and brought it to Gunyinji. Vladimir translated for him. Little Dimi said thank you for saving him. He wants to give this little corgi to you. He added, "This is his big corgi's baby. It's only a week old." Gunyinji's eyes were glued to the puppy, without Vladimir translating. "See, the famous corgi." Just looking at its 5-centimeter long short legs was enough to melt people's hearts. It had a big head, a chubby little body, a black and white panda color, and 4 short legs. It looked like it could cosplay as a panda cub with dark circles under its eyes. Gunyinji took it lovingly and said repeatedly, "Thank you. Thank you, little Dimi. I like it very much." She hugged the corgi puppy in her arms and rubbed her face against its soft fur. Her love for it was obvious. Little Dimi smiled when he saw how much Gunyinji liked his gift. He tugged at the corner of Gunyinji's dress and mumbled a string of Russian to her. Vladimir translated them one by one. So he was telling Gunyinji how to raise a corgi. Gunyinji listened very carefully and asked a few questions from time to time. The two of them talked with great interest, and little Dimi became happier and happier. In the end, he even hugged Gunyinji before being taken away by his mother. They couldn't stay here for long. As she watched the mother and son disappear, Gunyinji suddenly asked Vladimir, "Don't tell me tonight's dinner is to give little Dimi a chance to give me a corgi?" Vladimir raised his eyebrows. "Sirius, you're too smart. If you continue to be smart, I think I'll be reluctant to let you leave us." Sure. As long as you give me red packets every day, I'll stay here and not leave." Gunyinji's mind raced, and she pretended to want to stay. Vladimir was actually just joking. Seeing that Gunyinji was handling it so easily, he smiled and didn't continue asking. At that moment, his walkie-talkie rang. Someone called him over to deal with an emergency. He was worried about Gunyinji, so he called the driver in to accompany her. Gunyinji, after Vladimir left, Gunyinji asked the driver with a headache, "Where are you just now? I wanted to talk to you, but I couldn't find you." The middle-aged driver held the vodka in his hand and the bread with caviar in his hand. He said happily, "I'm on duty outside. Did you miss me? Am I serious?" "Yes, I missed you. I missed your red packet," Gunyinji said with a smile as she stroked the little corgi in her arms. The driver made a face. "Talking about red packets hurts our relationship. Let's talk about our relationship. Talking about red packets hurts our relationship. I won't fall for your trick." Gunyinji giggled and continued to joke with the driver. The two of them chatted and sat down in the side hall. The driver looked at the puppy in her arms and sized it up for a while. He said, "It's a famous breed dog. Take good care of it." Gunyinji didn't know much about dog breeds, but the little corgi was so cute. Whether it was a famous breed or not, she had to take good care of it. The puppy in her arms was quiet for a while before it began to bark softly. The furry paws on its short legs scratched Gunyinji's palm a few times. Then it looked up at her and barked softly again. "What's wrong?" Gunyinji tilted her head to look at the little corgi. "What do you want?" "It's hungry." The driver took a bite of caviar bread. "There's milk over there. I'll go get a few bottles of goat's milk." Gunyinji, not long after the driver left. Gunyinji's phone vibrated. Her heart skipped a beat. A call had come in. Because she was attending the banquet, she had set her phone to vibrate so that it wouldn't be rude if her phone suddenly rang. But just now, she clearly remembered that there was no signal on her phone at all. It was like being on a plane 10,000 meters in the sky. Vladimir had also said that all signals were blocked here. How could she make a call now? Gunyinji quickly took out her phone and swiped it open. It was a very unfamiliar number. She stared at it for a while, but still picked up the call. "Hello." The person on the other end seemed to pause for a moment. Then a very fluent Mandarin voice came from the phone. "Excuse me, are you Gunyinji?" The voice was very low, very textured, and very dignified. It sounded a little old. Gunyinji was filled with respect and quickly asked, "Yes." "May I ask who you are?" The person quickly said, "I'm Hijichu's father. I need your help with something urgent." Gunyinji's eyes widened in shock. "Who are you?" "Professor He's father. If you don't believe me, you can turn on the video call." The person on the other end seemed to be impatient. "I don't have time to waste with you. Hijichu suddenly acted up and is in danger. Can you help save him this once?" Gunyinji suddenly stood up. "What did you say?" "Professor, he acted up." "Is he in danger? Where is he?" This was the second chapter of today's update, Chapter 1240, Giving a Big Gift. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. My dear friends are so anxious. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.